Moved from Turkey to the US, here's the reason why. Thought America was cool, guess I was high. Maybe it was the food that I was attracted to. 70 types of Oreo made me into Marabou. Joined TYT, then left it, started streaming. Spent half of my time banging my desk and screaming. But just when you think you've got me down and out of ammo, that's when I turn around and hit you with an effing blammo! Blammo! Blammo!
I said it.
With an effing blammo.
That's what that is.
With an effing blammo.
Blammo! Blammo!
With an effing
Blammo! Blammo! Blammo!
That chest it up, that chest now. That chest it up, that chest it up, that chest it up, that chest it up. With an effing blammo.
There you go, dude.
Lips call me woke, they and fell in love with my face. Though my voice was soy, so I turned up the bass. Small head, bad takes, the haters said. Not as bad as their moms got it when I took them to bed. Getting shit on for trying to prove there is no schism between our capitalism and our imperialism. Screw it,
I'm saying it.
24/7, here it comes. America deserved 9.
Blammo! Blammo! Blammo!
I said it.
With the effing blammo.
That's what that is.
With the effing
Blammo! Blammo! Blammo!
With the effing
Blammo!
There you go, dude.
That chest it up, that chest now. That chest it up, that chest it up, that chest it up, that chest it up. With an effing blammo. Dating adult stars, breaking hearts, bending pans.
I get it.
With the dress sense equivalent of Comic Sans.
Hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the Hasan Abi broadcast coming to you live from doomy, gloomy California, Los Angeles, folks. It's cloudy out here. I'm live and alive in this. I'm live, I'm alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one.
All the gambas, the believers and the doubters, okay?
Because today's a beautiful day, today's a wonderful day, today is Tuesday.
You know what I mean? Alırsın PlayStation bundan sonra, tamam mı? PlayStation 5.
Yep. That was Yeah Boomer's Road to Blamo song featuring Hasan Abi, another excellent banger from Yeah Boomer, also Okay Boomer. Our Pakistani editor. Folks, ladies, gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, it is September 24th. It's Tuesday, September 24th, 2024. Good evening from Lebanon, Kappa. Not a good evening in Lebanon, I suspect. Maybe that's why you're putting up the Kappa. You're half Pakistani. I am not. But I could be, because he talked about Marcellus Williams. Dog, how can I have talked about Marcellus Williams already? I talked about it briefly yesterday, but how can I have talked about it already? I just started the broadcast, okay? I just started the stream. How am I, like you're in here. It just happened. I just did the intro. I'm not even done with the intro yet. Because right now, for those of you who haven't been here before, the uninitiated, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasan Abi Piker. It's a Junior Watanabe Carhartt collab shirt. For those of you who are asking, that's what the flannel is. That is what I'm wearing. Anyway, folks. Personal news time. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about what is going on in the world of Hasan Abi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. As far as One Piece updates goes, there's a lot of One Piece updates. Wano is heating up again. I'm on like 1049, I think. I absolutely admire one of the two teams that is doing the animation for all the fight sequences. You guys know exactly what I'm talking about. They're so fucking good. And then like that change of pace though, going back to the regular animation sequence, the regular animation team that is doing like, you know, the running parts and all the other shit, it like kind of pisses me off a little bit, but whatever. Genuinely no. Don't lick your nipples. You're gonna lactate again. Toei are greedy rats. Yeah, I feel you. That's the team that becomes a main team for Egghead, so keep pushing. When you see 10:15, your mind is going to explode, my man. I already did. It was one of the best episodes of One Piece. Like, it was probably my favorite episode of One Piece, 10:59. Which fight are you at? Luffy is back, riding on Momonosuke into battle. That's literally where I'm at. And Yamato and Luffy clapped, at least at this episode, like clapped a little bit. Kaya might think you're her pup. That happened to my dog and my brother-in-law. She kept thinking she could nurse him. I don't think Kaya thinks I'm her puppy. I think she knows she is my baby, my child. But yeah, is Nick staying with you? Please tell me he's in LA waiting for Cutie's event. You two are my favorite streamers. I asked Nick that told Nick that he could stay with me. He said he's probably gonna go back. I think he might have gone back already. I don't know if he actually stayed in LA or not, but if he did, he's not staying with me, which is kind of disappointing because I wanted him to stay with me. I even told him, you know, Arthur could stay as well if need be, but anyway. Oh man, Megaphonics is so back. Megaphonics is so back in a big way. Once again, he is just blasting. He's blasting shit in the chat. I said one leg, bro. What the hell? I just started. Okay, I just started. Anyway, Where was I? Personal news wise, yeah. Watched a lot of One Piece last night. Okay. Watched a lot of One Piece last night. It was fantastic. It's finally getting good. I did like 8 hours and 30 minutes of nonstop news coverage yesterday, which was a lot for my brain. I think we gotta maybe dial it back a little bit, but it was cool. Like we watched the CNN debut, the NBC debut. It's like kind of crazy seeing all of these like big news outlets just like give props to the boy, talk about the community, you know, talk about what I've been up to. But yeah. Wild state of affairs overall. PlayStation is happening today. We'll probably watch the state of the State of the Union, the PlayStation State of the Union later when it happens. Stop asking me about the fucking PlayStation event. You already know that famous rant. I don't have a lot of hope or faith in PlayStation as a platform. But yeah. Would love to see you talk to Alex O'Connor about religion, atheism, agnosticism. Been recently addicted to your content. Would love to see you having a discussion with someone as talented as him. About what? Like about atheism?
So Association of Zoos and Aquariums, that means they're regulated for their animal welfare standards. That means a portion of the money that they raise goes directly into conservation efforts. San Diego Zoo goes way above and beyond in conservation efforts. So they literally, you know California condors, like the huge bird? Huge. Okay, we'll see them today.
The huge bird?
The huge birds, condors.
Birds are scary.
Okay, so condors, there were like 22 left in
Yeah. How did you not know the California condor? Yeah, well, I didn't, but now I know. Now I know. Your retweet was fire. Oh yeah, this was like a really good snapshot of what the zoo, what the silly ass zoo stream looked like, honestly. All right, so do you see Jason reacting to you being sad about him fighting?
Of this, because that would suck.
So yeah. Did you see Jason beat the fuck out of Blackboy Max store owner last night? I watched parts of it. It gave me heartburn, dude, watching that. Watching nephew throw hands made me sad.
She has some nice beard, alright, you know. Please take your tank top off.
Who's got a dog? Woof.
Sad.
Sexually speaking right now.
No.
Thank you for coming here to Twitch.
Why?
It's not good. It's not good seeing nephew be. God, why does Hasan hang out with Jason Faceboy such a loser and cringy? People IRL, hi, how are you? You probably already did it. Would you talk about the kick streamers harassing people? Yeah, I did. We don't want nephew to get CTE, bro. Nephew's already hanging on by a thread. Okay. Nephew can't get CTE. He's still bright. Yeah, bro. Nephew doesn't have a lot that he's working with already, bro. We don't want him. We don't want him to lose what remains up there. Anyway. All right, we'll blast off. Folks. Not much else going on. My bag is a little tight from yesterday because I went nutty mode. My bag is a little tight from yesterday because I went nutty mode on the fucking deadlifts. And for that reason, you know, I had a chill ass morning. Nothing crazy. You know what I mean? Nothing too wild, just a little ball sesh. I'm a bit of a fucking I'm a bit of a 3-point merchant, you know. I'm a bit of an assassin from the 3-point line as of late. You know, just doing the damn thing, getting better and better from different areas on the court. Here, you can kind of get a peek. You can kind of cop a peek of that right here. It's like, what's happening? I shouldn't have cut it off because I actually hit the one afterwards as well. You look at that form. Can you check the form out? I mean, the form is kind of out of control. That's perfect form. You know what I mean? That's just as perfect form as it gets. Speaking of perfect form, I can't believe that was on CNN. And also, this is the day's fit. We're fully committed to fall, everybody. We are fully committed to fall. It's time to fucking really start dressing now that it's like 60 degrees at night. Thank you, Themasius, for the fat playlist. It's 60 degrees at night. It's pumpkin spice latte. That's the only PSL I want to hear about. Okay, going forward. I got the JW Anderson balloon pants on. Perfect form for a forward or center, lol. Okay, bro, chill. It is what? 92 degrees in LA today? Dog, it's literally 70 and it was like 60 this morning. So chill out. They made an anime out of Hasan Abi's life.
Come on now, man. You gotta know better than that, man.
Kuru basket.
You got it later, you better make sound. Act like you got it now, like baby girl, you got it now. Fat girl, I want it now. Short girl, I want it now. Big girl, I want it now. Like fuck that nigga, got it now. Bounce down right now. Fuck girl, I want it now. Act like you got it.
Who is singing? Is that Speed? Is that I Show Speed singing? Please tell me that's not I Show Speed singing, bro. I like that movie, but they won because they are the protagonists. Yeah, no shit. Trump is buying votes. I'm reasonably sure that's a federal crime. If that's a crime, I don't want to be legal. You know what I mean? How's the post fade looking? Pretty good. Anyway, we'll get to all of that. Okay. But let's do it. Let's blast off. All right. Getting the Gaza treatment from mainstream media. Biden at UN talking up his genocide. Memo is about to man 41 days out. Kamala defends abolishing filibuster. It's Jover. Harris loses national poll to Trump. Yeah, I mean, yeah, what do you expect? He wants it more, dude. He wants it more. You've been killing it lately. Keep all the great work you do. It truly brings up so much positivity in such a depressing world. I try my best. Israelites, Lebanon getting the Gaza treatment for MSM. Biden at UN talking up his genocide. Missouri's about to execute an innocent man. 41 days out. Kamala defends abolishing filibuster. And more woke gaming later. Get in now. Robert De Niro denounces Trump in Megalopolis? No fucking way, dude. Ain't no way. Photo for a blast off. Since you liked my last post, here's Hasan Abi as a superstar cop. I love that. I'm gonna use that as a blast off. Yes. Disco Elysium, baby. One of the greatest. Did you finish Scavenger's Reign? Watching from your reg and his fucking 1010. I have not. I haven't had time. Show puppy, please. You can see her behind me. What more do you want? Scavenger's Reign mentioned. Yes, I love Scavenger's Reign. It's incredible. And also The Elusive Samurai, another incredible show. Here's this before I go take a shit. Oh, I saw this. This was so funny. It's kind of crazy that, like, how are the pagers terrorism? That's just blatantly wrong, but good try, buddy. I now understand why Hasan said what he said that one time. That's crazy that, like, a meme like that can get 44,000 likes. Like, that is insane that that many people knew exactly what he was referencing and, like, liked it. I can't comment on this because digital footprint. Have you seen the new Horse Girly game coming in set in ancient Mongolia called Windstorm Legend of Kimori? Yeah, I have. But, like, if you're gonna be a fucking like Mongolian guy or girl, I think one of the most, like, if you're gonna dive into that lore, which is unexamined in the Western world, in my opinion, like, it's criminally underrated. I think not going into like the conquest is kind of silly. Did you see the Kaya of penguins? Yes, I did. Pesto is a big girl.
Massive fatty alert. SOS, SOS.
There's something wrong with this penguin, bro. I've been more invested on the Mudang shit. So, One Piece liberals fans law. Wait, what? I am not a terrorist and I don't want to be a terrorist. What? I don't even know what this post is and I don't care. Oh, because the actor is Russian? Yeah, no shit, dude. Nico Robin is Russian, guys. Like, I am a firm, committed believer that, like, I'm a believer in the like, I'm a believer in the Guyanese or Filipino or Latina Nico Robin. Okay? Like, you know this already. You know this already. In my heart, Nico Robin with the bangs is like a member of the global Latina belt. Okay? She is not Russian. She is not Russian. Post time skip, she is, and that's fine. But that's the weakest form of Nico Robin. They let me write a story for New York Times about Mudang. It's just a cute article. Might be good content, but totally understand if not. What the fuck? Mudang, the name translates to bouncy pork, has united the internet while following a familiar path to stardom. I love Mudang so much. I will probably not be reading the article, but congratulations on the New York Times article on Mudang. She deserves it. She deserves the coverage. Another Austin TikTok has hit the tower. Why do you show me this stuff, man? Pesto, the baby penguin, clears Mudang. No, she doesn't. Shut up. Oh my God. Okay. In America, your dad has to attempt assassinating the president for you to be charged with CSAM. Breaking: the son of the man arrested in the assassination attempt of Donald Trump in Florida has been charged with possessing child sexual abuse materials, the FBI says. Wait. We knew that already. We knew that already. Oh, never mind. This is Ryan Ruth. This is Ryan Ruth. Never mind. This is Ryan Ruth's dad. I thought they were talking about the other guy. I thought they were talking about. Wait, no. The son of Ryan Ruth. Wait, what the fuck? He has children? Damn. I thought we were talking about the dad of the first assassination attempt, who was a libertarian. I was like, damn, like that's not shocking. You know what I'm saying? Ryan Ruth has kids? What the fuck? NATO dad or CSAM son? Yeah, I'm going with NATO dad, man. What the fuck? I don't want to see Sam's son. He hates his kids, according to another article. Yeah, I mean, all the children of NATO are his kids now. Okay. Excuse me. Ryan Ruth adopted 1,000 NATO trained Afghan soldiers. Okay. Hello. I knew that he had children. I just thought, 1,000 of them that were NATO trained in Afghanistan. I thought those were his children. If my child had CSAM, I would hate them too. Yeah, bro. You're not my child at that point, brother. You belong to the federal government, okay? You are now in the custody of the state, my friend. Yeah, no, get the fuck out of here, L baby. L child, okay? Zero fucking Riz. No aura on that child, dude. What the fuck are you doing? Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, no motion. No motion child, bro. Zero motion. Minus aura. This is who I am now. This is how I'm going to do serious political commentary going forward. It is pretty funny, though, because I just can't. The Ryan Ruth story brings something out in me where I just cannot, even for a brief moment, take this shit seriously. It's just such a funny fucking story, man. He is, what a character. What a beautiful American character he is, okay? God damn. God damn, dude. Oh, you want me to do the daily guesser before I forget? Here it is.
For a while, but decided to do it after chat made you rage quit last night. I started watching you after the election, and I have to say your streams have been so awesome. I watch every night since the Rush stream started, and it makes me laugh all the time. I grew up in Kentucky with an absentee father, who I've always had trouble relating to other men, especially since I grew up in a... I feel like this music is not great for... Probably not the best music.
Oh my God. What do I do here? What do I do here? First of all, I'm going back to normal mode. Okay, hard mode is way too hard for me. This is old house, could be 2021 before. 2021 before. 36,000 subs, so it's post-election. I'm gonna go ahead and say, okay, I'll do fucking hard mode. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna say this is early December 2020. Okay, I gotta go right on that. Let's go late February 2021. Wait, what? Still? Gotta go right still? Am I going the wrong way? Am I going the fucking wrong way? Again? Late February 2021 is to the left, so I gotta go right more. Yeah, okay. Chat always fucks me up, dude. It's definitely before August 2021 because that's when I got canceled for purchasing a home. So maybe let's do June 2021. Okay, it's not June 2021, but it might be late May 2021. Wait, what the fuck? Okay, it's between late February 2021 and late May. So it's April or March. And there's only one guess left. Red means arrow means hot, very close. No, I don't think that's what that means. Late May 2021. I'm gonna fail, I think. Oh no, I'm gonna fail this one. Yeah, red is just the most recent guess. I'm gonna go with March. I don't know why. I feel like it's March. No, it was late March. Fuck, I was close. I said mid-March. See, this is why easy mode is necessary, okay? I fucked up. I failed my own goddamn daily guesser. Okay. Justin, President Erdogan says just as Hitler was stopped 7 years ago, Netanyahu and his murderers network must be stopped by an alliance of humanity. That's my goat, dude. Recep Tayyip Goat Doğan. Okay. All right. Let's get to it. Let's get into it. We got a lot to talk about. Not a real Hasan Abi fan. Shaking my head. It's true, dude. It's fucking true. Yeah, I heard Tucker Carlson plans to start a nicotine pouch company after deciding Zyn is not a brand for men. I mean, this is just the perfect grift. He like rose on the back of Zyn to be like a prominent figure in the bro culture. And now he's turning his back on it because he wants the grift. He wants to make like a manlier fucking version of Zyn or whatever. I think it's like really stupid, really transparent. Who gives a fuck? Fuck you, Tucker Carlson. When they're gorgeous base leftists who get canceled for their leftist takes, I like that. Yeah, everybody is yelling at Chapel Roan. And I think the reason why they're yelling at Chapel Roan is because she was like, yeah, I don't really know if I want to vote for Kamala Harris or endorse her, honestly. There's a lot of problems on either side. And people immediately took that to be like, oh, she must mean she really likes Donald Trump. Or how dare you say that there's a lot of problems on both sides of the fucking equation, of the political equation, you piece of shit. You must clearly be trying to farm like a Michael Jordan style, in a Michael Jordan style way. You must clearly be trying to farm like the conservative voters to like buy your product. It's like, no, I think it's probably because of what she said time and time again about American imperialism, specifically Palestine. But I don't know. I just genuinely don't know. But I'm pretty sure that's why she's saying that. The issue for me, at least, is like, I don't know why she just doesn't openly state it and be like, listen, I think that if the Democratic Party wants my vote, they should seek they should seek out my vote. Right? And some of the things that I care about include not murdering babies in Gaza. And I think that that is probably a good thing to stop, even if you don't care about the election. Right? She should say why for sure. She's getting flack from both sides because of it. It don't matter. Even if she said it's because of Palestine, people would be fucking hella mad at her anyway because people are annoying. Yeah, I mean, she turned down the White House invite. She said she won't be a monkey for pride. The pop star tells Rolling Stone she considered going and reading poetry about Palestinian women in protest, but ultimately decided against it. Yeah, I mean, I think obviously like Palestine is a big issue for her. It's kind of funny to compare her to Taylor Swift and be like, yo, she did the right thing. Chapel Roan is not. She's fake. She's phony. It's like, it's okay for people to have their own personal opinions on stuff like this. You know, you can disagree with them if you want, but it is certainly okay. You know, I find it really odd that people are just like, no, you don't understand. You will fucking vote for the Democratic Party and you will like it and you will be excited at the prospect. And fuck you. Actually. And also, you're no longer actually queer. Genuinely asking, is Chapel Roan actually queer or is she just a culture vulture? She moves very fake. Yeah, no. They'll also, I don't know why they haven't hit the she's white. She's a white woman. That's why she's doing this line. You know what I mean? Like, I'm surprised that hasn't come out yet. She's a rich white woman. Like, Trump won't hurt her type shit. What is this? Liberals, as soon as an LGBTQ person doesn't want to vote for Kamala Harris. I don't want to vote for Kamala. Fuck you, fake lesbian. Calling out someone for using LGBTQ aesthetics while throwing the community under the bus is based, actually. Like, why do you have a fucking... I don't get it. Like, you're a fan of mine. You have left this in your username. You got Free Palestine in your username. And you looked at this and you were like, this person is like using LGBTQ aesthetics while throwing the community under the bus. I just don't get it. Like, I'm pretty sure she's... Like, I think it's a joke. I don't know. Maybe I'm not getting it. Maybe I'm not understanding it. Maybe it was sarcasm in its delivery. All right, so I saw the most brain rotted shit about her queer baiting, and somehow they made it your fault. Lamau, I hate Twitter. Wait, what? My fault? The fuck do I have? What kind of power do I have over Chapel Roan, bro? I don't know her. And I don't think she knows me. All right? Fuck is wrong with you people on Twitter? God damn. It's just like, there is no greater indication that someone's brain is just so permanently fucking fried from all of the Twitch and Twitter activity that they engage in, because they see like, because, you know, they just attribute everything to like a random Twitch streamer. No, chatter, I also saw the tweet. It was something like, you normalize the be supportive, but hate on Democrats always mentality, which is just insanity. Yeah, dude, I am going to fucking hate on the Democratic Party unless they do shit. Okay. Her best friend follows you. Who is her best friend? Why do you know this? What the hell? Anyway, listen to me. Okay. Listen to me, guys. This is, please understand something, okay? There is no reason to have a democratic process or uphold even a theory of democracy if you are not going to extract concessions from your elected representatives. Please, if you do not extract concessions from your elected representatives, then you are not doing your part in the democratic process. Democracy is not just like a team sport, okay? The entire point of democracy is so that you vote for an elected representative that actually does right by you, okay? I find it very strange when people advocate for this inherently undemocratic position. This inherently undemocratic position that dictates that, no, you must not ask anything of your holy overlords in the Democratic Party. They know best. If they make a decision that you don't like, they actually are probably doing it for a really sick and really cool and really smart reason. and your simple puny peasant brain cannot comprehend the machinations of the Democratic Party. Okay, that's what it is. Please shut the fuck up and vote now. I'm sorry. That is a ridiculous way to operate. That is no way that a democracy operates. That's not what it is. What if I'm anti-democracy? Then you're anti-democracy. That's an entirely different subject. Oh man, never blasted off? Yeah. Chaperone is donating proceeds to Palestine and told White House to fuck off when they try to pinkwash her. She's extremely political, and this quote is cherry-picked out of context. She's criticizing the engine of celebrity endorsement and asking us to engage directly. For every UK ticket sold, £1 goes to LGBTQ rights charity Kaleidoscope Trust, and at the Merch stand in Manchester, there are signed risograph prints selling for £100, with proceeds going towards aid for Palestine. Wearing charity shop costumes. Fans Kenza and Freya said they admire Rowan's values. She's probably the only artist that's really standing up for things that no one else wants to talk about. Of the prints, Rowan says very carefully, it's just my duty to help send resources to a community that is absolutely being destroyed. And even though Kamala Harris used her deliriously goofy femininomenon in a campaign video, what we really need is a femininomenon, and seemingly copied the design of an official Rowan baseball cap, Rowan hasn't endorsed her yet. And in June, while dressed as Lady Liberty, Rowan told the crowd at Governor's Ball Festival in New York that she had declined an invitation to perform at the White House Pride event. We want liberty, we want justice and freedom for all. When you do that, that's when I'll come. I have so many issues with our government in every way, she says. There are so many things that I would want to change, so I don't feel pressure to endorse someone. There's problems on both sides. I encourage people to use your critical thinking skills, use your vote, vote small, vote for what's going on in your city. The change she wants to see in the U.S. this election year, she says instantly, is trans rights. They cannot have cis people making decisions for trans people, period. Yeah, she seems like she really likes Donald Trump, I think. I think she comes across as like very clearly invested. She comes across as like very clearly in the tank, I would say, for Donald Trump, just like me, you know. I can't really tell. She seems like a fence sitter. I can't really tell what her perspective is, you know. It's very, very stupid. A lot of this stuff is very dumb. People are very open about what their perspective is. This is a really good take on the Chapel Rowan endorsement.
Yeah, we're not stupid. We know that you call everybody a Trump supporter because you want to shut the conversation down. You don't actually think these people that you're calling Trump supporters for having critiques about Kamala Harris and her track record, specifically with the most documented genocide of all time. We know that you don't actually think those people are Trump supporters. You just don't want to have an actual nuanced conversation and actually lay everything out on the table in a genuine way. You rather be disingenuous and
yeah, it's like, that's the funniest aspect of it. It's like, first of all, half the fucking, like, at least 30% of eligible voters are like in the tank for Trump. So you being like, you're just a Trump supporter, sweetie. Like, that doesn't really hit that hard, especially when Kamala Harris literally is like, please, if you're a Trump supporter, vote for me. Okay. Literally, I will do anything. Do you want me to kill an immigrant child? I will do that at the border. I will assassinate a Guatemalan child. If you vote for me as a Trump supporter, I'm going to do this for you. Okay? I love Trump. I love the Republican Party. I'm a big fan of Trump. Like, that's the top of the fucking ticket. That's the energy that they're running on. Meanwhile, all these fucking delusional losers on the ground that are like, we're liberals, sweetie. We care about pride, are fucking running around being like, excuse you. If you have an issue with the way that the Democratic Party is currently conducting itself and its fucking tepid neoliberal centrist attitude on its most progressive policies and outright reactionary white nativist sentiment that they express on a regular basis when it comes to their immigration policies and when it comes to the complete bipartisan consensus when it comes down to American foreign policy, you must be a fucking right-winger. Also, we love right-wingers. So yeah, the reality is, if people like Chaperone were right-wingers, or if people like myself were right-wingers, the Democratic Party would actually listen to what I had to fucking say, because it seems like they care a whole deal more about what the right has to say than they do about what the left has to say. So shut your bitch ass up. Okay? Goddamn. Huh. That's how you really know. That's how you really know these motherfuckers are obviously. That's how you really know these motherfuckers know full well that we are not right-wingers. Okay? Because if they did, they'd be sucking on our dicks right now. Okay? They'd be like, oh my God, what can we do for you? What kind of amenities and concessions would you like, sir? We really need your vote because you are a right-winger and we want to be closer to you. We love you. We love your worldview. We want to be you. Okay? We're gonna talk about Dana Fash getting ahead of herself a little bit alongside Jake Asstapper. Okay, Jon Stewart had a media not criticizing Israel video. We'll cover that too. But let's get started. Obviously, let's get started on Lebanon. Okay, one thing I want you all to pay attention to right here. Nearly 560 killed in Israeli missile strikes aimed at Hezbollah. That's really interesting. I guess it was another targeted, facilitated, special military operation that was precise in its striking, and 560 people happened to be in the fucking way, just like in Gaza. Just like in Gaza, right? It's Israel always trying to, do their very best to avoid civilian casualties. Israel, small bean. Israel, moral. Israel, best democracy. Israel, only democracy. I love Israel more than I love the United States of America. Am Israel high? Okay? They are obviously, once again, just doing the most moral and most humane military operation that's ever occurred in the history of mankind. Okay? And if you fucking say that that is not correct, you anti-Semitic piece of shit, okay? I hope that you go to jail for that. I hope you go to jail for that. All right, let's continue.
Math in the Middle East, deadliest day of the war so far, growing conflict between Israel and Hezbollah. Lebanon now says that nearly 560 people died yesterday during a barrage of airstrikes that Israel says were aimed at Hezbollah rocket launchers that have menaced northern Israel for almost a year now. Mass evacuations inside Lebanon underway in the southern part of the country, and there are fears now of a possible Israeli ground invasion.
How is this any different from the U.S. attacking any other foreign nation? Big dog, it's not. Also, this is the U.S. attacking a foreign nation. Israel is the United States of America. It is not a puppet state. It is an American state. I'm sick and tired of acting like Israel is somehow separate as a sovereign nation. If it obviously was, then we would be dealing with Israel very differently. Israel is simply just America, okay? And not like a shitty state, because God forbid, let me tell you something, okay? If North Dakota had this level of smoke for South Dakota, we would be packing that shit up, okay? We'd be put in the fucking military. We would literally go in there to the governor's mansion and arrest Doug Burgum instantly, okay? And as a Burgumaniac, that would hurt because I love him. I love him a lot. And it would really hurt me to watch him try to unite the Dakotas through a military action, but we would fucking pack them up. Okay, we'd pack up North Dakota like it was nobody's business. However, when Israel gets to do it, it's one of the most important states that America has, and that's precisely the reason why they get to do it. They get to do it all the time. Don't you think it's possible Mossad just has tons of intel and is blackmailing us? There's 70 plus years of spy games between us and Israel. They probably have us compromised. No, dude. No. I think that, is that a thing? Yes. Okay. Everybody has fucking blackmail and espionage and shit. But like, no, I think that there are people who legitimately believe that like this is either because of their religious perspective. Evangelical Zionism is obviously a very prominent and very important perspective to think about here, There are theological justifications for this. There are State Department interests at play here. Ultimately, I think it's just like, it is a state. It is an American state. Okay? That's it. Guys, the motherfucking longest term prime minister of Israel is literally a dude that went to MIT and grew up in Philadelphia, okay? Benjamin Netanyahu is a man with an American social security number who literally happens to be from Philadelphia and is the fucking prime minister. Like, what are we talking about, dude? What do you mean? Like, it doesn't get more "this is America" than that. What the fuck? We haven't had a guy from Philadelphia run the goddamn country, but they do. Like, what are you talking about? This guy is a fucking American intelligence asset who is now in charge of Israel. What do you think is going on? Do you think he fakes his accent? No, he sounds like he... No, I don't think he fakes his accent. Netanyahu is Mossad, not CIA. Yes, you're right. There's no cross-pollination between Mossad and CIA. What is Jeffrey Epstein then? The fuck are you talking about, dude? What do you mean Netanyahu is Mossad, not CIA? What does that even mean? He went to MIT. He grew up in Philadelphia. He went to MIT. Do you think he never fucking dealt with the American security state at all? Like, do you think that he never participated in any meaningful capacity within the American intelligence community? Are you out of your fucking mind, dude? That's an insane question. That's an insane question. Anyway. More U.S. politicians are probably more ideologically committed to the existence of Israel than politicians committed to the existence of Montana or Iowa. Yes, abso-fucking-lutely. Yes, Benjamin Netanyahu has multiple social security numbers, or not one that we actively know of. But beyond that, that's not an insect, that's a bug-ass answer. Yes, Benjamin Netanyahu grew up in the United States of America in Philadelphia, went to MIT, and absolutely worked within the American security state, okay, within the American espionage agencies. He also is obviously Mossad as well. There's a piece from Seymour Hersh that I saw, that I read about specifically how when he was writing, when he would get like front page coverage on the New York Times, when he had a in at the New York Times back when they did some adversarial journalism, as long as it like got them, got them some decent coverage. Seymour Hersh was told by the editor-in-chief of the New York Times to go get fucking information on another story that he was talking about with Zyklon B in Germany. Okay? There was a shipment of Zyklon B that was intercepted in Germany. That's a big deal, right? That's weird. Why does Germany have Zyklon B? Last time they had it, that was when the Nazis were using it in the fucking gas chambers. Right? So in order to get proof of this, the editor-in-chief of the New York Times at the time told Seymour Hersh, Cy Hersh, okay, legendary journalist Cy Hersh, I have a guy. If you want American State Department classified information, here's the guy you go to. He will give you access. Okay? That guy's name was Benjamin Netanyahu, also known as Benjamin Netai. Okay? That's it. That's who we got. He was like, yeah, this is who I got my fucking info from. He had satellite imagery directly from the fucking CIA of these Zyklon B shipments in Germany. I gave the imagery to the New York Times. They obviously did not release the imagery because it's hyper fucking classified. But that image alone was conclusive evidence that my reporting on the matter held weight. It was real. This is something that obviously the press does on a regular basis. Sometimes you get information on background. You don't always reveal your resources. Sometimes you get Sometimes you have access to classified documents that you find. You're not always going to leak those classified documents in order not to maybe burn your leaker, or in order not to compromise an active case that is ongoing. You know what I mean? In order not to be in direct controversial, like American goals in a specific area, or like put an asset in jeopardy. So for that reason, sometimes you get classified information just to provide secondary evidence so that the editors and the editorial standards are applied to every single story to ensure that the thing that you're covering is credible, is legitimate. Okay? Anyway, how the fuck did we get here? Oh, we were talking about Israel. Just, this feminine beta wears more jewelry than my girlfriend. We know you don't have a girlfriend. Come on, bud. Come on. And if you do, don't get her to watch this fucking stream. Because you might not have a girlfriend after. Feminine beta. Nice fake tan, beta boy. Fake tan. Bitch, I live in Los Angeles. Fuck you mean fake tan? This is my favorite type of right-wing commentary. Because it's like, come on, dude. You think this is... You think people don't have eyes to see? Like, what are you saying? Like, all this alpha beta shit is dumb and childish. But like, this is one thing that like even the most lizard brain person that responds to like optics is not going to be able to, you know, avoid. Unlike the top of the hour ad break, which you can avoid, by the way. Maybe you can use your fake girlfriend's boyfriend's Amazon Prime account that you can connect to your Twitch account to get one free Prime subscription a month. He's tilted now. Yeah, I'm so tilted. You got me. You've destroyed me in the marketplace of ideas. And certainly you are not hallucinating. It's the worst when you whisper. I hate it more than when Biden whispers. Anyway. This one's not old enough to be a pet. Nah, we'll keep him as a pet. I like that. All right. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. If you don't want to get tilted by the 3-minute ad break, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $4.20 before the month of September ends, or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account to get one free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Hogs are calling you gay again. Nature is healing. Yeah. Yeah, there's nothing funnier than a Ben Shapiro watcher coming in here to be like, or like a Sneeko watcher coming in here to be like, yeah, dude, you are such a fucking beta. Like, what are the standards? Who is an alpha dog in that situation, you know? Who's the standard? Just a guy who says they're alpha, I guess. Anyway, all this alpha beta shit is so dumb. What? He's tilted. I like your pearl necklace though. Why run from Matan? Who the fuck is Matan? This might be an actual child. You'll grow up one day. All right. Let's talk about Hezbollah. or rather, let's talk about what Israel is doing in Lebanon. And more importantly, because that is the expected outcome of events, Israel has been telegraphing that they're going to be doing this for quite some time. The way that the Western media has immediately landed on the exact same point of view in the way that they analyze the situation. Okay. Nearly 560 killed in Israeli missile strikes aimed at Hezbollah. Oopsie. Who are those people? Do they have lives, dreams? You know, were they children? Were they elderly? Were they women? Nobody knows. You know, when you are in the crosshairs of Israel, you deserve it. That's just how it is. It's so suspicious, man. It's so crazy. What are the odds? Guys, what are the fucking odds? Israel always right. Israel's enemies always in the wrong. It's crazy. I don't know how they have this incredible track record, dude. Okay? It's wild. Same with America, actually. Now that I think about it, America always right. America's enemies always wrong. And then maybe 20 years later, we go, oh, I'm so sorry that we did that. Actually, that was not the best idea. As we're doing, you know, newer versions of that regardless.
And we've learned that President Biden, who's speaking today at the UN General Assembly, is sending a small number of additional U.S. troops to the region.
Oh, thank God. Okay, that's what I was worried. I was worried because Israel's always in the right and Israel's enemies always in the wrong. I was fucking worried that the 40,000 American troops that we have stationed all around the fucking peninsula was not going to be enough to defend Israel. So I'm really glad that we're sending even more troops now. That will certainly show Israel, you know, who's the boss here. That will definitely stop them from engaging in this insane, unhinged, belligerent, bloodthirsty way as they just blow up every part of the fucking region.
We'll have more on the president's remarks in a moment from Weijia Jiang at the UN, but we begin with Chris Livesay in Israel. Chris, good morning.
Good morning, Adriana. The U.S.
Oh, yeah, I saw there's a key U.S. Navy oil fueler ran aground, had an incident Monday night. Wait, I think I saw videos. I saw videos from one of the dudes inside of the fucking, the USNS Bighorn off the coast of Oman. Wait, fuck. I think it was on Dorner Post or something, where there was a dude on Snapchat being like, God damn. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. I was wondering what this was. Hold up. Let me see if I can find it real quick. It was pretty funny. Because remember, it's like these guys are just like the people that are on these ships are, some of them are literally you know what I mean? Like they have no say in this process. They're just kind of stuck on the ship. And it's just like regular ass fucking dudes. Hold on here. I'll show you the fucking video. I think this is it. He's like, oh, hell no. Hold on. Yeah. Yeah, this is it. This is from inside of the fucking... Man, this damn ship started sinking. The U.S. Navy oiler USNS Bighorn suffered serious damage and started flooding in the Sea of Oman. Earlier, the navigation portal captain reported the ship has run aground in the 300-meter deep waters of the Gulf. No official sources have disclosed any of the details surrounding the incident. Some of those sources report that tugboats are currently helping keep the ship afloat as it is towed to Dubai. The Bighorn is the only oiler that the U.S. Navy has in the Middle East, leaving the Abraham Lincoln Carrier Strike Group without its primary fuel source or any way to refuel while at sea. One ship owner told Captain that the Navy is scrambling to find a commercial oil tanker to take its place and deliver jet fuel to the USS Abraham Lincoln. If the Navy resorts to using a commercial oil tanker as a temporary replacement, it would need to install a consolidated cargo handling and fueling system, as well as entirely new control and communication systems. Specialized crews would need to be flown in the oversee the retrofit. Commercial tankers are also significantly slower to the Navy oilers, which could leave the USS Abraham Lincoln more vulnerable to attack. Done made some serious money in these boots. Yeah. Yeah. As always, they about to find out why we don't have health care or oil for our ships because we are a paper tiger kleptocracy. Anyway. So, you know, things are going great. It's like the one thing that America has, and even that is not working, okay? Like, it's the one thing that we always have money for, and even that seemingly has been hit by austerity and just like crippling bureaucracy, red tape, whatever the fuck you want to call it, just like bottom of the barrel, like constant fucking corner cutting. The enshittification has also hit the military, folks, which is crazy. I mean, you kind of see that. You kind of see that with the F-35 program when you think about it. Like, capitalism is literally fucking like destroying the one aspect it needs, the one consistent thing that needs to run smoothly, okay? Which is imperialism. Without imperialism, you have no unequal exchange. Without imperialism, you cannot extract natural resources from the third world, okay? You can't do that. But because of our nature, okay, we are literally fucking up the bag for even the one aspect that needs to work, okay? Which is pretty funny. It is pretty funny to think about that, like, all the corner cutting ends up hurting the fucking military as well. That's phenomenal work. Honestly, this is pretty embarrassing for the US military. No, don't worry, there's more. It's going to get worse. Great work, guys. Dude, I was in the Air Force and I worked on cargo jets. Them thing worked 0 out of 10 of the time. When we left Afghanistan, a bunch of my friends were supposed to go down there, but the planes kept breaking before they could even take off. No. I think the way to resolve this issue is by outsourcing it even further, okay? Your clothes are on the wrong way? What do you mean? No, you have to understand. I think if we consistently outsource, and then those private contractors that we outsource to also outsource to other private contractors in an effort to do cost cutting, things will get better inevitably. Okay. I didn't realize Twitch is owned by Amazon, which I'm starting to boycott as they provide cloud services to Israel and will invest $7.2 billion in the next decade. I'm quite conflicted on this and wanted to know what y'all think about it. Good luck, chatter, on boycotting Amazon, which currently provides through AWS those services to, I believe, approximately like what, 70% of the entire internet. Chatter, see you on Douyin, okay? Good luck, though. You know, that's one of the beautiful aspects of a monopoly, is that they are impossible to boycott. It's fantastic. Unless you are just like going off the grid. See you on Bilibili, okay? They're going to start chatting through carrier pigeon. Yeah. Why are you laughing at that, chatter? They're just trying to be kind and thoughtful. I don't know. Because it's a funny prospect. Like, because of the... Did you not hear my counter argument to that? Are you itching for another 1 week ban, Sheltered Rosebud? it's virtually impossible to boycott Amazon, which is precisely the reason why BDS doesn't even fucking have Amazon as like a primary boycott target, because it's impossible to boycott. Anyway, where were we? Let's get back to this.
U.S. military is bracing for a wider conflict, sending a small number of additional troops to the Middle East. Now, the Pentagon would not specify how many, only that they would augment the 40,000 already in the region. Did
you see that the ACP talked for 1 hour about you last night on live? No. What is the ACP?
Light of the increased tension.
Wave after wave. Missiles landed across Lebanon. 1,600 strikes in all, according to the Israeli military. The attacks continued overnight, setting fire to buildings and homes. Hundreds have been killed and thousands wounded, according to Lebanon's health ministry. The Israel Defense Forces claim it sent thousands of text, audio, and video warnings to Lebanese civilians to evacuate. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said this of the militant group Hezbollah.
It placed rockets in your living rooms and missiles in your garage. Those rockets and missiles are aimed directly at our cities, directly at our citizens.
The Israeli military said,
I don't understand why you find it shocking that America is supporting Israel, who is doing the actual terrorism in Gaza, because they have been a long history of supporting terrorism. Wow, what a refreshing new perspective that I had not thought of. Thank you for saying that, chatter. I don't know if you know this, but like, I would say my most famous moment in like my history as a broadcaster is when I said America deserved 9/11. You might be new here, but yeah, no, I've been known that America has a history of supporting terrorism globally. America is the largest facilitator of terror around the planet. Like, but yes, you're right. You're correct.
These videos capture second.
It's cool though. It's cool. I do actually unironically like it when people like newcomers into the fucking broadcast come in to say stuff like, dog, you don't understand. Like, the Democratic Party is actually, invested deeply in the same corporate oligopolists, and that's the reason why they don't make these decisions, despite the fact that it makes no sense from an electoral calculus that they're not doing good things or progressive legislation, because they're also deeply invested into by the same corporate benefactors. And it's like, thank you. You're right. You're absolutely right. You should say it more. But maybe not to me, maybe to other people, because I'm the one who says that.
Secondary explosions after the initial airstrikes as those hidden weapons detonate. Cars choked the highways as people fled into the night, heading north towards the capital, Beirut, looking for shelter in schools and anywhere they can find it. After a week of crushing blows to Hezbollah, a ground invasion is almost certain, says retired Israeli Army Colonel Kobi Maron.
Is Biden administration?
Dude, they straight up copy pasted the Gaza defense policy, like the Gaza PR policy. It's kind of wild. Like, they might accidentally end up saying, Hamas weapons caches instead of Hezbollah. You know what I mean? They're going to let it slip. Yeah, copy paste, bro. Straight up. Down to the fucking Hezbollah-run Lebanese health ministry. Like, they even said Hezbollah-run Lebanese health ministry, man. That's crazy. What a shocking turn of events. Who could have guessed? Once again, Israel right, Israel's enemies wrong. I mean, guys, these guys are just always, they just happen to be in a bad neighborhood, and they're always getting fucked with, and they just know there's nothing else they can do. They have to kill children, okay?
Is going to like it? No. But they understand when 2 million people right now under attack, Israel should do whatever we can to stop the fire, to make the war as short as we can.
Can Israel afford to have a multi-front war?
Well,
No. Absolutely not, which is why we got all of our fucking Marines out there, dude. Hard dicked, ready to go. Most lethal military of all time, baby. Woo! Let's go. Let's go. Another fucking generation of broken kids, dude. That's going to be sick. Bring them back here after they get their dicks blown off by fucking IEDs and shit on the roads of Lebanon by a standing military force that has a lot more combat experience than they do. But hey, guess what, dude? We protected Israel, okay? They'll come back. They'll have their fucking shit blown off. They'll be fucked beyond repair. They'll be able to get their communications degrees, though, and then also join the awful dog shit fucking jobs market that everyone else is a part of. But hey, the government paid off their fucking student loan debts, so there you go. Give those guys some guns, too, you know? They love their guns. Let them have them. 22 a fucking day. You know what it is. I mean, that number has gone down a little bit. I think it's like 20 a day now. Great stuff overall. I was thinking about this a lot. Like, you know how Nazis will bring up like USS Liberty to be like, America, like Israel fucking killed American soldiers. Like, how is that even appropriate? Like, I can't believe it. And it's like, dude, what do you think you think America gives a shit about its fucking military? You think America gives a shit about its fucking soldiers, dude? Like, what are you talking about? Look at the state. Look at the fucking state of affairs, okay? Look around, okay? You got homeless veterans on the fucking street. You got veterans killing themselves all the goddamn time. They don't give a fuck. Who gives a fuck whether it's Israel blowing them up or if it's some fucking dude in the Taliban who has been dominated by American military his entire life, who just like obviously takes up the call to arms to be like, yeah, I want to fucking kill these dudes, and then blows their shit up. Who cares who the target is? America still does not give a shit about its own soldiers, obviously. The fuck?
Unfortunately, we already have it. It's very tough.
The Pentagon says Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin has been pressing Defense Minister Yoav Gallant for a diplomatic solution.
Thank you for bravely speaking out against our military. I know it must be hard for you as a Korean veteran. Yes. I never said which part of the fucking Korean War I fought on, though. You know what I'm saying? You might be thinking, oh, well, Turkey participated in the Korean War on the side of America. Not this Turk. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was out there. I was out there fighting the good fight. For the DPRK, baby, on the right side.
To the fighting, the U.S. State Department is warning all Americans to leave Lebanon while commercial flights are still available. Nate?
Chris Lipsey in Israel, thank you.
And we begin this hour with the vicious fighting in the Middle East after Israel launched a wave of airstrikes yesterday, killing 560 people nearly in Lebanon. The Israeli military says the target was the militant group Hezbollah.
Israel strikes on Hezbollah, kills hundreds. Ooh. They killed hundreds of Hezbollah soldiers? Wow, that's crazy. Oh, no, they didn't. They actually killed a shit ton of civilians. They just killed 500 civilians in one fucking day. But you would never understand that if you just simply watched American news, American media.
Which has fired thousands of rockets into Israel since the start of the war in Gaza. The U.S. is now...
Oh, no. They fired 500 rockets into Israel. How many rockets has Israel fired into fucking Lebanon since October 7? Oh, that's right. 80%. 80 fucking percent of the back and forth tit for tat border across the border fucking rocket fire came from Israel. But you won't hear that. You won't hear that from fucking mainstream news either. Okay? I like that, everyone is aware at this point that like governments lie in an effort to fucking go to war. And, that's just what they do, right? With the WMD lie that the George W. Bush administration put forward in an effort to go and justify unjustifiable and illegal occupation and invasion of Iraq. Meanwhile, they're like, but also when Israel says there's cruise missiles under grandma's bed, I'm going to believe it. Okay. Cool. That's great, man. That's great. That means, yeah, you're definitely not a fucking idiot. Okay.
Now sending additional troops to the region and warning Americans still in Lebanon to leave if possible. To help us understand the situation, we are now joined by Samantha Vinograd, a CBS News national security contributor and former assistant secretary for counterterrorism at DHS.
Yeah, here is our government stooge. Here is our former fucking agent from the Department of Homeland Security to contextualize why what Israel is doing is fucking epic and sick and dope, okay?
Yes. Good morning, Sam. So glad you're with us on a morning like today. It seems like this just continues to escalate.
Will we have like a Lebanese person on? Is there any interest at all from mainstream media in maybe contextualizing this violence from the perspective of the victims? No. Nah. We'll have Lebanese people on. They'll just also be government stooges working within the private-public partnership that we have within the military-industrial complex. They'll come in with their spreadsheets and show how sick it is that Israel is using the latest weaponry. You know, are there not Lebanese people with direct involvement with their family members in Lebanon right now getting hit by Israeli rockets? Well, American rockets that Israel is deploying on top of the civilian Lebanese population? Of course there are. We just can't seem to get a hold of them. The only Lebanese person we'll have will be a fucking phalangist who works for the fucking Middle East Institute and has a lot of State Department experience that will go on and say, this is an awesome military campaign and totally valid, and it's awesome, and they should do it harder, okay?
With more airstrikes in different parts of the border with Israel. Explain to us what the latest situation is in your reaction.
Well, Israel and Hezbollah have both been redefining what is off limits since October 7th from a targeting perspective. Just for context, since the mid-1980s, Hezbollah has been calling for the destruction of the state of Israel. After October 7th, Hezbollah upped the level of its cross-border strikes into...
I love that we don't even need... I love that we don't even fucking need like Jonathan Concuncrius's ugly ass Frankenstein's monster looking ass to go on and be like, this is why we must strike hard. We must strike hard and do the bidding. We are doing a holy war on terror. These terror children, they live. They are son of Hamas. They are all Hamas inside of Hezbollah. We don't even need that guy anymore because we got our own fucking stooges, dude. We got our own guys. We don't even need that guy. We got our own guys to talk about how sick it is that Israel is pummeling not Gaza, sorry. Israel is now pummeling Lebanon into submission. Okay? Look at the Habsburg jaw on this one. Holy fuck, Jesus Christ.
To Israel, supposedly in solidarity with the Palestinian people. Since that time, cross-border strikes have certainly escalated. And more recently, Israel has launched targeted airstrikes into Beirut, into the capital, with mass civilian casualties. And Hezbollah...
The funniest aspect of this is the overt admission that they want Hezbollah to stop striking northern Israel and decouple Hezbollah from defending Gaza, right? Like, they openly admit this. They openly say, like, oh yeah, we just want you to stop. We just want you to stop trying to defend the people of Gaza, right? That's the goal. That's the ultimate goal of Israel in this military campaign. That's what Benjamin Netanyahu has openly admitted. Okay, here's another alternative to that. It's called stop genociding the Palestinians. But God forbid anybody suggests that. If you ever suggest that, you are a anti-Semitic piece of shit, okay? Don't you dare suggest such an incredible, unimaginable reality. How dare you? How dare you even fucking say that, there is one other alternative out there, which is called stop genociding Palestinians. That is the most anti-Semitic thing you could have ever come up with. I'm very upset with you.
Hezbollah has been launching strikes at a broader range of targets in Israel and much further into Israeli territory.
For context here, though, Hamas terrorists invade Israel on October 7th, almost a year ago, and then Hezbollah starts firing rockets in the north, a whole different part of the country. Tens of thousands of Israelis haven't been able to go back home since then. And now you have all this fighting. It's very difficult for Lebanese citizens. Why does Hezbollah, which also has a role in politics?
Yeah, no, Hezbollah is the Hezbollah is the bad actor here, not Israel. No, definitely not. Definitely not. No. How do you invade your own country? Yeah, Western media is so fucking awesome, dude. The way that we cover this shit, like, I don't know how to explain this, but this is precisely the fucking exact same shit that they said about Hamas. We have to free the Palestinians from the grip of Hamas. Okay? We have to free the Palestinians from Hamas. Is exactly what they said. We have to free the Lebanese people from Hezbollah. Okay? Oh. The preemptive strikes are always justified, okay? They're always justified. Isn't that what Russia said too? Yes, exactly. And that's why it's a beautiful hypocrisy that you can always point to, okay? If you want to understand normal coverage on these issues, just look to the way that they fucking covered Russia's unjustifiable invasion of Ukraine. Why is it that when Israel does it, though, they're like, no, you don't understand. This is like totally valid. The fuck? Totally valid. What? Hamas got baited by Hezbollah. Looks like it does not want more smoke. IDF is going to go ham on Hezbollah. Diplomatic cover for Israel to take out Hezbollah weapon stocks. Will Hezbollah respond in kind to have their high command mostly decapitated? Hamas got baited by a free rave. What do you mean Hamas got baited by a fucking free rave? More like Israel literally fucking did a rave, knowing full well that there were actual military training happening right next to the fucking border. And Israel was like, oh, this concentration camp border we have is a fantastic place to throw a fucking free rave. Let's actually do that. Let's put a fucking rave right there next to the goddamn border wall. Okay? Seems like a good idea to me. Hey, guess what? It wasn't a good idea. And you know who also thought it wasn't a good idea? The fucking family members of people who were slain at that fucking rave. Guess what they're doing? They're suing the Israeli government. Why are they suing the Israeli government? Because the Israeli government got a million different heads ups before October 7, leading up to October 7. And they were like, nah, fuck it, YOLO, put the rave there anyway. Okay? Surely nothing will happen. And then they also fucking blasted people with goddamn helicopters. They did. They straight up did that. The Israeli government is going to investigate itself and find that it committed no crime. Yeah. Gaza, West Bank, and soon Lebanon are going to be parking lots. That is just a fact. It's happening. You could even say Gaza is a parking lot. Gaza is a parking lot now. There isn't much to defend. I doubt there's even 600,000 people left alive in Gaza. I don't understand why you're saying these sorts of things as though it's like a good thing. It feels very weird to look at like active genocide and be like, it's just a parking lot now. Like, you're very callous, you know? Did you ever apologize to Chav for saying the helicopter thing? This is the most important piece of it. What? No. No, I didn't. Because at the time, there wasn't conclusive evidence. And if you thought that I was going to fucking let speculation run wild while still simultaneously covering the Hannibal Doctrine as to why this could have been a possible reality. But if you thought that, like, when all eyes were looking desperately at me being anti-Semitic, okay, I was just gonna fucking run with that, you're delusional, okay? Without conclusive evidence, you're out of your fucking mind. Jesus Christ, dude. What do you think it will take for America to stop backing Israel? Nothing. Apologize to chat. What is the helicopter thing? He's just joking. Yeah, apologize to chat is always a fucking ridiculous statement. Apologize for what? Waiting for more evidence? Sorry, I'm not going to fucking apologize for that. Americans are allowed to be callous like that one Nazi because they never had to worry about it being them. Yeah. No, just it gets so wildly expensive that it makes the defense market collapse. Fuck no, dude. Are you kidding me? Listen, okay? Zelensky is in Scranton, Pennsylvania at an artillery shell factory talking about how wonderful it is that like America is now supplying Ukraine with more artillery shells that they desperately need. American manufacturing is ramping up. Hundreds of thousands of new jobs are directly being created specifically for our weapons manufacturers. Okay? We are doing World War II economy, war economy shit in the United States of America for proxy wars and direct wars. Okay? We're talking about how beneficial it is that we have our war machine turning. It is genuinely terrifying. Like, the future prospects of this is legitimately fucking terrifying. I think it's a very scary future.
Politics and in public services in Lebanon. Why is it doing this to its own people? Why did it get involved in something that was between Israel and Hamas?
Well, as I mentioned, Hezbollah has been focused on the destruction of the state of Israel since the mid-1980s. It is a designated foreign terrorist organization, in addition to being a political force within Lebanon. Hezbollah has been attacking Israel since the mid-1980s, and there's been a series of conflicts between the two countries. But Tony, Hezbollah is a very sophisticated fighting force. They have a huge arsenal of weapons, they are highly trained, and they have the backing of the regime in Iran, like Hamas.
Yeah, why did they just like fucking hate Israel since the 80s? Like, do you think it's just like Jew hatred? That's probably what it is, right? Please don't investigate any further, like, how that happened. Like, what might have happened in the fucking 80s for like a group of the Lebanese population to be like, hey, yo, this Israel thing is like kind of fucked up. Because they're Jewish, of course. That's the reason. It must be the reason. That must be the reason. That's how that happened for sure. Please don't Google it. Don't investigate it any further.
Hamas does, but Hezbollah is a highly sophisticated fighting force that would present a challenge to the state of Israel if Israel did escalate further by launching a ground operation in Lebanon.
When I was in Israel reporting on the aftermath of the war before the counter invasion of Gaza, the IDF was telling me that the Hamas fight is like a fly and Hezbollah is like an elephant. They just militarily are on a whole other scale.
Yeah, and as Tony mentioned, it is widening regionally. But do you believe that this could escalate to an even larger scale war, which is the worry of the surrounding parties?
Well, it is already a regional conflict. Israel and Iran have traded direct strikes. Iran has activated its proxies all over the region. What the U.S. is seeking to avoid is Israel launching a ground operation in Lebanon.
Yeah, the reason why U.S. is seeking to avoid that is because Israel would get fucking destroyed, okay? The Israeli military can't even fucking deal with Hamas in Gaza. After pummeling Gaza, they're still incurring serious fucking casualties. How the fuck are they going to also do a two-front war with a much better equipped military? They're not. America knows if Israel if Israel pushes into fucking Lebanon, then American soldiers are going to have to be activated. But the reality is, they're not doing enough to stop Israel. They're not doing enough to stop Israel from pushing for this, and pushing for this escalation, because right now we are currently experiencing, and I said this yesterday, and I will repeat it. We're currently experiencing, you know, like Man in the High Castle shit. Like, oh, in an alternative universe, like what would happen if America joined World War II on the side of the Nazis? You're seeing that. Okay? That is precisely what is going on right now. You're watching it happen. If you are wondering what it would look like if America joined the side of the Nazis in World War II, well, look no further than what happens when America does join the side of the ultra-nationalist movement, a fascist apartheid regime specifically doing genocide. What do you mean they were on the side of Nazis? Come on. Be serious. Okay. Yes. American corporations were on the side of the Nazis, and there were certainly corporations that continued supplying the Nazis to a certain degree. But ultimately, you're ridiculous if you're saying that. Okay. It's like, yes, America did join World War II on not the side of the Nazis. Okay. Against the Nazis, and defeated the Nazis. What they didn't defeat, however, was fascism. They did not defeat Nazism and fascism. They actually became, those guys became valuable allies to America's more important goal after that.
And a direct confrontation between Israel and another country, another nation state in the region. And that's why the U.S. has sent additional troops and is working both diplomatically.
Don't understand how anyone takes you seriously. I don't know, maybe because I'm right 98% of the time. Like, it's an especially weird question to ask right now of all fucking days, when for months and months I've been saying Benjamin Netanyahu is going to invade Lebanon to goad the United States into directly getting themselves involved in this conflict. This will pose, obviously, a great human toll on the Lebanese population. But beyond that, it also poses an electoral consequence. It is a massive misstep by the Democratic Party to not pack up Israel as quickly as they possibly can, leaving it out there. Okay? Leaving it out there for an October surprise, which is not really a surprise, an October expectation at this point. Yeah. They're using TikTok comments, shit slinging, and Twitch chat. Hasan Abi is so annoying. How can people watch this dude? He's so annoying type beat. Yeah, I know. JDAM, a military expert, Hasan. Yeah, I mean, despite my non-expertise, I seem to be quite correct on every single thing that I've said about Israel's actions. If you were actually an honest person, you would recognize that, but you're not. That's why you keep talking about J-names. How many fucking hospitals has Israel blown up, dumb fuck? The answer is all of them, okay? All of them. They've laid siege on every single hospital, but you don't care about that. You watched one motherfucking drama YouTuber and came in here to be like, yeah, I got him. It's cool, man. It's cool. There's an ongoing genocide happening, and your only goal here is to just fucking talk shit to a goddamn Twitch streamer when you're objectively in the wrong. Go back to your cookie rocket expert, okay? Yeah. Cookies are illegal inside of Gaza because Hamas is using it for rockets.
Classic. Diplomatic channels and trying to deter
Cookie
both
and pasta
Israel
rockets.
and Iran and its proxies from escalating further.
So the president's going to talk at the UN later today. Are things going to be solved by tomorrow?
I don't think President Biden will find an off switch at the UN General Assembly. I think instead there is behind the scenes activity to try to convince the government of Lebanon, as well as Iran and the proxies it supports, that escalating further will not end well.
Yeah, the off switch search is really, we're fumbling around in the dark looking for that switch.
Yeah.
The world is.
And the U.S. has been trying to help diplomatically, but, you know, like we reported, they have sent
No, they're not.
some troops to the region, additional troops. Could that be a slippery slope? How much more can the U.S. get pulled into this conflict?
Well, we are already pulled in. We came to Israel's defense when there was a barrage of aerial assets directed at Israel. The forces that are in the Middle East, the additional forces, are meant to help provide for Israel's security, to deter further escalation, and also to come to the defense of U.S. citizens if they need it, both American forces.
Absolutely. America will not come to the defense of U.S. citizens if they are Lebanese, okay?
Diplomats and American civilians. There are a lot of dual citizens living in countries like Lebanon if the situation escalates further.
Absolutely not. America will not do a goddamn thing, okay? The thing that they will do, however, is deploy troops if necessary. We know how America deals with defending U.S. citizens. We know how America deals with Israel killing U.S. citizens. They killed a U.S. citizen a couple weeks ago. I don't think the Biden administration has even reached out to the fucking family, as a matter of fact. So.
Welcome to New York, where the United Nations General Assembly is meeting at a critical time. The UN was, of course, set up precisely to prevent conflicts like the one in Lebanon from spreading. Despite President Biden's calls for restraint in his speech this morning, few here believe that anyone who matters in the Middle East is actually listening to him. The last update from the Lebanese government this morning said that 558 people had been killed since yesterday in Israel's strikes on Hezbollah targets, 50 of them children. And the Iran-backed group has continued to attack military facilities in northern Israel. The main focus of Israel's strikes is the south of the country, where dozens of Hezbollah targets.
What's the next country after Lebanon? I mean, they're not going to be able to roll over Lebanon as easily. That's ridiculous. But if they were, with the help of the United States, the next country would obviously be Syria. Like, Syria is next, and then Jordan. But Jordan would probably be handled through more diplomatic means if it got to that. It's so funny because everybody always talks about Russia's ambition of reinstituting the Russian Empire, right? Oh, they're gonna go into fucking they're gonna go all the way to Poland. They're gonna push into Poland. They're going to rebuild the bridge, use Transnistria to fucking take up all of that land, right? And obviously, Russia's capabilities are nowhere near, considering that they are not, attached to the hip to the greatest superpower on the planet, the United States of America. But having said that, Israel literally is doing that. Israel is doing that all the fucking time. Israel has done that and will continue doing that.
Have been hit. The onslaught has driven tens of thousands of people from their homes. They're heading north towards the capital, Beirut, where Israel says it killed another senior Hezbollah commander, Ibrahim.
Why is Israel further expanding its war? Seems pretty idiotic. Why did apartheid South Africa expand its war and engage in cross-border invasions? That seemed pretty idiotic. Why did Hitler open up new fronts during World War II? That seemed pretty idiotic. Well, the answer is they're fucking bloodthirsty. That's it. And they are running on fucking fumes. I suspect that a lot of people that are in charge of the Israeli government and in charge of the Israeli military recognize that this is their last hurrah. So whatever incursions they get, whatever land gains they make will most likely be their last stand. Okay? That's what I think. I think that the calculation that they're making is like, we will take whatever we can in our greater ambition of creating greater Israel. Okay? And, you know, we will do our very best to take up as much space as we possibly can before until Bibi goes out. Now, fuck, it's not just Benjamin Netanyahu chatters. Come on, dude. Look at fucking Yair Lapid. Look at the centrist opposition to Benjamin Netanyahu celebrating Benjamin Netanyahu's actions in Lebanon this past week. Okay? I mean, if their intention is to expand Israel, why would they stop if no one stopped them in Gaza? I have a feeling the West Bank will be coming up soon. Yes.
Mohammed al-Kabasi in a strike today. Paul McNamara now reports from Beirut.
And still they come. For the second day, the roads north grind forwards as tens of thousands flee their homes in southern Lebanon. Many are heading for Beirut. Some are stopping at the soonest safe haven. It's been an exhausting journey for Batul. She gave birth just 5 days ago. She fled yesterday with all 4 of her daughters, had to turn back once because of an airstrike just in front of her car, and finally made it to this school in Berger district 20 miles south of Beirut.
Yeah, while this is happening, they're also doing a permanent evacuation of northern Gaza, for the record. It's just crazy to think, because like none of this would happen if America wasn't constantly supplying Israel with all of the weapons that they need. Okay? That's why I have said from the start that America has one mechanism to restrain Israel. It is a simple phone call. That's it. That's what makes it so fucking... That's what makes it extra gross. This is an ongoing genocide that could be stopped with a phone call. There's no... Like, when we talk about Russia invading Ukraine, when we talk about Russia taking over eastern Ukraine and annexing those territories, okay, that is a significantly... The morality is clear, right, on that. We know what the good side is and we know what the bad side is. What Russia is doing is unjustifiable and what Russia is doing is bad. But the dealing in that situation is more complicated because Russia is an adversary outside of the scope of American influence. Okay? Having said that, with Israel, it's not so complicated because Israel would not be able to do any of this without America's constant support. That's it. So it is literally a phone call. One phone call is all it takes. That's why all this like, oh, they're working tirelessly around the clock to get a fucking ceasefire shit is completely bullshit. Complete and utter pure bullshit. America has stopped Israel in the past, and America could stop Israel yesterday, and it could stop Israel tomorrow if they wanted to. But they're not. Instead, they have bear-hugged Benjamin Netanyahu, as Joe Biden did, and has consistently funneled weapons into Israel so they can continue doing their bidding, to continue doing their genocide.
Last night.
I was not expecting everything to happen like this. It escalated so suddenly. At first, we thought living in our village would be okay because the Israelis used to hit just Hezbollah. But the last 2 or 3 days, they're not striking just Hezbollah. Now they're striking everywhere.
Yesterday evening, this
will take a long time, but I suspect that, and I said this yesterday as well, like there are 2 grave threats to Israel's existence, right? And it's not fucking Iran or Hezbollah or Hamas or anything like that, okay? The greatest threat to Israel's existence is Israelis themselves being like, yeah, fuck this shit. I don't feel safe here at all. I'm leaving. I'm going back to Brooklyn. I'm leaving. I'm going to France. I'm leaving. I'm going to fucking the UK. Okay? When that happens, you're fucked. Because now what you have left is, lol, that's a weird argument, to be honest. It's not. It's not a weird argument at all. What the fuck are you talking about? It's literally happening right now. When that happens, when that remains, okay, when more and more liberal Israelis, who are themselves most likely bloodthirsty as well, okay, in terms of like how Israel has dealt with Gaza or whatever, but they don't like the negative consequences of Israel doing that, which is like the Iron Dome and its security perishing. Okay, the veil of security that the Iron Dome has created going away when you got motherfucking hypersonic missiles coming from Ansar Allah into fucking Israeli territory. Okay, you are left with a country that is packed to the fucking gills with the most inbred, uneducated, ultra-nationalist, rabid Haredi population, and like, I don't know, a handful of fucking, a handful, the Haredi population, the ultra-nationalist, like Itamar Ben-Gvir style losers, okay? And like a handful of Russian dudes, okay? With no real connection to Judaism whatsoever, that aren't Jewish, but are just Israeli citizens now. That's all you got. That's all you have that remains at that point, okay? That and a nuclear arsenal. Yeah, and the exiled pedophiles. Exactly. It is devastating. Like all that shit, like all that startup nation shit, okay? All that like, oh, we made the desert bloom shit. It all goes away. Okay? It's done.
School became a refugee camp. 300 people now call it home. 300 of the poorest from South Lebanon.
So they have nothing?
Nothing. No clothes, no food, nothing.
And have you got enough to provide for them?
We don't have too much things to do.
So what do you need?
We need mattress, blankets, food, diapers, milk for the babies, medicaments.
Who will they come from? Is it the government that will give you those things?
Nobody will give us. Till now, nobody.
Their best hope, we were told, donations from those living locally.
People have been arriving in this town.
Outside of Hezbollah being a proxy, do you think an Iranian intervention is possible if Israel keeps making inroads into Lebanon? No. There's two different perspectives from people who are much smarter than me analyzing the situation. The number one perspective is, one perspective is that Iran does not want the smoke, okay? Or the classic attitude from the regional actors would be that Iran hates the Sunnis more than it hates Israel, okay? That's a classic fucking like Salafist perspective as well. I don't agree with it. I'm just going to say it. I'm just simply telling you that that is how some people analyze the situation, that Iran does not want genuine engagement and that they're absolutely fucking terrified of genuine engagement. I'm not like a subreddit Andy who will sit behind my keyboard and go, oh, dude, fucking go and fight them. Like, what's wrong with you, right? I'm not gonna be that fucking idiot, okay? The other perspective is that Israel is goading all of the regional actors into retaliation, a retaliation that is so large and so expensive in terms of like human casualties within Israel that America comes in and is forced into defending Israel. Okay? And that the restraint demonstrated from Hezbollah and demonstrated from Iran in terms of its tit-for-tat retaliation so far has been to make a calculated retaliation that basically says like, look, we're going to push back when you push us, but, you know, we're not going to do something so crazy that that there is like a righteous vengeance cause that where Israel can turn around and pull American troops into direct conflict. Okay? I assume that I lean a little bit more on that side of the analysis. What are the options for Iran to actually do something, achieve something that doesn't turn into expanded conflict, more funding and equipping? The top of the hour? Oh my God, you fucked me. To various militias around Israel? Yes. You got me. Okay. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. As always, if you no longer want to see those ads, well, then all you need to do is subscribe for $4.20 in the month of September, or for free with the Twitch Prime. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Is your stance that the U.S. should have colonies and the situation of Puerto Rico is okay for you? Can you cover Puerto Rico, man? Is it hard to ask? One day Hasan will cover Puerto Rico. One day. I have covered Puerto Rico a bunch. Like, is it hard to have empathy for Puerto Ricans? When will we talk about Puerto Rico, man? Can you cover Puerto Rico, man? Is it hard to ask? Is your stance that the U.S. should have colonies and the situation of Puerto Rico is okay to you? The current situation is horrifying. Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm a big fan of colonization, specifically of Puerto Rico. I have a unique position on this where I think Hawaii should be given back to the indigenous population, but Puerto Rico should remain a U.S. colony, as I famously say all the time. As I've always said. Bro, I'm actually autistic. This is not okay. I was so confused for a moment. Chat, is he memeing? Come on, guys. Do you think if rightfully Lebanon attacked back that American media would say it's genocide? Love your videos. Any kind of retaliation from Hezbollah will be seen as an unjustifiable attack, and that ultimately it will be the green light for Israel to deploy nukes if they even want to, from the way that the Western media covers it. 100%. What? Starmer demands the return of sausages from Gaza? What?
Call again.
Oh, yeah. I fucking hate Keir Starmer so goddamn much.
Throughout the last year. Since yesterday, the exodus has been so huge that they're now at the point they simply don't know whether or not they're going to be able to cope.
Actually, you know what? This chatter actually brought up a really good point. I changed my position, and I apologize for the anti-Semitic thing that I just said. Everyone knows Puerto Rico should be given to Israel. Yes. I think my new stance is that Puerto Rico should be not only an American colony, but should be given to its rightful owner, the state of Israel. I forgot that was that was what the real thing that should have happened.
This morning, though, yet more hell from above. More than 1,500 targets have been attacked since the beginning of the week, according to the Israel Defense Force. Hundreds have died. It's a death toll that's rising. We don't know how many Hezbollah members are among the dead, but the numbers do include at least 50 children and 94 women, according to the Lebanese Ministry of Health.
Anyone who has a missile hidden in their living room and a rocket in their garage will not have a home.
In his sights, Hezbollah commanders. In this apartment block in a densely populated area of South Beirut, Israel claimed to kill another senior Hezbollah member today. Missiles have been traded in both directions, though. These are Israeli interceptors shooting down Hezbollah rockets from the sky above. Damage has now been inflicted as far south into Israel as suburbs of the port city Haifa. Back in Lebanon's many newfound camps, everything about everyone's future here is uncertain.
Do you know if your house is still standing?
My house was still there when we left, he tells me, but they carried on bombing my village until 6 in the evening. I have no idea if it's still there.
We need peace.
What is this? Susei virus. Good morning. I'm still alive. Bit OT is getting worse and worse over here. Schools have to close early and we can hear fighter jets in the sky. Also, they hit a hospital in the south. Yeah, I think we're next. Holy shit. Self-proclaimed number one Hoshimachi Susei fan. Well, to the Susei virus account that also follows me, I ask, why did the hospital choose to have cruise missiles underneath its basement? Why did the hospital choose to house Hamas? I mean, Hezbollah. Oops, sorry. I'm using the exact same fucking bullshit justification, and I accidentally leaked that I'm just copy-pasting the same talking point. Yeah, it was a hospital for missiles. That's a big VTuber stan account? Yeah. People might not get the joke. Yeah, I'm obviously fucking... It's so fucking frustrating.
We need humanity. We need real persons who believe in God, because God is for everybody.
Do you have much faith that that peace and humanity is coming anytime soon?
I don't know.
Right now, it's a view shared by many across.
You know how Israel has an Iron Dome? Why do resistance groups even bother bombing? Is it just to symbolize that they will and can retaliate? Yes. That is... It is to create... It is to... Well, one, that's expensive, okay? It is about causing as much damage as you possibly can and depleting them of their arsenal. It's not like the Iron Dome is infinite. There is no infinite supply. Okay. And the Iron Dome also is not perfect in terms of its interceptions. And the goal is to basically deplete it of its Tamir interceptor missiles, and also get a couple pot shots in. This costs a lot of fucking money. Yesterday's bombing raids cost $178 million, according to Israel. Nice, dude. Sick. 500 people they killed for $178 million. Seems like a wonderful use of finite resources. Oh, dude, here. This is also the other side of the question. The movement for settlement in southern Lebanon published this map featuring the new Hebrew names for the settlements of southern Lebanon based on the current names of the Lebanese towns and villages. Now, remember, liberal Zionists will tell you, like, oh, these guys are just fucking freaks. They're actually an edge case. They're not an edge case. You have welcomed them into your country. You welcomed them into your government, okay? Whether you have an issue with it or not, due to optics or due to the genuine disgust that you have in your heart for them, it does not change the reality that the Israeli government is literally moving in this direction, okay? It's just the truth. And many of you liberal Zionists, well, none of you are in here right now, but many liberal Zionists that also talk about how much they fucking hate the settlers are inevitably going to move to Sherman Oaks. They're inevitably going to move to Brooklyn. They're inevitably going to move to different parts of the world because the Israeli government has been completely fucking captured by these psychopaths. Okay? Straight up.
That's it. You are going to find that the country that you theoretically enjoy, that you believe is this like bastion of all things good, is not so good. Okay? And it's filled to the goddamn brim with bloodthirsty, inbred, ultra nationalist, rabid psychopaths. Yeah. Deadliest day in Lebanon in decades. FAFO. Yeah, they fucked around and they found out, dude. Welcome to the result of attacking Israel for 12 months. Great stuff, man. Where's the inbred stuff coming from? The fucking the ultra orthodox, right-wing ultra orthodox population that comprises a lot of the fucking settlers are deeply inbred. It's the same shit, dude. It's our hogs. It's not any different. The deadheads, yeah. The fucking Rastafarians. The white guys with dreads.
Jets in areas.
In case you had any doubts about where they get their orders, CNN military analysts now referring to the occupied. Oh, the spider rapist, dude. Former commanding general of the U.S. For U.S. Army Europe and 7th Army, Lieutenant General Mark Hertling, retired, referring to the occupied West Bank by the fabricated Zionist name Judea and Samaria. That's sick, man.
Gaza, Lebanon, and also operating in Judea and Samaria.
Yeah. Talk to me about, Judea and Samaria, baby. Hell yeah. Like, how? How are you this guy? How are you talking like a fucking rabid ultra-Zionist settler? Like, what do you mean, Judea and Samaria, dog? What the fuck are you saying? Like, who taught you that? Who taught you that? You didn't fucking come up with that on your own. Somebody told you that. Like, what the fuck? That's crazy. That's crazy. For those of you who don't know, for those of you who do not fucking know, okay, you can tell a lot by someone's perspective on Israel by the way that they refer to the West Bank, which is occupied Palestinian land, okay? It is an occupied Palestinian territory. It belongs to the Palestinians under international law, okay? It is currently illegally occupied by Israel. This is not just my opinion. This is the opinion that was reiterated by the ICJ recently, a couple months prior to this, okay? When someone refers to the West Bank as anything but illegally occupied Palestinian territory, okay, it's instead, if they use Judea and Samaria, they are a rabid ultra nationalist, a rabid ultra Zionist. They are a fucking fascist, okay? And it's additionally weird when you got like some random fucking Alabaman Christian retired general referring to it like he's a goddamn settler living in the fucking West Bank. Like, what are you talking about, dude? You're not Israeli. The fuck do you mean? Why do you know the terms? Like, what are you, a fucking Kahanist? Like, what the fuck's going on here? So every evangelical Brazilian is an ultra Zionist? Yes. Yes.
to strike those targets where Hezbollah terrorists and others are communicating.
Oh my God. Incredible stuff.
Across Lebanon.
There are a couple of significant things happening here. First of all, we are seeing the displacement of people used as a weapon of war. Israel inflicting further economic damage on a nation that's already financially crippled. There is no president at the moment. There hasn't been since 2022. Parliament couldn't agree on someone. Functions of state are not functioning. Israel is exploiting how ill-equipped this nation is to deal with a crisis. Second of all, with that strike that we saw earlier on today in South Beirut, we saw Israel claim that they have killed another senior Hezbollah commander, a man called Ibrahim Kabasi. This was the man who was in charge of Hezbollah's rockets and missiles. Israel seems to have a list of senior commanders that they are working their way down. It's the same way they operated with Hamas commanders in Gaza. Last Friday, they killed another senior commander, the man who was in charge of cross-border operations into Israel. This isn't just deteriorating Hezbollah militarily, but symbolically and psychologically. There is still a war. There is still a fear that this war could escalate, this conflict could escalate. This evening, there are reports that the UK Ministry of Defence is accelerating plans to evacuate Brits who are here. But for the 5.5 million Lebanese people for whom this is their home, it's their reality from which there is no escape.
Paul in Beirut, thank you very much indeed. Well, earlier I spoke to Rania Abu Zaid, a Lebanese-Australian journalist and writer who's based in Beirut. And I began by asking her to describe the mood today after the intense bombardment of the last 2 days and whether there's a fear that Lebanon is becoming like Gaza.
That's the fear here, especially when you listen to the Israelis. Yesterday, the IDF spokesperson was talking about Hezbollah hiding rockets in homes, and that, to many Lebanese, that sounded like they were preemptively excusing the targeting of civilian homes. And we have seen entire families who were killed in their homes in the south. So that is absolutely the fear.
Right now, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris military surveillance intelligence aircraft is circling off the coast of Lebanon. The Democrats-controlled U.S. military are full partners in the Zionist massacre in Lebanon, just as they are in Gaza. Yeah, in the least shocking turn of events, the military is, of course, facilitating the ongoing massacre in Lebanon. That's why it's so funny when dumb fucks are like, why do you care so much? Like, you're American. Look away. It's like, no, I can't. I can't look away. We are responsible. We are an active participant in this bloodshed. And as a matter of fact, this bloodshed would not even exist without our participation. It literally would not happen. It cannot happen. Okay? The notion that we supply, alongside Germany and Italy, we supply 100% of Israel's munitions, okay? 70% of it comes directly from us, the United States of America, and that if we were to dial back on that, when Israeli generals and Israeli officials have said we would not be able to do anything without the United States of America's full-throated support, is so funny. It's just so stupid when people are like, oh, you don't understand. They would just go somewhere else. Where are they going to go, bro? Russia? What are they going to do? Get artillery from fucking North Korea? Are you stupid? Russia can't even occupy Ukraine. The fuck are they going to do? It's so stupid. They ain't got shit without us, okay? And yes, we're going to talk about the Israel deliberately blocking humanitarian aid to Gaza and how the American government hid that reality.
Here, that what has happened in Gaza will also happen here in Lebanon.
Under the circumstances, and given the amount of firepower that Hezbollah has at its disposal, Are you surprised that they haven't done more in terms of retaliating against Israel?
Well, they have. They debuted another missile today, the Fadi-3. This was after they debuted the long-range Fadi-1 and Fadi-2 over the weekend. So they're slowly bringing out some of their heavier guns. But, you know, Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah, the leader of Hezbollah, has said that he still has weapons that he hasn't debuted yet. So we'll have to wait and see. He has said that the battlefield will do the talking.
But once again, it feels as if Lebanon, which is an incredibly complex, you know, and quite divided society, is once again the brutal playground of other people's interests.
Yes, I mean, you know, to a certain degree, absolutely. That's the neighborhood that we live in over here. And it brings to mind an old Arabic saying that, you know, my brother and I will stand against my cousin, and my cousin and I will stand against the stranger.
President Biden was here at the United Nations this morning giving quite an emotional speech and yet again calling for peace and restraint in the Middle East. But to many people, it seems as if the American president, with all his firepower parked in the region, has gone kind of missing in action on this one.
Well, I'll tell you that many Lebanese here don't think that he's missing in action. They think that he's actively aiding the Israelis. I mean, that's what they see. They hear the talk about, you know, urging calm in Lebanon and not to escalate and not to you know, for both sides not to explode things into some sort of all-out war. They hear the calls for the ceasefires in Gaza. And then they see the Americans continuing to arm the Israelis and to provide political and diplomatic cover. So it's not so much that they're missing in action, it's that they're batting for one side.
And is it your impression, Rania, that despite the rhetoric here at the United Nations, the Israelis are so determined to continue this, and so is Hezbollah, you know, for that matter, your country is inexorably sliding towards something horrific that it simply can't stop?
That's the fear. You know, it's easy to start a war, but how do you contain it? Hezbollah, for its part, has said that it opened a support front to ease the pressure of both.
Fun fact, $18 billion has been given to Israel so far. Average USA resident pays $37K a year. Iron Dome interceptor missiles cost $40K. So every flash you see in the sky equals to a person's yearly tax. X-2 missiles are usually fired to intercept a single projectile. Yeah. Another reason why Americans should care. You said that already last year and nothing has changed, but you have sent billions to Israel. Yeah. Guys, I know the American public school teachers do need a raise, but also have you considered that that's deeply anti-Semitic to say? Because like all of that money could be going to Israel, which is the most moral nation on the planet and the most the most democratic nation on the planet. Sorry. I see no other way out of this. We're going to have to give another $1 trillion to Israel, okay? Also, if you speak out against that, you are Hamas and need to be dealt with swiftly and expeditiously.
Hamas and civilians in Gaza, and they have said that they will close the front if the war in Gaza ends. And Netanyahu said over the weekend that he's added another goal, another war goal, and that is to return the displaced from northern Israel. But it's unclear here how widening the war will help those people return. Hezbollah have said that if widening the war will actually cause more displaced, and what we're seeing is that Hezbollah has extended its attacks deeper into Israel. They have reached Haifa. That will presumably displace even more Israelis. So it's a very, it's unclear who's going to put the brakes on and how.
If only there was a way to stop all of this, you know what I mean?
John Kirby, what?
Oh, John Kirby, Israel's biggest dick rider, is back in the news across from George Stephanopoulos, and he's going to give a stern talking to. Okay, he's going to give a stern talking to Israel. Let's see what he had to say.
For the National Security Council. John, thank you for joining us this morning. We just heard Martha talk about the airports. We know in the past Israel has bombed the airports in Lebanon back in 2005. Do you expect it to happen again? Have you been given a heads up?
We're in constant touch with our Israeli counterparts, George, as you might imagine. We want to make sure that there are still commercial options available for Americans to leave, and they should be leaving now while those options are available, but I won't get ahead of operations.
You won't get ahead of operations. The United States has been trying very hard to prevent an escalation
Absolutely.
here. The president has been in constant contact with Israel, but they don't seem to be heeding his advice.
We, again, I think we don't believe it's in Israel's interest for this to escalate, for there to be an all-out war there on the north, on that blue line between Israel and Lebanon. If the goal, George, is to get families back to their homes, we think there's a better way to do that than an all-out conflict. The Israelis will tell you yesterday that they had to take some of these strikes because they were about to be imminently attacked by Hezbollah. They do have a right to defend themselves. But what we're going to keep doing is talking to them about trying to find a diplomatic solution here, a way to de-escalate the tensions so that the families can go back in a sustainable way.
We just heard from Ian that the ball is now in Hezbollah's court. Israel bracing for a response this morning. Do we have any sense of what's going to come next?
I won't get into the intelligence assessment. Certainly, we have seen the rhetoric coming out of Nasrallah and his leadership about how they want to respond to this. That's obviously going to be something we'll monitor very, very closely. I will just tell you that while we won't get involved in the conflict itself there or around that blue line because we don't want to see a conflict at all, we'll do what we have to continue to do to make sure Israel can defend itself.
Let's turn to the war in Ukraine. Robin spoke with President Zelensky and the First Lady of Ukraine yesterday. We're going to have more of that interview coming up later today. He seems to believe that peace is closer than we think if the United States and the Western allies continue to provide Ukraine with the assistance it needs.
He will continue to get that assistance. He's going to meet with the president Thursday back in Washington after the UN General Assembly concludes. And I fully expect that you'll hear the president talk about continued and additional support to Ukraine as we head into the fall and winter months, particularly as Mr. Putin tries to weaponize the winter weather, going after their energy grid and infrastructure. So President Zelensky can rest assured that he'll continue to have the United States support and the other 50-some-odd nations that are providing.
Are we seeing the outlines of a possible peace?
Well, look, President Zelensky said he's going to come with a victory plan. We haven't seen that plan. We look forward to talking to him about what this looks like, what the components are, and we'll see where it goes from there. What we've said all along, George, is whenever and however this war ends, it's got to end in a way that is in keeping with President Zelensky's view of what a just peace needs to look like. And it has to factor in the Ukrainian people's desires and aspirations. So whatever that is, again, we'll look forward to talking to him about that, but we'll be supportive as we move forward.
Finally, the president speaking to the United Nations today. What's his message?
Message is that, number one, we've accomplished a lot on the world stage in the United States over the last 3.5 years, revitalized our alliances and partnerships, really advanced our national security interests around the world, working on transnational problems like climate change and clean energy transition, on fentanyl prevention. There's been an awful lot of work that the United States has done, and he's going to make the case for why it's important for America to continue to lead and why we have to all work together, the whole United Nations, to try to really make.
Why do they pretend Zelensky's the one deciding anything? It's good to make it seem like it is. I don't know. Like it's just manufacturing consent. I love how we're all talking about evacuating Americans in the exact same way we'd be talking if there was something like a hurricane. Israel's literally just a natural disaster in their eyes. And it's wild to see firsthand. That's every fucking aspect of American violence that directly ties back to capital interests. Okay? Gun manufacturers are a powerful force in this country. So therefore, gun violence, which is a direct byproduct of having mass guns in circulation with no restrictions whatsoever on who gets them, is treated like it's a natural disaster. It is the exact same thing happening domestically as it is happening internationally. And by the way, the interests are identical. In this instance, it's not small arms manufacturing, but also, ordnance. That's it. Biden also made a final UN address. Mr. Genocide Dare himself. Being president has been the honor of my life. In his final UN address, he talks about defending Ukraine and how he did NATO and all this fun stuff. It's a laughable prospect from Biden, considering that he is doing the exact opposite of defending Ukraine in defending Israel. So let's hear what
We
he had to
also
say.
need to uphold our principles as we seek to responsibly manage the competition with China so it does not veer into conflict. We stand ready to cooperate on urgent challenges for the good of our people and the people everywhere. We recently resumed cooperation with China to stop the flow of deadly synthetic narcotics. I appreciate the collaboration. It matters for the people of my country and many others around the world. On matters of conviction, the United States is unabashed, pushing back against unfair economic competition, against military coercion of other nations in the South China Sea, and maintaining peace and stability across the Taiwan Straits, and protecting our most advanced technologies so they cannot be used against us or any of our partners. At the same time, we're going to continue to strengthen our network of alliances and partnerships across the Indo-Pacific. These partnerships are not against any nation. They're building blocks for a free, open, secure, and peaceful Indo-Pacific. We're also working to bring greater measure of peace and stability to the Middle East. The world must not flinch from the horrors of October 7th. Any country would have the right and responsibility to ensure that such an attack can never happen again. Thousands of armed Hamas terrorists invaded a sovereign state, slaughtering and massacring more than 1,200 people, including 46 Americans in their homes.
We did NATO! We did NATO! Israel has a right to defend NATO! Hamas, Jack, look alive! 40 babies, Israel. Hamas.
And at a music festival. Despicable acts of sexual violence.
Yeah,
250 innocents taken hostage.
I saw the babies lit on fire with kerosene, Jack. I saw the beheaded babies, decapitated babies. NATO, mass rapes.
I've met with the families of those hostages. I've grieved with them. They're going through hell. Innocent civilians in Gaza are also going through hell. Thousands and thousands kills, including aid workers.
Yeah, who's putting them through hell, big dog? What's that about, dude? Who's doing that? Do you want Trump to win? Why are you making fun of Biden? He's just a little battle fella. God, some of the best lines came from his the end of his career, dude. Battle fellas. The battle box. I did NATO. AUKUS, Jack. I did Five Eyes. Five Eyes. Israel has a right to defend itself, and I for sure will not stand idly by. I'll watch him kill every baby in Palestine. I'd never say Palestine. Never mind.
Too many families dislocated, crowding in the
We beat Medicare.
tents, facing a
Tomorrow I'm going to do 9/11.
dire humanitarian situation. They didn't ask for this war that Hamas started. I put forward with Qatar and Egypt a ceasefire and hostage deal. It's been endorsed by the UN Security Council. Now is the time for the parties to fight.
It's so funny because, like, everyone in that room, with the exception of Biden, including the Israeli envoys, by the way, know exactly who's fucking up the bag, okay? Know exactly who's responsible for all the death and destruction. Know exactly who's responsible for fucking up the ceasefire deal. Every single person knows, except for Biden. His brain is broken, so obviously he doesn't fucking know anything. But, you know, we just got to play this song and dance as though, you know, this is a force of, this is a natural disaster. This is a natural disaster that is completely fucking unavoidable. There's nothing we can do about it.
Finalizes terms. Bring the hostages home and secure security for Israel and Gaza free of Hamas' grip, ease the suffering in Gaza, and end this war. On October 7th, since October 7th, we've also been determined to prevent a wider war that engulfs the entire region.
Have you? Have you been determined to prevent it? Have you? Because I don't think you have, dude. You haven't done a good job at all about that if you have been. I mean, you're either the biggest fucking dumbass on the planet or you're just lying. And I think it's a bit of both. Okay? I think it's a bit of both. He's both a dumbass because his brain is leaking out of his fucking ear, and he also simultaneously is lying. He's serious. He said, "Hanibada bubada." Because honestly, if you were trying to stop Israel from escalating broader conflict, okay, you probably shouldn't be giving them weapons, giving them political cover at the UN Security Council, and at the UN General Assembly. You probably shouldn't be, I don't know, sending your fucking troops and giving, using American resources further beyond like the $18 billion worth of weapons you've given to Israel, but also past the $18 billion using American surveillance to give Israel new targets to bomb.
Hezbollah, unprovoked, during the October 7th attack, launching...
Wait, what do we unprovoked? No, that shit was not it was definitely provoked, okay?
Rockets into Israel. Almost a year later, too many on each side of the Israeli-Lebanon border remain displaced. A full-scale war is not in anyone's interest. Even if the situation has escalated, a diplomatic solution is still possible. In fact, it remains the only path to lasting security to allow the residents from both countries to return to their homes and the border safely. And that's what we're working tirelessly to achieve. As we look ahead, we must also address the...
How would you feel about the U.S. only giving humanitarian aid to both Gaza and Israel? What does that even mean? I want the United States to give Gaza its own Iron Dome, okay? If we're making money, if our only goal in this situation is to make money, give them a fucking Iron Dome, dog. What are we talking about? Equalize the fucking playing field. Give them weapons. Give them an Iron Dome. Let them have sovereignty and defend themselves. Fuck it, you know? This is ironically something that I have advocated for quite a while, by the way. This is not even a new thing that I'm saying now. I've been saying it for fucking years. Give them an Iron Dome. Who cares? Lebanon? Nope. Lebanon gets an Iron Dome too. Give them billions of dollars to build bunkers, shelters from Israeli missiles. Give them billions of dollars and fund their Iron Dome. Iron Dome for everybody. Give Ukraine an Iron Dome. Yeah, everybody gets one.
Rise of violence against innocent Palestinians on the West Bank and set the conditions for a better future, including a two-state solution where Israel enjoys security and peace and full recognition and normalized relations with all its neighbors, where Palestinians live in security, dignity, and self-determination in a state of their own. Progress toward peace will put us in a stronger position to deal with the ongoing threat posed by Iran. Together, we must deny oxygen to its terrorist proxies, which have called for more October 7th and ensure that Iran will never, ever obtain a nuclear weapon. Gaza is not the only conflict that deserves our outrage. In Sudan, a bloody civil war.
Wait, Gaza is a conflict that deserves our outrage?
So, like, are you saying that Israel deserves outrage? What's going on? I mean, I have a lot of mind on what Israel deserves. We won't get into that, of course, but I don't understand it. Like, who are we outraged by? Who are we supposed to be outraged by, man? Who's doing the bombing, dude? Should we be more outraged that at the Palestinian babies that are dying under Israeli bombs? Is that what it is? Well, American bombs that Israel is lobbing their way? Yeah.
Unleash one of the world's worst humanitarian crises. 8 million on the brink of famine. Hundreds of thousands already there. Atrocities in Darfur and elsewhere. The United States has led the world in providing humanitarian aid to Sudan. And with our partners, we've led diplomatic talks to try to silence the guns and avert a wider famine. The world needs to stop arming the generals, to speak with one voice and tell them, stop tearing your country apart, stop blocking aid to the Sudanese people, end this war now.
He's not even getting, like, decent applause.
Yeah. Let me close with this. Even as we navigate so much change, one thing must not change. We must never forget who we're here to represent. We, the people. These are the first words of our Constitution, the very idea of America. They inspired the opening words of the UN Charter. I made the preservation of democracy the central cause of my presidency.
By the way, even with Sudan, okay, I haven't really covered it that much, okay? But with respect to Sudan, here is Congresswoman Sarah Jacobs, who is correct on the issue, okay? Biden also could make a fucking phone call and stop that shit dead in its tracks as well. Congresswoman Sarah Jacobs from California 51 says, in today's meeting with the UAE President Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, I urge President Biden to use our considerable leverage to get the UAE to stop funding the RSF and prolonging the war in Sudan. The continued death, destruction, and suffering in Sudan is preventable. Okay? When you are the global hegemonic superpower, you have access to either side, okay, of any conflict. In this circumstance, you could absolutely just be like, UAE, what the fuck are you doing? Stop. That's it. It's a vassal state.
This summer,
even then, he could just fucking, do something about it.
I faced a decision whether to seek a second term as president. It was a difficult decision. Being president has been the honor of my life. There's so much more I want to get done. As much as I love the job, I love my country more.
Why is he acting like he can't do anything about it? He's the literal president. This is also ironically, this is also one of the things that he could unilaterally decide on, okay? Even by making phone calls, okay? This is not something that even requires fucking congressional approval, okay? This aspect of foreign policy is directly in the hands of Joe Biden. He could do this. He could do this on his own. Same with Israel, okay? He could do a lot of things as the president, but like this is one of those instances where he could personally just do whatever the fuck he wants. RSF is the Rapid Support Forces, a genocidal militia funded by the Arab Emiratis doing a genocide in Sudan. Yes. So when he goes, someone's got to do something about Israel. Someone's got to do something about Sudan. It's like, no, dude, that someone is you, okay? People elected you to do something about it, you know? The fuck do you mean?
I decided after 50 years of public service, it's time for a new generation of leadership to take my nation forward. My fellow leaders, let us never forget.
Which previous president stopped Israel with one phone call? Ronald Reagan. Joe Biden himself stopped Israel in 2021 with one phone call. Yeah, someone called the president. We got to do something. George H.W. Bush. Thoughts on Israel escalating in Lebanon sharply to make it more confusing the call for an arms embargo to average people? Wait, what? What do you mean? If anything, that should give more cause to an arms embargo argument.
Some things are more important than staying in power. It's your people. It's your people that matter the most. Never forget, we are here to serve the people, not the other way around. Because the future will be won by those who unleash the full potential of their people, to breathe free, to think freely, to innovate, to educate, to live and love openly without fear. That's the soul of democracy. It does not belong to any one country. I've seen it all around the world, and the brave men and women who ended apartheid, brought down the Berlin Wall.
Huh. That's insane. Dog, both of the things that you just mentioned, Israel is currently doing. An apartheid and a literal fucking wall to maintain said apartheid.
Fight today for freedom and justice and dignity. We saw it, that universal yearning for rights and freedom in Venezuela, where millions cast their vote for change that hadn't been recognized. But it can't be denied. The world knows the truth. We saw it in Uganda, LGBT activists demanding safety and recognition of their common humanity. We see it in citizens across the world peacefully choosing their future. From Ghana to India to South Korea, nations representing 1/4 of humanity who will hold elections this year alone.
Evangelical hogwatch
It's
cringe
remarkable,
later.
the power of we the people that makes me more optimistic about the future than I've ever been. Since I was first elected to the United States.
East-West Germany was not an apartheid? No. He was talking about apartheid South Africa, bringing down apartheid South Africa. And then he said bringing down the wall. I think one of the funniest flubs from the American State Department was when they immediately recognized the new Venezuelan government, which stopped every other Latin American, and I told you this was going to happen, okay? Remember when the Venezuelan elections took place? And, you know, there was definitely some inconsistencies, and obviously Maduro's popularity has dipped tremendously from day one, and he was mostly riding on the Chavistas and Chavez's popularity for his entire fucking reign. And the moment that America fucking stepped in and was like, we recognize the new Venezuelan leadership, every other fucking country in the region, every other left-leaning country in the region that previously were like, hold up, let's take a look at the fucking results of this election, okay, immediately went, all right, never mind. Fuck it. Yep, nope, Maduro is the guy. Sorry. And that was because America was like, nope, this is not correct. This is incorrect. Actually, we know Maduro is not the president. We know that he wasn't democratically elected. We recognize the new government. And as soon as that happened, even before Office of Americas, as soon as that happened, all of that conversation stopped dead in its fucking tracks. Don't you think Israel likes Lebanon is a bit disrespectful? I think what's disrespectful is coming to a fucking streamer, coming to one of the only fucking internet communities that actively talks about Israel's genocide and hyper focusing on the optics of the way that I title, because, you know, thinking that that is a larger issue than the actual issues that I'm speaking on, thinking that this is a valid criticism. That's what's disrespectful, in my opinion, you know? What do you want me to do? There's a limited amount of fucking words and letters that I can use in a Twitch title. Do you think that that is disrespectful? Taking away space, time from the actual conversation that we're having so we can focus on your aesthetics-based, optics-based argument? What's more disrespectful, you think?
United States Senate 1972. Every age faces its challenges. I saw it as a young man. I see it today. But we are stronger than we think. We're stronger together than alone. And what the people call impossible is just an illusion. Nelson Mandela taught us, and I quote, "It always seems impossible until it's done. It always seems impossible until it's done." My fellow leaders, there is nothing that's beyond our capacity if we work together. Let's work together. God bless you all, and may God protect all those who seek peace.
Yeah, he was going to say, may God protect our troops. Is wild that he's quoting Mandela? Yeah. I wonder if he'll quote Mandela when Mandela was talking about Israel being in apartheid. Probably not. Yeah, Starmer mistakenly refers to Israeli hostages as sausages. Everybody made fun of this on Twitter. I don't really care. I think the worst version, the worst thing he said was when someone asked during the speech, what about the Palestinians? And he turned around and said, you must think that this is the 2019 Labor Party. Like you're in the wrong room.
In fact, we must. Technology, climate change, the aging population, the movement of people. This is a time when great forces demand a decisive government prepared to face the future. We can see that again in the Middle East today. So I call again for restraint and de-escalation at the border between Lebanon and Israel. Again, all parties to pull back from the brink. I call again for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza, the return of the sausages, the hostages, and a recommitment to the two-state solution.
Yeah, everybody was like talking about this, but I think the worst fucking part about this speech was literally when he, does anyone have that clip? When he turned around. Does anyone have the clip when he joked about like a protester asking about Palestinians? Yeah, here, this is the one. This is what really fucking pisses me off.
My sister was a... I think this guy's obviously got a pass from the 2019 conference.
Something deeply messed up about British society that this guy fucks a lot, apparently. Okay? Like, if you at any point look at this fucking vile scumbag who looks like a sausage himself, okay, and go, well, that's a real shagger, yeah? He's got it. I mean, I guess, like, with Boris, too. It's crazy. What does he mean by that? I mean, he's making a joke about 2019 labor under the guidance of Corbyn, actually having the correct position on Gaza and Israel and Palestine, a position that caused him to lose control over the party, where people backed by this fucking dipshit or supported by this fucking dipshit literally purposely sabotaged the Labor Party internally and created the insane, non-stop anti-Semitism smears against Corbyn and any kind of fucking Labor MP. Any kind of fucking Labor MP that dared say Palestinians are human beings. Here's an interview with the guy who was the protester from the Prime Minister's speech.
What did you want to say to the Prime Minister?
I hadn't planned on saying anything. It's just when I heard him speak about how he wanted to ceasefire in Gaza and Lebanon, just the hypocrisy on how every day we're still sending British bombs and British bullets that are being used in Lebanon and in Gaza right now. And the Prime Minister, he could stop that. He could stop that right now, but he doesn't. And he says that he wants things to stop, but he won't lift a finger to actually stop them.
So you weren't planning on saying anything? You were just moved to say while you were speaking?
No, I was a delegate. I'm a Labour Party member. I hoped I'd be one for life, but I suspect not now. But just what's happened and just the complete failure of the Labour Party and Keir Starmer to address it, it's just completely sickening.
What more specifically do you want from them?
Complete suspension of arms sales to Israel, embargoes, sanctions, whatever it takes to stop this genocide that is currently occurring, not just empty platitudes to conference halls full of people who support you.
I think there were definitely anti-Semitism issues in the party, but it was extremely overblown, and there was definitely a false tying of anti-Zionism to anti-Semitism. The anti-Semitism issues in the Labor Party is a hilarious thing to talk about. When you look at like anti-Semitism within the Tories, it was always and forever about Israel. Okay? During this anti-Semitism news coverage that the British media focused on, hyper-focused on, the motherfucking Tory party in charge literally put up a statue of Nancy Astor, okay, who straight up said Hitler, and I quote, Hitler was right about the Jews, okay? There was no coverage on that at all. Like, no coverage whatsoever on that. That is crazy, okay? It's always and forever the same exact principle. Van Jones will cry about Jewish anti-Zionist protesters claim that they're fucking claim that they're being funded by Iran and that they are anti-Semitic for saying that what Israel is doing is unconscionable. Van Jones will then go to D.C. to speak at a fucking pro-Israel rally next to Pastor John Hagee. Pastor John Hagee famously said Hitler did a great thing with the Holocaust so that Israel could be created. Okay? If you think a diverse group of college students, which include anti-Zionist Jews, okay, saying what Israel is doing is an apartheid and it's unconscionable, what Israel is doing is a genocide, that's anti-Semitic. But you don't have that same, a fraction of that smoke for a guy that is a direct fucking Christian fascist. You are delusional. They're trying to cancel you on Twitter, Unc. Come on. Come on. Oh, no. Oh, man. I can't believe I'm getting canceled on the Nazi platform. I can't believe that people are yelling about me on the Nazi platform again. That definitely didn't happen yesterday. That definitely didn't happen the day prior. That definitely didn't happen today. And it certainly won't happen again tomorrow. It happens every day, chatter. Fuck you mean? Man, I can't believe that I have upset some more Nazi pedophiles. What will I do? Yeah, I'd be more concerned if you were saying they're defending you.
Can I ask what your job is, or are you a student?
I'm a student.
You're a student.
Are you happy with Keir Starmer as Labour leader? Absolutely not. No. Although it's not just him. It's the party more general and the wider.
It was libs today over what? What did I do now that got liberals upset?
Political establishment for not being supportive of taking the action that is required in order to stop this genocide and actually stop the war like they claim they want to do.
Can you tell us what was going through your head as you were sat there, and what was the moment you decided to stand up and start talking?
I was just angry. I mean, at myself, I guess, for not saying anything at the time. But again, like I say, just for him coming out to say that he wanted a ceasefire, but not taking any of the actions that he could, not lifting a finger.
They said you wouldn't call the cops on a woman getting raped. That's a fucking complete lie, dude. That it, like, at a certain point, you got to understand, like, people just lie about everything. Okay? That's it. Like, that's it. I don't even know where you get this kind of information, but it is a obviously fucking ridiculous thing to say. Come on, dude. You got posted next to Chappell Oh, yeah, that's probably why. And it's also not, for the record, it's not liberals who say that kind of shit. Those are people masquerading as liberals. Okay? Those are people masquerading as progressives, but they're not actually fucking progressive at all. Just so you understand. If you got to fucking, if I'm such a bad person, you should be able to adequately address why. You don't, if you always resort to making shit up or clip chimping things completely out of context, or sometimes even directly leaving the context in the clip, but people don't even watch a fucking clip chimp usually before making up their minds. I don't know. Maybe you were just invested in the hate. What is this? Anti-delusion counter clip? What? Okay, I don't know what you're... It's the quote retweets of this? Yeah, I'm sure. None of this matters. Okay? None of this fucking matters. Oh, it's the, here's the song saying it's okay for women of rich families to be raped. Yeah, dude, come on. Come the fuck on. That clip in and of itself doesn't even, That clip in and of itself doesn't even fucking imply the thing that that person is writing. People just see the fucking title and move on. Come the fuck on, dude. It's so funny coming from the community that says insanely unhinged shit on a regular basis. Okay? Yeah, get the fuck out of here, dude. Okay. Yeah, dude. Hey, guys, I will once again repeat my official position. Okay? It is unconscionable for anyone to be raped. What the fuck are you talking about? Ridiculous. Your class position does not matter in this equation. Yeah, but most people are normal and understand what is going on there, okay? No one even knew the cancellation was even happening. I know. It's just, there's also QTs accusing you of queer baiting and hating black people unironically. Yeah, famously. I do both of those things. Queer baiting is when you're an attractive straight man who openly says they are straight, okay, but also are pro queer rights. I know. What I should be is more homophobic, which is funny because, like, I always say I'm a homophobe. Who cares? The only thing I bait is at the top of the hour when I bait you into subscribing because a 3-minute ad break is upon you. Okay? And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $4.20 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Before we're not going to do the Michigan anti-Semitism meta. I'm going to cover what Erdogan said. Okay, because he popped off here, calling Benjamin Netanyahu Hitler at the United Nations is like, you know, I hate to give him credit, but it is an extremely, extremely rare correct position from Recep Tayyip Erdogan, who, of course, will, you know, continue to do Recep Tayyip Erdogan shit. Yeah, a real worst person you know made a good point moment here. So we'll talk about this, and then I'm going to move on to the state of Missouri for all the Missouri heads out there. Not great. We will, of course, be talking about Marcellus Williams, an innocent man on death row that is slated to be executed in the next 2 hours, if I'm not mistaken. But before we get to that, let's talk about this watermelon salesman.
Not only children are dying, but also the United Nations system. The values that the West claims to defend are dying. The truth is dying. The hopes of humanity to live in a more just world are dying one by one. I am asking you bluntly here, openly, frankly. I call out to you, oh, human rights organizations. Are those in Gaza and the West Bank not human beings? Do children in Palestine have no rights? Can't they play out on the streets in their homelands safely? And calling out to the international press organizations. Aren't the journalists murdered by Israel on live TV your colleagues whose offices were actually raided as well. I call out to United Nations Security Council. What are you waiting for to prevent the genocide in Gaza, to put a stop to this cruelty, this barbarianism? What are you waiting for to stop Netanyahu and his network, who is endangering the lives of the Palestinian people, which is a part of a mass murder network? And what are you still waiting for to stop them, putting to danger their own people and the entire region for political gain?
Yeah, he
Right now, you're looking at an innocent man currently.
He apparently also likened Benjamin Netanyahu to Adolf Hitler and said that if the West had any decency or any consistency, that they would be dealing with Benjamin Netanyahu like they dealt with Adolf Hitler. Bro, why do you spread this left-leaned fake news about what? Oh, come on. We gotta wait till this guy gives us more takes, you know. There's a lot of new accounts, by the way, or a lot of accounts that have just started following today. Noticeably more chirpers, but we banned them too quickly. Is that because of the CNN thing? No, nah. I mean, it's partially because of it. I have a lot of very, very motivated hate watchers that see me getting positive coverage and immediately feel the need to like retaliate with counter propaganda to be like, no, he's bad actually, please. Anyway, so today we're going to talk about, I mean, I don't know who Corey Pop is, but apparently this was a solid video on Marcellus Williams. We can use this as an anchor to cover the story. Let's take a look.
Currently awaiting execution. 7 years ago, the DNA on the murder weapon was finally tested and proved it was not his.
Whoever handled this knife left DNA. It is not Marcellus Williams.
His execution was stayed by the then governor, and a panel was convened to reassess his conviction.
Today, a panel will work to decide if that evidence proves Williams is innocent.
So, why is he still here?
How innocent do you have to be to avoid being executed?
This is an injustice, it's wrong. The evidence shows my dad is innocent.
The closer you get to execution, the stranger things get.
This interview remains the only one Marcellus has been able to give on camera from death row.
Right now, as you see, I'm sitting in prison on death row.
My friend Noah did it 6 years ago while working on a documentary about Marcellus' son's boxing career.
He's aspiring to be the champion. I believe, and he feels that if given a chance, he will be the heavyweight champ.
I'm his only child, his son. I'm a professional fighter, but I've been fighting my whole life outside the ring.
Because of the fighting outside the ring, his boxing career was cut short, and as such, so was Noah's documentary. Fast forward 6 years later, Marcellus is still in death row. Noah comes to me with the work he's done so we can make this piece that you're watching right now. Noah gave me a rundown of what he was able to capture over the time he was working on his documentary.
Sat down with him for a few hours and just talked. And from there, just started diving in.
And then I flew to Missouri to follow up and to figure out what has been happening since he sat down with Marcellus.
How can this happen with so much evidence? What do you mean? This is America. All of the violence that we contribute to globally, we also do to ourselves on a regular basis. He's a black man in Missouri. That's it. What's the Mother Jones journalist's name? That I've covered here before. I met him at not Cat. No, the dude, the black dude, Garrison. Yeah, Garrison Hayes. So Garrison Hayes had a really good TikTok on not Marcellus Williams, but hold on here. I'm gonna pull up something that I thought was very
Black Americans
and informative. Okay, and I'm just gonna let Garrison Hayes explain this to you. Okay. Now, before we get to Marcellus Williams, okay, what we need to talk about is the way that black people are treated in the criminal justice system and the way that that treatment is defended by racist pieces of shit with cherry-picked data points and also false presentation of reality. Charlie Kirk applies one of the classic examples of this in this Jubilee video. I didn't even see this part, I don't think. Okay. I don't even remember this part, but I just wanted to, like I said, give voice to Garrison Hayes in this circumstance because he did a pretty decent job going through some of these white supremacist talking points and what the actual reality is. And the actual reality of the matter within white supremacy in the criminal justice system is actually perfectly demonstrated by the current unjustifiable execution of an innocent man in the state of Missouri that we are, we're about to experience in the next couple of hours.
It's about 13 to 14% of the population.
Yes,
about half of all prisoners are black.
Exactly.
So blacks commit more crimes than whites do. They commit more murders, they commit more arsons, they commit more kidnappings. For example, blacks are 13% of the population and they commit 58% of all the murders.
Okay. Let's talk about it. These are obviously racist claims, but I will respond to them as if Charlie Kirk were a reasonable person.
Black Americans are about 13 to 14% of the population.
Yes,
about half of all prisoners are black.
Wrong. Just 38% of America's prison population is black. That's according to the U.S. government. But it makes you wonder why Charlie feels the need to add an additional 12% to the black prison population. Could it be because his bigoted talking points only work if he exaggerates them? If Charlie were actually looking for the race that makes up half the prison population in the U.S., he'd look no further than white people at 57%.
Exactly.
So blacks commit more crimes than whites do.
Wrong. The word "so" is doing a lot of heavy lifting in that sentence.
Exactly. So blacks commit more crimes.
He's saying "so" as in therefore, as in one could conclude, but Charlie knows he's lying. Even if he hadn't just lied about the black prison population, Charlie is smart enough to know that correlation does not equal causation, but he's hoping that you don't know that. So he deploys the word "so" to make you think he's coming to an obvious conclusion.
Exactly. So blacks
Instead, he's making an illogical racist leap. Charlie knows that we don't have usable data about who commits crimes. It's impossible to have that data since so many crimes go both unreported and or unsolved. Charlie knows that we only have data about arrests and convictions. I'll come back to that data in a moment. What's painfully obvious is that Charlie Kirk isn't interested in understanding the statistics he so carelessly misquotes. He's interested in making bad faith arguments. Something that becomes even more obvious in his next point.
Blacks are 13% of the population and they commit 58% of all the murders.
Wrong again, and loud this time. If Charlie were interested in honesty, he would have mentioned the other 1350 statistic. Yes, black people are about 13% of the population, but make up 53% of all criminal exonerations. In fact, black people make up 55% of all murder exonerations specifically. Black people are more likely than any other group in this country to be convicted of crimes they did not commit. And then people like you have the nerve to parade these stats around as though they prove something. The reality is that you probably know these stats, but you leave them out on purpose because to bring that stat into this conversation would make some people think. And that's the last thing a person like you wants.
I disagree. I think he doesn't know those stats. But if he did, he also wouldn't mention them. But the reason why I obviously wanted to talk about this is because you have another real life example of an innocent black man who is going to be executed when virtually everyone understands that he is not guilty of the crime that he is about to be executed for. Okay? It is an unfortunate, unimaginable cruelty that happens quite frequently in this country. It's one of the major reasons why I routinely talk against capital punishment, against the death penalty. And yet, here we are in the United States of America doing it all over again.
An unbelievable story that has to be heard, and one that is still hard to comprehend once you take it all in. It's one littered with stunning revelations and broken promises, and one that puts Missouri's years-long fight against overturning wrongful convictions directly in the spotlight.
All right. Before we get into the rest of the story, I just wanted to take a minute to say thanks for being here. This video you're about to watch is the culmination of months of work and years of work by a friend of mine before that. None of this would be possible without you and without today's sponsor, Delete Me. The amount of information out there on everyone in this video and everyone that I research regularly is kind of alarming, all available at just a few clicks. The same actually goes for my own, which I kind of found out about after running Delete Me's thorough
I'm literally gonna let him run his ad, Chad. Come on. This is a fucking
search. Months ago, I had personally sent
this is a very well thought out
from certain sites I found it on.
This is a very well thought out piece of journalism that this person has put together. I think it's appropriate.
More from data brokers that didn't even know existed. These profiles included things like social security numbers, recent addresses, information about my relatives, and a lot more. The first search they did here reviewed 2,000 listings and removed dozens of them on my behalf. Not only that, but they're going to routinely check to make sure my information isn't getting onto new sites and to new data brokers. And if it does, they're going to remove it on my behalf. On top of sponsoring this video, they're offering anyone who signs up 20% off using the link in the description below. Just go to joindeleteme.com/QuarryPop and use promo code QuarryPop at checkout for that 20% discount. If you're someone who worries about who has access to your data and what they might do with it, including harassment and identity theft, then let Delete Me take care of that for you. Now, let's get back to the story.
On August 11th, 1998, Felicia Gale, a 42-year-old former reporter for the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, was brutally murdered in her home in St. Louis, Missouri. She had been stabbed over 40 times.
The knife lodged in her neck in a burglary.
A murder that had happened just 24 days before. Another woman, Deborah McLean, was murdered in her kitchen with a knife taken from the home, an eerily similar scene to Felicia Gale's murder. The investigation languished for months. Despite the similarities between
they claimed that it was a burglary. That part is important because it ties it back to Marcellus Williams.
The two murders, the knives being left at both scenes, there being bloody footprints in Gale's house, the police had little to go on. No eyewitnesses, no leads for either. Then, a year later, there was a break in the Gale case. It came in the form of a man named Henry Cole, a jailhouse informant who had said his cellmate had confessed to the murder. That eventually led to the arrest of Marcellus Williams, who was charged with Gale's murder. McLean's murder remains unsolved to this day, but Marcellus was in lockup, so he couldn't have done it. The case against Williams for Gale's murder was largely circumstantial.
This was a very brutal murder of a woman who was found in her home, having been stabbed to death. There were bloody footprints at the crime scene, fingerprints, hairs found in the victim's hand, none of which matched Marcellus. Those were not his bloody footprints, those were not his hairs, and the fingerprints were destroyed.
The state's prosecution relied heavily on the testimony of two informants who had been incentivized to testify.
The only evidence they used to convict him is what we call incentivized informant testimonies. Individuals who came forward because they had something to gain.
The first was Cole.
So Marcellus had been in the workhouse and someone who was incarcerated with him hears there's reward money and essentially says, I want this reward money and I want help with my own case, and says he won't even testify until he gets that reward money.
The second was Williams' former girlfriend, Laura Sorrow.
In addition, there's another individual, a woman who Marcellus was known to affiliate with. Notably, the two of them contradict each other in what they say would have happened and contradict physical evidence that's found at the crime scene.
The key piece of evidence brought against him was Gale's laptop, which he was said to have sold.
The last piece of evidence that they use is a laptop that had been taken from the victim's house that Marcellus did sell. But what wasn't presented at trial was that the woman that had come forward and said she had information and manufactured these statements about Marcellus is the person who gave him that laptop. And so it wasn't allowed to come out that really the only connection to the crime is this informant and not Marcellus Williams.
There were even eyewitnesses who had said they had seen Asaro with the laptop while Marcellus was still in county.
Usually in death penalty cases, the evidence of guilt is overwhelming, and the only real issue you can litigate in most cases is whether the death penalty was appropriately given. This case was different in that the evidence that they used to convict him was pretty thin and questionable.
All of this should have been easy to poke holes in for most attorneys, but these problems continued at trial. Since his conviction, Williams has argued in several motions that he received ineffective counsel during the trial, which came from a public defender assigned to him. It's no secret that America's public defender system has been stretched to its breaking point, but nowhere near as much as Missouri, which ranks 49th in the country in spending on indigent defenses. In 2017 alone, 320 public defenders handled 80,000 cases in the state of Missouri. The state has repeatedly vetoed bills that would supply funding to help alleviate this caseload.
The Missouri State Public Defender System is asking...
Yeah, this case is particularly unique because the prosecutor that convicted Williams is a prominent figure pushing for his sentence to be vacated. This never happens unless an error is particularly egregious on behalf of the prosecutor. Another similar case is in Texas with the person on death row being a white man, where it's not the prosecutor necessarily, but the main detective, the lead investigator, that is also pushing to vacate his sentence as well. Yes, this is literally every single person involved in this court case is now aware of Marcellus Williams' innocence. Every single person, okay? It is insane that this is even a point of contention, and the only person who could stop this from happening right now is the governor. The victim's family is obviously defending the innocence of Marcellus Williams. I believe jurors themselves have come out and been like, we made the wrong decision given the information that we had at the time. He is innocent. The only person who can pardon Marcellus Williams and stop him from being executed by the state is the governor of Missouri. The problem, however, is that the governor of Missouri yesterday came out and said he will not stop this execution.
For more taxpayer money. They say thousands of defendants are...
No, Biden cannot stop this execution. He could call the governor and tell him to stop this execution. He could use the bully pulpit, but he cannot directly, legally stop this execution. This is a state-level crime, okay? In the United States of America, the president can pardon crimes only at the federal level. The only person who can stop this is the current governor of Missouri.
Waiting list because the office does not have enough attorneys to represent them.
It leaves people like Williams with inadequate counsel and inevitable outcomes like wrongful convictions.
Preparing a case for trial takes hundreds of hours if done properly. And if not done properly, then we end up with all these wrongful convictions.
At jury selection, Marcellus ended up with a mostly white jury when the prosecution struck 6 of the 7 qualified black jurors. When the trial was over, despite the questionable witnesses and the evidence being all circumstantial, they deliberated for less than 90 minutes before finding him guilty. There's something in the U.S. judicial system called a Batson challenge that is supposed to prevent the prosecution from striking qualified jurors on the sole ground of group bias. In this case, race. This was a black man being tried by an almost entirely white jury for a white woman's death in Missouri in the 1990s. When Marcellus' defense tried to argue Batson in a 2003 motion, the state indicated that the jurors were struck because the prosecution stated their clothing indicated they were trying to be different. But that was reason enough and not racially motivated, so Batson didn't apply. For years, Marcellus pleaded his innocence. His case was taken up by multiple different legal teams who fought tooth and nail to finally get the DNA that they had found on the knife properly tested. It turned out to be another man's profile.
There is a DNA testing statute in the Missouri law, but it's real narrowly written, so we just had to make a that request and a broader claim of that he was innocent or there's enough doubts about his innocence that he shouldn't be executed, and we can prove it if you let us do this further DNA testing.
It's not always a weapon like in Marcellus's case where it's left in the victim's body. That's a incredibly obvious piece of evidence. To know that that wasn't tested was just shocking. It just blew my mind. Don't you think you
Wouldn't this ruin the governor's reputation in future election along with the resulting in his local protesting against him? What are you talking about? Nobody gives a shit. It's another innocent black man being executed. It happens all the fucking time in the United States of America, and the U.S. Supreme Court genuinely loves continuing with these executions on a regular basis. No, it happens all the fucking time. According to Slate, we are currently witnessing the worst execution spree in 3 decades. Okay, this was written on September 23rd, 2024, yesterday. This week is shaping up to be a very bad one for death penalty opponents in the United States. If all goes according to plan, states will put 5 people to death in a 1-week span ending Thursday. That is an unusual, though not unprecedented, number of executions in such a short period of time. To understand just how unusual it is, consider that in 2023, the total number of executions for the entire year was 24. Less than 1 execution every other week. In 2022, 18 people were put to death for a rate of roughly 1 execution every 3rd week. Indeed, one would have to go back almost 3 decades to 1997 to find a parallel to what may unfold this week. During a 7-day period in May that year, Texas executed 5 people. South Carolina executed Khalil Allah, formerly known as Freddie Owens, in his first executions of 2011. The others are planned for Tuesday and Thursday in Texas, Missouri, Alabama, and Oklahoma, all of which regularly carry out executions. It is just a coincidence that all these states are moving in lockstep, coincidence or not, or a close look at each of the cases in which some will be executed this week highlights not just the kind of horrible crimes that can lead someone on death row, but also many of the penalty's crippling problems. This week's executions include 2 cases in which there are substantial doubts about whether that person being executed is actually innocent. 2 others illustrate the fact that the death penalty is often used against people who are poor, vulnerable, abused, in many ways broken, not against the worst criminals. The 5th highlights America's futile search for a method of execution that will be safe, reliable, and humane, which is, of course, ironic to say. Ridiculous, an oxymoronic statement. Looking for a method of execution that is safe, reliable, and humane. Every aspect of the capital punishment, from the methods used to how you are going to deploy this execution in a consistent manner, is completely broken. It's a fundamentally contradictory argument. Okay? The fact that 3 of the 5 people who will be executed this week are black only underlines the continuing salience of race in determining who gets sentenced to death and executed. All told, this week's execution spree should unsettle all Americans, whether or not they support the death penalty. It will offer further reasons for why capital punishment should be abolished everywhere in this country. To see why, let's start with last Friday's execution of Khalil Allah. He was convicted of the 1997 murder of Irene Granger Graves, a single mother of 3 who worked as a convenience store clerk. No physical evidence connected Allah to the crime. The key evidence against him was testimony from his co-defendant, Stephen Golden, who said Allah shot Graves. Golden did so after reaching a deal with the prosecutors that he would not be given a death sentence in return for his testimony. Allah maintained his innocence from the time he was arrested to the day he died. And just before South Carolina put him to death, new evidence came to light suggesting what he had been saying for years was true. Last Wednesday, Golden recanted his testimony and signed an affidavit saying, Freddie Owens is not the person who shot Irene Graves at the Speedway on November 1st, 1997. Freddie was not present when I robbed the Speedway that day. But neither the South Carolina Supreme Court, the state's governor, nor the United States Supreme Court moved in a way that would save Allah from the ultimate punishment for a crime he may not have even committed. On Tuesday, which is today, Missouri is going to follow through on the execution of Marcellus Williams, the reason why we're talking about this to begin with, who is another victim of a miscarriage of justice. He would be the third death row inmate executed in the state this year. As Newsweek votes, Williams was convicted of murder and sentenced to death in connection with the 1999 death of social worker and former journalist Felicia Gale. None of the physical evidence collected at the scene pointed to Williams. There's also, as we said, recent DNA evidence that shows that his DNA was not on. Like, the DNA matched with the knife on the scene of the crime lodged in the neck of the victim did not have his DNA. As Newsweek notes, Williams was convicted of murder and sentenced to death in connection with the 1998 death of social worker and former journalist Felicia Gale, even though there was no physical evidence that connected him to the scene of the crime. Remember, a knife attack is a deeply personal form of, obvious, insane, violent crime, okay? But due to the personal nature of the crime itself, it is virtually impossible to not leave any DNA at the scene of the crime. Okay? Impossible. So while forensic evidence oftentimes can get things wrong, this is one of those instances where if he was at the scene of the crime, he would have left some kind of evidence. Williams' connection, like Allah's Newsweek suggests, turned on the testimony of two unreliable witnesses who were incentivized by the promises of leniency in their own pending criminal cases and reward money. Eventually, even the prosecutor's office that originally brought the case against Williams asked the courts to stop the execution today that is going to happen. The prosecutor's office, okay, that right there is insane. Like, that is not a thing that ever happens unless it is so obvious that they fucked up. Texas plans to execute on Tuesday Travis Mullis, making him the fourth person the state has executed in 2024. Mullis was found guilty of capital murder in 2011. He was accused of sexually assaulting his 3-month-old son, Elijah Mullis, then stomping his head and choking him, resulting in death. No one contends that Mullis is innocent of that horrible crime, but his case shows the way that America's death penalty is used against troubled and vulnerable people. Mullis has a mental illness resulting from troubled and abusive childhood. His attorneys say that he was in and out of mental health treatment centers, diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder, bipolar disorder, and attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. Mullis was also ill-served by his lawyers in the original trial, who did a poor job of describing the depths of his mental illness. As a result, the jury heard just a fraction of the horrors in Mullis's life. Like with Mullis, if Oklahoma goes ahead with his plan to kill Emmanuel Littlejohn on Thursday, it will execute someone who was abused throughout his childhood and whose formative years were marked by frequent exposure to violence and drugs. Littlejohn was 20 years old when he murdered Kenneth Mears during a robbery. His lawyers contend that because of the abuse he suffered at the time of the killing, Littlejohn's brain was less developed than the typical 20-year-old's. In addition, they note a death sentence in a case with similar facts hasn't been handed down in more than 15 years. Those facts convinced a majority of the members of the Oklahoma Pardon and Parole Board to recommend that the governor commute Littlejohn's sentence. Finally, this week, Alan Eugene Miller is scheduled for a second trip to Alabama's death chamber. In 2022, the state failed to complete its first execution attempt using lethal injection when they were unable to access a vein. They tried to kill him in 2022. They failed to do so, and now he's back in. I feel like even in medieval times, it's like if you were able to evade certain death by the executioner, like, you probably should get a fucking, you probably should not be executed, I don't know. Miller joined a long list of people whose executions by lethal injection were seriously botched. Now Alabama plans to kill him using nitrogen hypoxia. They're going to suffocate him to death. It would only be the second time that this method has been used anywhere in the country. The first time was in January of this year when Kenneth Smith was executed. It did not go well. Witnesses say Smith suffered greatly. 5 executions in 7 days will give America a vivid picture of what happens when the state kills. We should take this opportunity to consider whether we want to continue using unreliable methods of execution, risking killing people who just might be innocent, or are the victims of abusive childhoods or mental illness, or who get a death sentence because of their race or the race of their victims. A lot of people mistake justice for vengeance. Justice is not vengeance. The goal of the justice system is to ensure that these crimes do not happen again. Okay? Killing someone is not justice. It's simply vengeance. That's it. That's it. And it completely goes against the principle behind the criminal justice system. I have always been an opponent of the death penalty, of capital punishment. I find it to be truly unconscionable. I think it's like yet another glaringly obvious example of the hypocrisy demonstrated by people who claim to be pro-life. It is completely unacceptable. It is barbaric. And the fact that it still exists in the United States of America, which is a standalone country, by the way, in comparison to other OECD nations, is ridiculous. But we are a truly barbaric nation. Okay? We are an incredibly draconian nation. Our attitude towards punishing crimes is insanely out of whack. The goal of the criminal justice system is supposed to rehabilitate people who have done horrifying things, okay? No matter how wrong those crimes may be. You should not stray away from your overarching goal of rehabilitating every single person. Now, there are certain instances where at least modern medicine is incapable of truly rehabilitating certain people that have conducted certain crimes. Okay? But that should not stop us from trying to find active solutions, adequate solutions to these problems. It does not mean that someone who has killed a baby after raping them gets to walk away free, okay? That is not the argument here. That is not the argument at all. But the argument should be that every single person, because the overwhelming majority of people that are currently in prison are not there for raping and killing a fucking baby, okay? If you're anti-murder, you absolutely should be anti-murdering people in the hands of the state. That's lib shit, says socialist conscience. Yeah, it's liberalism to say that state-sanctioned murder is wrong. I know. Well, I guess I'm a fucking lib then. Except it's not lib shit. Liberals love this too, okay? Most liberals don't give a fuck about this kind of thing. Why can't we just put down the criminal subhuman scum? Well, here is the reason why we shouldn't do that. Because 55% of black people, or black people comprise 55% of all people that are unjustifiably put forward as perpetrators of murder. Don't you consider that to be a significant wrong? A lot of people get falsely claimed of crimes that they did not commit. What are we talking about? Out of those who are incorrectly convicted of murder, 55% of them happen to be black.
Since 1973, at least 200 people have been executed in the U.S. who were later exonerated, most of which could have been exonerated before their deaths, and some of them were and were still executed. And those are only the instances that we know of with conclusive evidence of their innocence. What's really funny about a lot of liberals is they love talking about how racist Donald Trump is and even point to fucking the Central Park 5 execution ad that Donald Trump took out on the New York Times, but then fail to consider that they're behaving in the exact same way. The same principle exists here.
You should test it before you execute this man. Went through the evidence. I produced my analysis, which was pretty simple. There was a clear male profile on the handle, not Marcellus Williams. You know, to me, that seemed sufficient to reopen the case.
This went on for months without any movement. No evidentiary hearings, no chance to present this new evidence. Then, at the last minute, just hours before his execution, the Governor Eric Greitens decided to stay his execution.
Marcellus Williams would be dead tonight without Governor Eric Greitens issuing a stay of execution.
Marcellus remembers that day.
I was like maybe a couple of hours away from being executed. I actually seen the execution team go into the little room, you know, with their little materials. I had already came to grips with that.
In staying the execution, Greitens cited the new DNA evidence and assigned a board of retired judges to convene and make a decision on if Marcellus deserved a new trial.
Governor Greitens will appoint 5 retired judges to the panel to review Marcellus Williams' case, including that new DNA evidence.
Everyone was hopeful.
It's looking way better than it was before. Anything better than him facing death penalty. So now he getting the chance and the shot he needed.
Yeah, by the way, the changes to the Democratic Party's criminal justice platform you may have missed is, for example, there is no mention of police brutality in the 2024 platform as opposed to the 2020 platform that did talk about police brutality. And beyond that, they've also removed language on working towards abolishing the death penalty. At what time is he supposed to be executed? In an hour and 20 minutes. Yes. they're the GOP, but just gay now is correct. Yes, that is what the Democratic Party has become. Gay GOP. That'll go away soon too, though. They'll just become full-blown GOP. You know. They'll do away with that too. Don't worry. It's coming.
For them to look over the DNA evidence.
But the sentiment was short-lived because what happened following that was nothing short of stunning. The border inquiry is something unique to the state of Missouri. It's a law that's been rarely invoked, and each of the few times it has yielded bizarre results. In the late 90s, the then Governor Mel Carnahan issued a stay of execution and invoked the border inquiry to look into the case of William Theodore Boliak Jr. Carnahan then died in a plane crash, and because of the wording in his stay, Boliak remains on death row to this day, with his execution being forever stayed. In Marcellus's case, the border inquiry that then Governor Eric Greitens requested to convene did in fact meet. It was the first movement in a while and gave him and his legal team hope.
Are you hopeful now with this board required?
I'm hopeful, but I don't believe or trust in the judicial system. But I'm hopeful that some good will come out of it one way or another. And I'll just leave it at that.
Marcellus's hesitation here, born of a lengthy and complicated legal process that had kept him behind bars for years, proved to be prescient. This hope was indeed short-lived because as the board began to meet, something happened.
Missouri Republican Governor Eric Greitens once considered...
Yeah, the only other group that could potentially halt the execution is the U.S. Supreme Court, which it, of course, as of literally 5 minutes ago, declined to halt the execution of Missouri death row inmate Marcellus Williams, knowing full well of his innocence. A lot of people will be like, oh, I don't understand. Like, what's the purpose here? Like, what's the reason? It's because they're bad people. They're evil people, and they like doing evil shit. That's it. There's literally no other justification for this. Okay? It's because they are evil people. The Supreme Court loves it. They love defending the execution of black men. There is no other way. There is no other way to fucking point to this reality. Just literally, if you know anything about the United States Supreme Court, you know this, okay? They do this all the fucking time. Specifically, intellectually disabled black inmates. They love that shit. Yeah, Antonin Scalia. They say it out loud. Mere factual innocence is no reason not to carry out a death sentence properly reached. I repeat, mere factual innocence is no reason not to carry out a death sentence properly reached. Okay? A miscarriage of justice is not a miscarriage of justice at all as long as the death sentence was properly reached. It does not matter. We will execute innocent people as long as the court proceedings were properly conducted. I mean, if you think that that is the worst thing that Antonin Scalia has said, that's Antonin Scalia, who has justified the use of torture in the United States Supreme Court by pointing to 24, a fictional work, by claiming that if there was a terrorist that wanted to nuke DC, like in the television show 24, and torture was the only method to get the information out of him, of course you'd be pro-torture. Or Antonin Scalia, who also once famously made the slippery slope argument about gay people getting married. If gay people can get married, then what's next? What if they want to marry dogs? That is literally, both of those things are things that Antonin Scalia said and did and defended, positions that he said and publicly defended in dissent. And you can learn about this in an introductory constitutional law class, as I did when I was in college.
A rising star in the GOP has just resigned this afternoon amid an impeachment effort sparked by a pair of scandals.
Today, I am announcing that I will resign as governor of Missouri, effective Friday, June 1st at 5 p.m.
When former Missouri Governor Eric Greitens issued that stay, he impaneled a special board to examine the facts of the case and make a recommendation. But then a personal scandal forced Greitens out, leaving the board in jeopardy and the future of Marcellus Williams entirely unclear.
The governor who succeeded Greitens, Mike Parson, came in as someone tough on crime, which caused many to believe the board was in jeopardy.
I remember CBS coming into town saying, what's going to happen with Marcellus Williams? Will you keep the Board of Inquiry still intact? And he said, I'm going to let them do what Greitens set them up to do.
Now, if you think Governor Parson is a man who doesn't utilize the pardon power, well, you'd be wrong. He has utilized the pardon power. The governor of Missouri, Governor Mike Parson, I almost called him Mike Pardon. It's just, he doesn't like to use it against certain people. Here is Missouri governor pardoning the St. Louis couple who aimed guns at protesters during the Black Lives Matter protests. If you recall, Mark and Patricia McCloskey, who gained prominence for confronting demonstrators, had each pleaded guilty to a misdemeanor charge. They were pardoned. The Missouri governor shortens the DWI prison sentence of former Chiefs assistant coach Britt Reed. Missouri Governor Mike Parson on Friday shortened the prison sentence of former Kansas City Chiefs assistant coach Britt Reed for a drunken driving crash that seriously injured a 5-year-old girl. Yeah, you don't have to make this shit up. They give you plenty of evidence. Okay?
I know the board was canceled. Will they meet? Will they make a recommendation to you? And what will you do then?
I would assume they would. I heard they're not going to. So I think once they make that recommendation, if they do meet, then we'll discuss that at the time.
And now we found that that's not the case.
Parson, of course, dissolved the board, ending the state's years of work towards Marcellus.
Are you actually being serious? Dog, look in front of your eyes. Like, it's not like I'm making this shit up. It's in front of you. Like, these are things that he has done. Every single thing that I have mentioned is factually accurate, okay?
Obtaining a hearing. After everything Marcellus had been through, for his case to once again be thrown into turmoil for things outside of his control seemed unbelievable. How did the scandal-plagued governor of Missouri's resignation essentially ruin Marcellus's chances at freedom? The funny thing about Parson's tough on crime stance and these actions are that they only seem to apply to certain people in certain cases, further confounding how justice works within the state of Missouri. Parson has been granting pardons and clemency at an exceptional rate, more than any governor of Missouri since the 1940s. But this has a specific political tint to it. Parson.
It's just odd. Oh, he covers this. Never mind. Okay, it's just odd because he has given out a lot more pardons than most other governors. So why is it that in this circumstance, when there's a dude who is straight up innocent, he is refusing to pardon him?
Since clemency only comes for people like Mark and Patricia McCloskey, the couple who became famous for waving guns at Black Lives Matter protesters.
Missouri Governor Mike Parson's office confirms his recent group of pardons and commutations include Mark and Patricia McCloskey. The St. Louis couple made national headlines last summer when they waved guns at demonstrators in their Central West End neighborhood.
As of August 2022, 90% of Parson's pardons have been white petitioners, which when you look at the demographics of those incarcerated in the state seems nearly impossible. For those outside of Parson's purview, the justice system seems...
Let's just hold on. I need you to understand one more time this fact. As of August 2022, 90% of the governor of Missouri Parson's pardons have been white petitioners.
Pardons have been white petitioners, which when you look at the demographics of those incarcerated and
when you look at the demographics, white people comprise 55% of the Missouri jail population.
the state seems nearly impossible. For those outside of Parson's purview, the justice system seems to lean its full weight on them. Parson dissolved the board of inquiry looking into Marcellus's case and took no further action.
We filed a civil lawsuit saying we don't believe the governor has the authority to dissolve that board because he had to wait until they finished their work. Once they finished their work, he could do what he wanted with his clemency powers, but the order had already been there. Unfortunately, the Missouri Supreme Court disagreed with that and recently dismissed that civil case. And at that point, the Attorney General argued there was no other reason that an execution date shouldn't be set.
We're here now, and he's got a September execution.
This is the last part of the process. Here it is. Missouri Governor Mike Parson has also said that he is potentially going to either release or shorten the prison sentence of the first Kansas City police officer ever convicted of killing a black man, signaling in recent comments his disapproval of the former detective's incarceration. A Republican in the final months of his time in office came close to a promising commutation or pardon for the KCPD detective Eric DeVal Canary in a radio interview last week. The comments are the furthest the governor, a former Polk County sheriff, has gone in telegraphing that he plans to take action in the case. There's not a week that goes by that somebody is not reaching out to me about that issue, and we're going to see what happens here before long. I'll leave it at that. But, you know, I don't like where he's at. I'll just say that. DeValcaneri was found guilty at a trial in Jackson County in 2021 on charges of second-degree involuntary manslaughter and armed criminal action in the killing of 26-year-old Cameron Lamb. DeValcaneri is currently serving a 6-year sentence after shooting Lamb as Lamb was backing up his pickup truck into his garage. DeValcaneri is believed to be in custody in an out-of-state prison after previously being held in state prison in Fulton. The Missouri Supreme Court has declined to overturn his convictions, leaving commutation and pardon by the governor as his only viable option to leave prison.
All of this speaks to how baffling the system in the state of Missouri is.
Missouri is one of the more difficult legal systems to navigate, in particular because of the opposition that every innocence case has faced.
Even when clear and convincing evidence emerges in a case, overturning a wrongful conviction here is an uphill battle.
I had a case, it wasn't a death row case, where the two witnesses who identified him as killing this guy both recanted their stories. We tried to get it back in front of the trial court here in Kansas City. The state opposed it, and the judge said, I can't hear this. Denied. And he's still in prison. We're still trying to get him out.
The appeals process in the United States is already a lengthy and complicated one, but in Missouri it is especially tough. There's strict filing deadlines, limited resources for post-conviction investigations, procedural barriers, restrictive criteria for DNA testing, and a high bar for introducing new evidence.
You can have a winning case and the court won't hear it because of a procedural default. And that happens time and time again. It's happened in Missouri numerous times. The guys have been executed without really any meaningful review of their cases because of that.
All of these hurdles have directly hindered Marcellus Williams' pursuit of the truth.
In Marcellus's case, we were not necessarily defaulted on a lot of stuff, but we were thwarted at every turn in trying to get court authorization to get access to evidence that could exonerate him.
Procedurally and legally, the state of Missouri is set up in a way that continually thwarts attempts to seek justice. But the power the Attorney General holds in the state further complicates things and leads to horrific situations that honestly shocked me the further I went down the rabbit hole. The Attorney General's office in the state of Missouri has fought tooth and nail against every appeal and every hearing in the last several decades.
When they fight to just prevent a hearing from even happening. And that's what we see time and time again, this argument of finality over fairness. We just need to be done, and not that we just need to get it right. When you have an office that takes these really hardline approaches, there's not a lot of room for the facts or justice in those cracks in between.
Combined with the laws the state has enacted over these years, it has caused so many problems for those arguing wrongful convictions.
If you've got evidence that you got an unfair trial, or if you got or wrongfully convicted, it shouldn't matter that there's a procedural problem in the case. The court ought to hear it.
Just a few weeks ago, the AG's office blocked the release of Christopher Dunn, who had served 30 years for a crime he didn't commit.
Our top story, he was just minutes away from walking free. The 11th hour move by the Missouri Supreme Court, halting the release of Christopher Dunn.
A circuit court judge overturned his conviction on the basis that both eyewitnesses had recanted their stories. Dunn was set to be released, only to have Missouri's current AG, Andrew Bailey, block it through the Missouri Supreme Court.
On Monday, a St. Louis Circuit Court judge overturned his conviction, but Missouri Attorney General Andrew Bailey appealed his release. On Wednesday, that same...
Like, you have to understand, like, this is just straight white supremacy, right? Like, if you're asking, what the fuck's going on? Like, how do we get here? How does this happen? It is just pure, unfiltered, unvarnished white supremacy. That's it. Like, what purpose, what kind of threat does this person constitute to society that he must remain behind bars? Okay? Even if he had actually even if he actually did the crime, at this point, like, Even if he had actually done the crime, after decades spent in prison, like what threat does this person have? The only reason why you are spending government resources on this shit is because you want to. I mean, it serves the exact same purpose as like putting statues of the Confederate generals right outside of the courthouse. Okay. It is a constant reminder and a reaffirmation that this is a white supremacist criminal justice system and you should know your fucking place. Okay. That's it. That's it.
Judge overruled Bailey, but just as Dunn was about to get out, the Missouri Supreme Court halted it per Bailey's request. Kira says she doesn't understand why AG Bailey is fighting it so hard.
All of this takes courage, and it's rare. And to see another part of the state try to slap that down and try to kill it. I just don't understand it.
This comes just a week after Bailey attempted the same thing with Sandra Hemme, the longest held wrongly incarcerated woman known in the US. Hemme's conviction was overturned only to have her release blocked by Bailey. Eventually he was overruled and she was set free. In the wake of it, her attorney Sean Bailey said it shouldn't be this hard to free an innocent person.
It's just going to show how bad the system needs to be reformed. It is broken.
Absolutely. A judgment was made 35 days ago. She was innocent, but Attorney General Andrew Bailey fought her release in the courts until the judge ordered her release by 6 p.m. or he would hold the Attorney General in contempt.
Despite his conviction being overturned, Dunn remained behind bars because of the Attorney General's petitions.
We are overjoyed, and at the same time, we're also afraid to really exhale until Chris actually takes his first free steps.
The human cost of these systematic failures is staggering. Collectively, Missouri's exonerees have served hundreds of years behind bars for crimes they didn't commit. Families have been torn apart, lives derailed, and
why do AGs do this? Is it careerism? No, dude, it's white supremacy. That's it. It is white supremacy. That's it. There's nothing else.
The true perpetrators were left to commit further crimes.
She says no family should have to go through what Chris...
The criminal justice system is built on the foundation of white supremacist values. That woman is white. That doesn't change the reality that for all of the other non-white fucking victims of the criminal justice system, you have to uphold law and order in the same degree because you're going to kill a lot of black people that way.
Christopher's family went through yesterday. She says tonight they're waiting and trying to keep hope as this entire legal process continues to play out.
Marcellus' son knows all too well about this pain and the waiting, the keeping hope, the lengthy legal processes.
My dad in this up situation, I'm really got to be there for him. You know what I'm saying? You got to let your dad know you love him. You know, get somebody their roses while they still alive. These people want to put all the pressure. They make the visits uncomfortable. They make the lawyers run around in circles. You know what I'm saying? It's just too much.
Some studies indicate that 4 to 6% of the inmate population in America is actually innocent, which would mean that there could be hundreds more in Missouri behind bars for a crime they didn't commit. For a state that incarcerates its population at a rate higher than the national average and higher than most countries in the world, it needs to be sure it's getting these convictions right. Instead, it spent years railing against policies that would alleviate the...
You get it? Do you understand? Can you explain how it's white supremacy and how it applies here? America never abolished slavery. They just simply legalized it in the form. They just simply legalized it in the form of the criminal justice system. The criminal justice system that was the criminal justice system that's historically been used and will continue to be used against overwhelmingly black and brown populations. And yes, white supremacy does end up sometimes directly harming, I mean, in many instances actually, directly harming white people as well. It's the same reason why white people are shocked when police brutalize them and they go, "What are you doing to me? I'm not black." But but other white people look at that and go, "Look, sometimes it's going to happen," because ultimately that violent force is used against those we have decided need to be violently suppressed. It's kind of, it kind of comes with the territory. Some white people will also have to stay in prison, even if they are innocent, because ultimately we're using that structure to enslave black and brown people.
Problem and refuses to acknowledge any wrongdoing.
These people play games when they don't want to admit they wrongdoing. So it's the same story, new day, new book, same shit, man.
The one strange thing Marcellus has on his side in this fight for innocence is doing it from death row.
Missouri is the only state in the country where if you can prove your innocence, you can get out of prison, but only if you were sentenced to death. So if you can prove your innocence and you were not sentenced to death, the courts essentially say we don't have any authority to do that.
In the 2016 ruling of Lincoln v. Cassidy by the Missouri Supreme Court, the court decided that freestanding claims of actual innocence, where a person asserts they are factually innocent of the crime for which they were convicted, even if there were no procedural errors in the trial, are only recognizable for individuals on death row. The decision effectively closed off a crucial avenue for potentially innocent prisoners serving non-death sentences to challenge their convictions based solely on new evidence of their innocence.
In 2016, the Court of Appeals in Missouri said it didn't matter essentially how strong the evidence of innocence was. The Missouri Supreme Court had only found innocence in a death penalty case, not in any other case, and so it did not have the power to overturn Rodney's conviction because he was not sentenced to death. That is still essentially the law today. Many individuals, myself included, have asked the Missouri Supreme Court to rehear this. They have declined to do so. And so what we see in cases like Rodney's or others in individuals is there's a very distinct partition between when we will hear evidence of innocence and when we won't.
The ruling in Lincoln v. Cassidy has had far-reaching consequences, as seen in cases like Christopher Dunn's, where compelling evidence of innocence exists, but cannot be fully considered by the courts due to this precedent. For Marcellus, despite the fact he can present these freestanding claims of innocence, it has done little to help his case. It embodies every aspect of this broken justice system, and these failures very well could end in the execution of an innocent man. It's been 7 long years since the lab finally properly tested the DNA on the murder weapon found in Felicia Gale and proved it was not Marcellus Williams. It has been 7 long years since Marcellus Williams' lawyers have been seeking an evidentiary hearing to present this bombshell. And it has been 7 long years of the state of Missouri fighting this revelation like it has every other case.
Why not have the hearing, right? And the Attorney General's office has currently filed a motion to dismiss the prosecutor's
Dude, shut the
motion
fuck
to
up,
vacate,
dude. Shut the fuck
arguing
up.
that
Shut your stupid bitch ass up, dude. Okay? Shut up. Shut up. Jesus Christ, dude. What are you defending here? Like, what are you defending here? Please, what the fuck are you defending? Oh, the Attorney General of Missouri is not a fucking white supremacist. He's just a bad person. Like, what are Jesus Christ. Is he your fucking dad, dude? Is that what it is? What's going on? Like, what a fucking distinction without a difference. Oh my God. Please. Get a fucking grip. Anyway, the top of the hour is, ad break is here, okay? I'm not even gonna fucking segue. I don't give a shit.
It's too late. Can't have a hearing.
Finally, after the execution date was set, the state decided it would allow an evidentiary hearing for the DNA evidence. Then, the AG, Andrew Bailey, filed a writ of probation to dismiss the hearing. The court rejected this, and the hearing will still proceed on August 21st, but not for lack of trying.
What's so disturbing about what's happening in Marcellus's case is that We have in January a prosecutor filing a motion to overturn his conviction on the basis of his innocence in January. And then just 6 months later, an execution date being set before a hearing on that motion has been held.
It's a very real possibility that because of the speed in which the courts work, that the results of the evidentiary hearing will not be known until after Marcellus Williams is executed on September 24th.
There's no coming back from an execution. And where there's DNA evidence and a prosecutor saying, I want a hearing on this DNA evidence because I believe this person is innocent, to not have that hearing, to just say it's too late, would really say something about what it means to try to seek justice in our system.
Beyond the convincing DNA evidence, the ineffective counsel, the contradicting eyewitnesses, something else has come to light. Notably, while Noah was making his documentary, a private investigator had spoken with Asaro before she had passed and said she had recanted her story, saying Marcellus had nothing to do with the murder.
Somebody was following Laura Asaro before she passed, but apparently she said he didn't do it.
It sounds to me like she said twice he didn't do it.
She died before they could get a sworn affidavit.
They tried to get an affidavit to her, and she passed before she could.
Even in spite of all that, all the other evidence in this case that points to Marcellus Williams' innocence should lead to his exoneration, or at least a new trial, but only time will tell if that happens. The governor of Missouri's AG will fight this case to the bitter end, and even if his conviction is overturned, they could block his release from prison, like they did Christopher Dunn and Sandra Hemme. Of course, on top of all this are the ethics of the death penalty, which are for another time.
Doesn't matter where someone stands on the death penalty here. If we want to have that system, there has to be the possibility for somebody to have their innocence heard before a step is taken that can never be undone.
This entire journey has disillusioned me on the justice system's approach to wrongful convictions, and even more so on Missouri's fight for finality over fairness. But it's also taught me that if a case gets enough attention, it very well could mean life or death for the person at the center.
He a good man, he an honorable man, and he an innocent man. So that's that.
Yeah.
Thanks again, Delete Me, for making this video possible. I just wanted to also say thanks to Noah and his crew and all the work they did. If you want to know how to get involved, people to donate to, petitions to sign, congressmen to annoy, I've included some links down below.
This was this guy did phenomenal work. Corey Pop. I don't know what his other I don't know what his other videos look like. I guess he's made 3. The execution will happen in an hour. Oh yeah, if you go to factzero.com, you can send a fax to the office of the governor of Missouri. Many people are doing that, but I think that this is beyond like calls for help. Here.
I think our criminal justice system is working as intended. It is only broken to the extent that our society is broken. If your intention is to,
Ta-Nehisi Coates also had, his voicemail is full. Calling his office will not do anything. His voicemail, his voicemail inbox has been full for days.
Jail massive numbers of people. If you believe that prison is an effective means of dealing with the myriad social needs of the African American community, then it This country has traditionally regarded black people. I don't know that anything is broken at all. The deeper question is, are we okay with something on the order of 4,000 African-American males per 100,000 being in jail? Are we okay with that? Are we okay with, there being a 1 in 3 chance for every, African-American male born in this generation of eventually doing some sort of time in prisons and in jails? Are we all right with that? And that goes to the deeper question of, are we all right with black people in the position that they are?
A direct act of terror. Okay. That's why even someone like Jon Stewart, who has significantly better opinions on issues like this, will crack jokes like in a careless manner, which annoyed with chatters today. I feel like there's a bunch of like really annoying fucking people in the there's no issue with making jokes, chat. I do it all the time. I do it on a daily fucking basis. In a lot of the horrifying segments of reality that I cover, I covered this exact same story and I crack jokes in between. It's just that I guess the direction of the jokes oftentimes, or who I make the butt of the jokes oftentimes is the Israeli government. You can make jokes. You can make jokes about the American role in this process. You can make jokes about the Israeli government in this process. You can even make jokes about the Lebanese population. It just has to be like, I don't know, somewhat tasteful and not tone deaf when you are making a joke about innocent people being blown to fucking bits. It just comes across a little callous. Israelis fucking hate Benjamin Netanyahu so much that his popularity has only grown post October 7 and has increased tremendously since the incursions into Lebanon. Yeah. It's so funny to point to Benny Gantz, by the way, as a guy who hates Benjamin Netanyahu. And it's like, that was our guy. That was supposed to be the next leader of Israel. You know? That was the guy that we were positioning on our liberal Zionist off-ramp that we were setting up. Except, what happened to that off-ramp? He fucking left the coalition. He left the governing coalition in disgrace. And Benjamin Netanyahu is literally more popular than he has been post October 7. Because he opened a new front in the war, by the way, just so you understand. His argument is that he's obviously right. Like, anti-Semitism is irrelevant to the actions of Israel in terms of it, like, always being a major issue, being at the heart of, like, all fascist movements. The problem, however, is that Israel's actions, and more so than Israel's actions, but, like, the justifications for Israel's actions being tied back to Judaism, and also on top of that, the defense of Israel's actions against like valid criticism being tied back to a cynical deployment of anti-Semitism as a shield, does, especially when communicated through every fucking orifice of media by everyone in positions of power, does make it incredibly easy for the uninitiated person with a little bit of like unexamined anti-Semitic opinions that are just like left out there in the dark to completely adopt the position that Jews control the media. That's it. That's literally it. Israel blows up a school, says we're doing this for Judaism and all Jews love us. And then Jake Tapper goes on television and says, if you criticize Israel blowing up a school, you're anti-Semitic because all Jews love Israel and all Jews love what Israel is doing. Then yeah, what is a guy in Arkansas supposed to think? What? He's never met a Jewish person before. The only thing he knows about Jews is Seinfeld. Okay? In his mind, he's like, I see a lot of Jewish people who are rich. What is he supposed to think? He's never thought about these issues. He's heard, Jews are very good with money. Okay? He's probably even heard Jews control the media before. Maybe he didn't put a lot of thought or effort into understanding what that means and why it's incorrect. But when that guy turns on television and hears this from every fucking news outlet, what is he supposed to think? Where is his casual anti-Semitism supposed to go? It's going to become full-blown anti-Semitism. The amount of people, I'm willing to fucking bet, the amount of people, have you fact-checked who owns every media? Yeah, see? And there's people doing that right now in the chat. Have you fact-checked who owns every major media outlet? Dude, if you think it's Jews, and you also think that there is a monolithic force that dictates that, like, Jews operate on the boundaries of Israel and defending Israel's violent actions, you are anti-Semitic and fucking stupid. The major people that own media outlets are not Jews, by the way. It's not. Yes, there are so many WASPs. Okay. It's mostly WASPs that own most of and control most of the important vectors of power. But it does not matter because they're not operating in a monolithic understanding beyond being capital owners. Okay? That's it. Zionism across the board and the way that it has churned out these results are a byproduct of social conditioning. Okay? There are far more evangelical Zionists that are rabid supporters of Israel than there are Zionist Jews. Okay? There are more rabid evangelical Zionists than there are Jews across the board. Okay? This is why I routinely repeat the correct statement, the true fact that if magically tomorrow every single American Jew universally condemned the state of Israel, said it's an apartheid, said that they no longer recognize what it once was, doesn't mean that a higher percent of evangelicals are. You are wrong. You are literally wrong, okay? The Jewish support for the state of Israel is not as black and white as you think it is. A lot of that is never perfectly defined. Why is it never perfectly defined? Because institutions that are supposed to deal with anti-Semitism want to maintain the idea that Israel is a Jewish ethno-state and that's good and all Jews like it the way it is and all Jews want to defend it. Okay? So you never get like a full-blown accurate, accurate analysis on the subject matter. Okay? But if you think that a higher percentage of Jews are pro-Israel with the same severity, you can look at the numbers. Who gives more money to the state of Israel, specifically the settler projects? If you think Jews make up a higher percentage of the donations, or if you think Jews are donating more money to Israel than evangelical Christians, you are wrong. Okay? It's funny because even the inception of Israel, under the Balfour Declaration, Lord Balfour was an anti-Semitic person, but he was motivated by Christian Zionists. And the one motherfucker that literally said, no, dog, we shouldn't ship all the Jews to Israel, or not Israel at the time, British Mandate Palestine, was a Jewish guy. The one fucking guy who openly spoke out against it was a Jew. Christian Zionism predated Jewish Zionism. Most Jews in America, in spite of their insane amounts of social conditioning that they get early on, have damn near identical perspectives on the maintenance of the state of Israel as everybody else. Okay? That's it. That is just the truth. When you look at it by demographics, when you break it down by demographics, young Jews under the age of 35, many of which are in here as well, young Jews under the age of 35 and their opinion on Israel is damn near identical to every other demographic under the age of 35. What? It was a Jewish doctor sounding like Kanye? What? Because I'm speaking to the anti-Semitic canard that all Jews are monolithic in their understanding of any issue, let alone fucking Israel? Israel's taking urgent steps to find a diplomatic solution to the conflict in the northern front with Hezbollah. Conflict? Dog, they're looking for a diplomatic solution to the problem that they started? What the fuck? Would you also say that most Jewish people in the U.S., but also in general, are generally uninformed about what's happening in Gaza and rather are just defending the state of Israel? I mean, sure, that's part of it. If they watch only mainstream media, then yes, their opinion is going to be similar to your Christian dad. You know what I mean? It's just the same shit.
The way they.
So, like, this speech was actually really informative. Like his entire anti-Semitism speech at the anti-Semitism seminar was actually quite informative, and not just because of what he said or what he didn't say, but also because of the way that the media covered it. Like, a lot of people hyper-focused on him saying this, which is objectively stupid, right? But many people did not talk about all the other things that he said. The many instances where he basically defended Miriam Adelson, said, I gave Sheldon and Miriam everything they wanted. Like, pure graft. Okay? Pure fucking graft across the board. He brought up Miriam Adelson by name because of Miriam Adelson's donations. And it's odd that mainstream media did not even cover that at all. Normally, if Donald Trump was, flubbing this hard about any other issue, the media would make mincemeat out of that shit. He literally personally said he gave Golan Heights to Israel because he got money from Sheldon Adelson. I'm going to try to find this thing. Hold on. Michael Treacy, I can't believe I'm saying this, but Michael Treacy clipped it. And then Felix actually quote retweeted it. And I just want to show you that clip again. Yeah, it's deeply anti-Semitic to accept that this happened.
Recognize Israel, just as I promised I recognize Israel's eternal capital and opened the American embassy in Jerusalem. Jerusalem became the capital. I also recognized Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights. You know, Miriam and Sheldon would come into the White House probably almost more than anybody outside of people that worked there. And they were always after, and as soon as I'd give them something, always for Israel. As soon as I'd give them something, they'd want something else. I said, give me a couple of weeks, will you please? But I gave them the Golan Heights, and they never even asked for it. You know, for 72 years, they've been trying to do the Golan Heights, right? And even Sheldon didn't have the nerve. But I said, you know what? I said to David Friedman, give me a quick lesson, like 5 minutes or less on the Golan Heights. And he did. And I said, let's do it. We got it done in about 15 minutes, right? Yeah.
Michael Treacy says, take note of which Trump comments provoke controversy and which don't. Trump said this week that he gave Golan Heights to Sheldon and Miriam Adelson, his top funders, who came to the White House almost more than anybody. Not a peep about this brazen admission of graft. Now, one must ask the fucking question, why they didn't cover this aspect of the story, or why they didn't even talk about Donald Trump's, I guess, objectively correct statements in terms of like anti-Semitism rising in college campuses. Because they believe it too, and they agree with it. That's why, okay? And the great question, exactly, the real follow-up to that is because Biden did nothing to undo it. Why would he do that? Because Biden is also an ultra-Zionist. The entire time, he kept saying, I gave everything you want. Okay? I gave everything you want to you Jews. Why won't you vote for me? You must be cursed. That's what he said. Okay? Now, obviously, from my perspective, that is an utterly insane and deeply anti-Semitic thing to say and to think, right? Not because of the you Jews part, but because it comes with the underlying false notion that all Jews give a shit about in America is Israel. Okay? Yeah, he said you have a curse. Okay? It is the underlying premise there is that Jews are a monolithic force that exclusively cares about Israel and nothing else. When making their electoral decisions, this is what they care about. Okay? Now, the hilarious side of this, and the reason why the media doesn't really cover that much, is because they also repeat this false notion, but in a woke way. Every time you say 90% of Jews are Zionist, they love Israel, all they care about is Israel, that's the only thing that motivates them. We can't make a decision on Israel because then Jews won't vote for Kamala Harris. Like, all this shit is just woke anti-Semitism. Okay? It is the woke side saying the exact same thing that the Nazis say. It is objectively false. Okay? It is not correct. It is incorrect. I don't give a fuck what your background is. You could be a Jewish person telling me this shit. I don't give a fuck. I will not agree that 90% of Jews believe that like what Israel is doing is right. Because I, unlike whoever is saying that, okay, recognize how deeply of an anti-Semitic sentiment that is. Okay? Maybe in the heat of the moment, you might forget what Israel is doing or the way that people analyze what Israel is doing because they can see the fucking atrocities. But when you come out as a defensive posture and slap on Judaism in defense of the state of Israel, okay, well, sorry, but you are creating more anti-Semitism. It's just the truth. Straight up. That's the reason why motherfuckers don't actually talk about Donald Trump's additional graft or all of his statements about like anti-Semitism rising in the country, right? The reason why they don't talk about it is because they also agree with the underlying premise. Even if they don't actually agree or believe it, they say it anyway because they think it is a good deployment. It is a good way to defend Israel's actions and to silence the naysayers by simply claiming you are anti-Semitic. It is ridiculous. Sorry for casual Hasan. MWM dragging his name through the mud on their live. I don't know who MWM is. Why are people constantly coming in here to be like, bro, like Wesley Bucksteak said you're a fucking doo-doo head. Like, I genuinely have no fucking clue what you're talking about. And honestly, I don't care, you know, and neither should you. I just don't give a fuck. Dog, you don't understand. You have to address this, bro. Xylitol told everybody that you suck. Like, you suck big time, dude. You have to address it, bro. I wouldn't take it. On God, I wouldn't take it, bro. I would not, bro. I don't care. I don't care. Focus on what actually fucking matters, okay? Like the top of the hour ad break, which comes at the top of every hour. If you no longer want to see those ads, then you have to subscribe, which you can do for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. The 90% of Jews are a Zionist number is based around a fucking falsehood. Okay? It is the constantly changing definition of Zionism. It is directly related to the constantly changing definition of Zionism. In a defensive posture, Zionism can mean anything. Okay? There is no like one singular definition that everyone can get together and agree on for some fucking weird reason. But the other reason is the other number. I remember reading an article on this, but like it's just like a fucking made up poll. It's not like a real fucking poll, but it keeps getting repeated over and over and over again in media. People say it all the time because they think it's a great way to fucking be like, well, when you say Zionist, you mean Jew. First of all, in the grand scheme of things, just by the numbers, okay? Just by the fucking numbers. If you personally think that there are more Jewish Zionists than there are evangelical Zionists, you're just fucking wrong and delusional and stupid, okay? Zionism is primarily in this country defended by and logistically supported by American Christians. Kufi, Christians United for Israel, is the largest donator to West Bank operations. Kufi, Christians United for Israel, CUFI. In terms of the defensive posture that Americans represent and believe about Israel, Jews are no different than anybody else in the country. Okay? That's it. There is a lot of unconditional loyalty and support for the state of Israel in this goddamn nation. Some of which is religious justifications. Others are because they are fighting against our holy enemies, the Arabs, the Muslims. And many are simply remnants of a stated, deliberate, concerted effort to engage in social conditioning, especially escalated, in my opinion, after apartheid South Africa perished, when Israel, apartheid South Africa's greatest ally, learned all of the lessons of what not to do and also of what to do. They were aligned with apartheid South Africa. They watched apartheid South Africa go away, and they were like, oh shit, that is a mistake we will not repeat. Okay? Marcellus Williams, yes, I covered it already earlier for an hour plus. And I told you already that it will most likely go through. The Supreme Court did not stop it, and the governor also refused to stop it. Marcel Williams' last statements reads, all praise be to Allah in every situation. These were his last words. Marcellus Williams was an innocent man. And the state knew of his innocence. The prosecutor's office maintained his innocence after the court proceedings. Jurors came out and said that they made the wrong decision. DNA evidence exonerated him. And in spite of the critical amount of people petitioning the governor's office to put a stay on the execution, the governor yesterday said that he would not do so. In the last moments, they went to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court also said that they would not stop the execution. What? Yes, he was also pro-Palestine as well. Governor has blood on his hands now. I mean, the governor has had blood on his hands. What's their reasoning? Because they're fucking racist, okay? That's it. The American criminal justice system is one that deliberately churns out the exact same results that America had under chattel slavery. As a matter of fact, the 13th Amendment, which is supposed to abolish slavery, actually simply codifies it and turns it into a mechanism of the state, a mechanism that we use to this day, even beyond the heinous nature of the private for-profit prison system, which is unimaginably cruel. Like, it's a ridiculous statement. We have full-blown slavery as a method of punishment in this country. Consistently underserved the black population, refused to allow them to participate in the regular economic improvement that everyone else gets to participate in, leave their communities, segregate their communities and leave those segregated communities underserved, and then criminalize their existence every step of the way, put them in the system early on as children, okay? And then you can enslave them in the exact same way that this country once famously, openly, and legally did. That's it. I think that is the real reason why a lot of the draconian attitudes that people demonstrate, when talking about like crime and punishment, I think it stems from like a defense of the white supremacist nature of the criminal justice system. And black people do this too, and white people who think they are anti-racist do this too. There are plenty of progressive people who do this. They defend capital punishment. They defend the gruesome ways in which we seek out vengeance against those who have done wrong. And I think the actual purpose of that draconian culture is to justify a white supremacist institution like our criminal justice system. Okay? And people who otherwise are anti-white supremacy but are pro draconian punishments are actually simply reasserting that position. They're simply defending that position without even recognizing it, without seeing the contradiction in saying that you are an anti-racist. Capital punishment is not really vengeance. It absolutely is. It is a barbaric method of vengeance. How do we know he's innocent? I mean, dude, come on, man. Come on, dude. Shut the fuck up. Oh my God. Like, the only thing tying him to the crime was two people that wanted both one person that wanted leniency and had every reason to lie, and another person that wanted $10,000 in rewards. They openly fucking said that, by the way. There was no evidence. There was only evidence that, like, even if he wasn't 100% guilty, even if he was like 90% guilty, it still means that the state should not be able to execute him. But in this circumstance, we know he was 100% innocent, and you're still trying to fucking defend it. Because you're a giant piece of shit, dude. You are a powerless fucking loser, and the only thing that makes you feel like you have something in your life is when you are cruel to others. When the state enforces its unjust ways and you defend it, it makes you feel powerful, as though you have an ownership stake in this. You don't. You are nothing. You're a fucking peon, and you feel that every day in your life. You feel that in this very moment when you bootlick that state. It is from your powerlessness that comes this attitude, this need to feel powerful. I don't have any power, but at least someone has it worse than me. That's it. That's the only reason why dumb fucks with globe emojis in their fucking descriptions like salivate at the prospect of bombing Yemen, okay? Oh, they gonna learn today why we don't have healthcare. It's like, dude, you literally just admitted you don't have healthcare. You're like this state that you are defending is actively killing you, okay? It openly demonstrates every single day that it does not have your best interest at heart, and you are such a cucked fucking loser that you look to people who are on the receiving end of American imperialism getting bombed mercilessly once again when being bombed by the vassals of said imperial state is all they've known their whole lives, and you say, hey, at least I'm not in Yemen. Tell the lowest white man that he is higher than the highest black man, and you can run his pockets and rob him blind. No, it wasn't Malcolm X that said that. It was LBJ. As a leftist, how do you constantly read things like this and still look for a hopeful future? I try every day, but it gets harder. It's fine. It's he'll even empty his pockets for you. Exactly. Listen, things are always awful and things will remain awful. What you can focus on is marginal changes that you can make in your life and in the lives of others around you, and always keep putting your best foot forward. That's it. Okay? Look at human history. Things have always gotten better slowly. Not necessarily. They haven't gotten better on their own. They've gotten better because there are people like yourselves out there who, in spite of everything in society telling you that shit's never going to get better and everything is awful and will forever be awful, people still fight. People still fight for these causes. People still fight for what is right. Yes, pessimism of the intellect, optimism of the will. That's why I keep repeating the same talking points forever. One, because I'm a stubborn piece of shit. And two, because I know that if I can change the mind of one person or two people or 10 people or 1,000 people, and then they go around and change the minds of others, then I've done my job. So for every fucking uncharitable dipshit who comes in here to fling shit in the face of like horrifying realities of American governance, of American domination, whether it be a justification for the white supremacist nature of our criminal justice system, in an instance where there is like an abject horror, a genuinely cruel moment that they are still defending, okay? I know that my statements will reach at least one person. I know that my statements will change the minds of at least one person, change the heart of at least one person. Okay? And if I can make someone be marginally less reactionary on any number of issues I speak to, then I've done my job. Anyway. Once again, I'm going to repeat this statement that I say all the time whenever we talk about criminal justice reform. And leftists start chirping at me and say, no, but we need to execute this person. We need to execute that person. Okay, what if it was your sister or your mother that was horrifically stabbed? Bet you'd sing a different tune then. Well, there's a reason why you don't sit on the fucking jury if you are directly involved with the crime, you know? And there's a good reason for it. Okay? Because when you're robbing someone of their freedom, that examination must be unemotional, okay? It must be cold and calculated. And if you do not have the capacity to demonstrate rational behavior in that circumstance for understandable reasons, like if you are the family members of the victim, then yes, of course, it should be left up to a jury of your peers. In spite of the fucking loopholes that exist that try to stack the deck against those who have been declared branded criminals. There are obviously material inequalities at play here. There's mental health complications. There's the color of your skin and attitudes towards certain races. But ultimately, justice is not about vengeance, okay? Justice is not about vengeance. It's not about how you feel in that moment. It's about making sure that there are people who will never do that are people that have done heinous, horrific wrongs that can be rehabilitated and reintegrated into society adequately. Okay? And in many instances, like the one that we just saw with Marcellus Williams, the injustice is often issued by the state when they execute a man who was innocent, who never committed a crime, and they just did it anyway. Now, let's get to another glaringly obvious hypocrisy in the way that Muslims and Palestinians are viewed by all of our institutions. And how easy it is and how expected it is that you can just simply lie about a Muslim woman, a Palestinian woman, even if they are a motherfucking Democratic Party politician, a congresswoman. Michigan Attorney General falsely calls Representative Rashida Tlaib an anti-Semite.
In the spring, anti-Israel activists took over part of the main thoroughfare at the University of Michigan in Ann Arbor. Take a listen.
It's scary, it's terrifying. They have a sign that says, "Long live the Intifada."
Yeah, it's so scary that I'm wearing my fucking dog tag, my IDF dog tag on campus. Maybe it's not so scary. Anytime I see that shit, I'm like, bro, listen, dog, listen. To me, that is worse than wearing a fucking Hamas headband. I know that is not the same in the way that it's analyzed by American society, but that is precisely what it is. Okay? The Star of David and IDF dog tag. Yeah, dude, because I'm a fucking insane anti-Semite that I'm looking at this Star of David and calling it a dog tag and not the IDF dog tag that's in front of the fucking Star of David. Maybe I just know more than you, okay? Have you ever considered that? Have you ever factored that into your equation before jumping to fucking conclusions like trying to immediately bait some kind of like perceived anti-Semitism out of me? That's a goddamn swastika he's wearing on his fucking chest, that IDF dog tag, okay? Not the Star of David. I'm so scared. What this little broccoli hair dipshit is doing in this this fucking zoomer cut, broccoli cut dipshit is doing here, okay, is 100% no different than if he had a fucking swastika. All right? You got the same haircut? I know, shut up. On God, bruh. On God, for real. Anti-Semitism is a big problem on these college campuses. On God. He's so scared, bro. Look at him. Look at how scared he is, bro. For real. I can feel the fear in his eyes, dude. Look, I'm telling you right now, straight up, this is ironically something that the media also escalated in 2016. You would have motherfuckers that are straight up Nazis be like, I have no diversity of opinion on college campuses. And the media would literally elevate them to prominence all the fucking time. All the goddamn time. And it was so fucking frustrating. Okay? Yeah, he's so scared he's standing right by the encampment, rocking the fucking goddamn IDF dog tag too. Terrified. I mean, terrified. They used to do this shit all the goddamn time in 2016. Nazis would do this. They'd be like, oh, well, I just have different opinions. What are those different opinions? That fucking black people shouldn't go to the same school as white people. That was the different opinion you had. Okay, and people were obviously, understandably bullying you for it. Same goes for this fucking dipshit, okay? If you're such a gross dickhead that you're rocking a fucking IDF dog tag on college campus, and people go, hey, man, that's kind of fucked up. You're a little bit of a piece of shit, aren't you? And they go, whoa, are you saying that because I'm a Jew? Well, then you're a fucking asshole, okay? Goofy motherfucker. Oh, man. What's happening here? I can't believe it.
And that's just, you know, a call back from the second Intifada and not a comfortable feeling. When I woke up this morning, I went to walk.
Oh, my comfort. My comfort in my Michigan college campus is significantly more important than the fundamental principle behind the First Amendment right to, you know, free protest. If you're hurting my comfies, if you're hurting my fifis, you shouldn't be able to protest America's unimaginable loyalty to the fucking death and destruction that Israel is doing in Gaza. You can't protest that. It's hurting my feelings. No!
Walk to class. It was the first time this semester I had to walk around the diag.
Now the protest.
No, you had to walk around to go to class? No, dude. Fuck, man. Yo, we should kill extra Palestinian children for that one. No! I wanted to run around. And then when I was going to class, I had to walk around the encampment, and they were saying that what Israel is doing is genocide. And it hurt my feelings because I do think Israel is doing a genocide, but I like it. It's really messed up. They kept saying, that my IDF dog tag was me firmly being committed to bloodshed, which is true.
It's got more heated at different times throughout the year, and right now 11 participants.
Yeah, ethnic intimidation, results of a police officer, assault of a police officer, resisting arrest, misdemeanor trespass, destruction of personal property, and disturbing the peace. It's fucking bullshit, okay? And the Michigan Attorney General can suck my cock, okay? Fuck her for literally prosecuting student protesters. Dumbass.
In the protests, some of them students, some of them not, are being prosecuted. Michigan Attorney General Dana Nessel's office alleges among the crimes committed during the 30-day takeover of the school are, quote, are ethnic intimidation and assault of a police officer, resisting arrest, misdemeanor trespass, destruction of personal property, and disturbing the peace. Now, when those charges were announced a few days ago, Michigan Democratic Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib of Michigan said that the charges were, quote, frivolous.
Even fucking New York didn't do that, bro. That's what's even crazier about this being in Michigan. When you're the Democratic Attorney General of the Democratic state of Michigan, which is run by a Democrat that is relatively popular, a state that is comprised of a shit ton of Muslims and Arabs, okay? Like, you taking this position is insane, okay? This shit happens in Texas. You're like, okay, it's still fucked up. It's still, you know, unimaginably cruel and glaringly obvious hypocrisy. But, like, it's Texas. You know what I mean? It's wild. And I do believe it's a political statement for her to capitulate to pressure.
And a, quote, shameful attack on students' rights. And then Congresswoman Tlaib said, quote, it seems that the Attorney General decided if the issue was Palestine, she was going to...
Imagine if black people were embraced like this every time we said we were attacked. Fucking bullshit. Yeah, the difference is, like, black people are actually fucking attacked and intimidated. And also institutions do defend that process. And institutions actually churn out that process. Okay? It is very different than the way anti-Semitism festers in society and what that person is using as, like, an anti-Semitic attack. What that person is talking about does not even correspond to the fucking historic precedent. Okay, in terms of anti-Semitism. This isn't to say anti-Semitism does not exist. I'm not saying that at all. Of course it does. But that's not how anti-Semitism manifests. Like, black people aren't complaining. That's why it's more similar to, like, a straight up Nazi being like, or a straight up fucking conservative being like, oh, they're attacking Christians. They're attacking me because I'm a Christian male, you know? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Your position as a Zionist is literally adopted by the American State Department. It is straight up the current position. That's why the pro-Israel protests were hilarious. It's like, what are you protesting? More dead children? Like, they're going to give that for you. They're going to give that to you no matter what. Even if you protest, if you don't protest, it's going to happen. Okay? It is already the status quo. That's why it's so laughable when people try to be like, yeah, it's a really brave position to come out and be in support of Israel on mainstream media. Like, wow, dude. Thank you for your brave and bold take. What's next? Saying that you're pro-American military? Another bold take, huh?
Treated differently, and that alone speaks volumes about possible biases within the agency she runs, unquote. Now, that comment left some in Michigan, including Attorney General Nessel, with the impression that Congresswoman Tlaib was accusing Nessel, who is Jewish, with letting her religion affect her decision to prosecute, especially given the bipartisan vote in Congress last November to censure Congresswoman Tlaib for her comments about Israel. That's part of the context here. We asked Congresswoman Tlaib to come on the show today to clarify. She did not respond to our request. We asked her office to clarify what bias does Nessel have, or her office, and they did not give us an answer.
Yeah, by the way, they didn't do that because you lied about it yesterday, and today you were forced to basically do a subtle apology, which Dana Bash also gave a clarification on. Dana Bash yesterday, anti-Semitism everywhere comes from both ends of the political spectrum, and Rashida Tlaib participated in this. Dana Bash today.
Clarification on a story we brought you yesterday concerning Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib's comments attacking a decision by Michigan Attorney General.
For the record, ain't nobody read the goddamn interview. I did. Okay. Another apology came here. Well, not even an apology, because these fucking people are not people with any dignity. Okay. So of course they're not fucking apologizing. One, Governor Whitmer, when your Attorney General prosecutes people for violating the law, harassing Jews, and attacking police officers, it's in the interest of public safety. When a congresswoman accuses the attorney general of prosecuting protesters simply because she's Jewish, it's bias. Saying you want to make sure that the students are safe on our campuses is just words if you are not willing to use your bully pulpit to speak out unequivocally on anti-Semitism and support holding people accountable for violating the law when it affects Jews. So, as you already know, Jonathan Greenblatt straight up wants to fucking kill anti-Zionists, okay? Straight up. He wants them unmasked, he wants them in jail, and he wants them to never be able to fucking speak again. I am not even a little bit exaggerating on this. He straight up has openly been like, you have to unmask them. You have to unmask them. And as the leader of the Apartheid Defense League, he has been able to get away with a lot of his wishes. He gets a shit ton of media time. He goes on MSNBC all the time. He goes on CNN all the time. He is seen as the foremost authority on anti-Semitism. And what he does with that level of authority and influence is simply defend Israel. Okay? That's why you rarely ever hear about him chirping about right-wing anti-Semites. Sometimes he'll talk about it only to basically maintain a shred of legitimacy as though he does care about anti-Semitism, but he'll never do that if someone is a pro-Zionist anti-Semite. Okay? You will never hear Jonathan Greenblatt shit on someone with the same fucking severity. If you are, on the other hand, an anti-Zionist Jew, he has all the smoke for you. Okay? If you're an anti-Zionist Jew, you need to go to jail. You need to go to jail yesterday. If you die in jail, I do not care. That's his perspective. He has so much more anger and resentment towards anti-Zionist Jews as the head of the ADL than he does for anti-Semitic Israel defenders. Okay? Just understand that.
Dana Nessel to bring charges against pro-Palestinian protesters at the University of Michigan. Tlaib accused Nessel of, quote, biases. Here's Tlaib's full quote to the Detroit Metro Times. It seems that the Attorney General decided if the issue was Palestine, she was going to treat it differently. And that alone speaks volumes about possible.
It's so funny that they refuse to fucking show the full context even now, even in their clarification. Okay? Even this is not the fucking full quote. Okay? It is so goddamn sickening that the media is doing this. In any other circumstance, if this level of slander was being done to a prominent white man in the Republican Party, there is a media infrastructure that would pounce on CNN. This would be wall-to-wall coverage on Fox News. Okay? Straight up. But when you're Palestinian, nobody defends you. When you're Arab, nobody defends you. When you're Muslim, nobody defends you. The Democratic Party won't defend you, and the institutions that are supposed to correctly and accurately report on the truth will drop the ball, and not even drop the ball, but deliberately lie about you. This has happened time and time again. Okay? This happened with Ilhan Omar quite a bit, and it happened with Keith Ellison. It happened with Rashida Tlaib in the past, and it's happening with her again. I mean, yeah, he still glazed Donald Trump while giving tepid criticisms, tepid condemnation of Trump's remarks. Because Trump is, at the end of the day, very good for Israel. And Jonathan Greenblatt cares about that more than anything else, okay? He does not care about anti-Semitism. And this is not an accusation that I'm launching against someone without any evidence whatsoever. Okay? Straight up, time and time again, Jonathan Greenblatt and the ADL has proven that their name is the Apartheid Defense League. Okay? Not the Anti-Defamation League, but the Apartheid Defense League. The former president of ADL has even said as much, by the way, not just and that guy wasn't exactly nice either.
Biases within the agency she runs. Now, Tlaib did not reference Nessel's Jewish identity. Her office has not responded to our request for clarity. Her allies insist that's not what she meant. But Nessel still says she believes it is anti-Semitic and repeated on CNN yesterday that, quote,
Yeah, dude. Yeah, I know. If you ever criticize a person and then you later find out that they're Jewish, you're anti-Semite. Okay, straight up. God forbid. Oh no. Like, it don't matter. It don't matter what the actions are. You can never call for someone's bias in this situation. Because God forbid, oh my God, you find out that they're Jewish after? Oh shit, dude. Well, I guess you've done an anti-Semitism. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Yeah, this is some Jews are tired ass shit. I know. Except in the aftermath of October 7 and the 12 months of genocide that took place, I thought that maybe people would move towards a more moderate position on these issues. And it turns out, nope. Every motherfucker in media, in prominent roles, have basically taken the free parking scares me position now. Since I posted below, Governor Whitmer has made clear such suggestions of biases are wrong, and we thank her for her comments. Additionally, I learned that initial news reports contain an error in the specifics of the Congresswoman's remarks. Her full comment and its implications are detailed in the story. Why are you going to JewishInsider.com and not the actual article? The JewishInsider.com article literally is the article that started this fucking falsehood. The JewishInsider.com article actually quietly changed the wording in the article itself in an effort not to get hit with an obvious fucking, with obvious litigation. Yeah.
Answer. But Attorney General Nessel joins us now. So let's get to the heart of this. You called Congress.
Like under any other circumstance, this is like a ridiculous fucking story. It is such an overt instance of slander being propagated by these outlets that are supposed to maintain a shred of impartiality, maintain an interest in like what the truth is. But it's such an obvious instance of slander, and nothing will be done about it. Nothing. No real apologies being issued at all.
Congresswoman Tlaib's reaction to your office's charges and her allegation that you and your office have bias. You said that was anti-Semitic. Why?
Well, look, for her to say that I could handle a litany of other cases and that was fine, but when it comes to anything involving pro-Palestinian protesters, I could not be fair. I could not be objective. And I don't think you have to be Angela Lansbury to figure this out, right? Clearly, she's referencing my religion as to why she.
Why? Why would she be referencing that? Why? Another glaringly obvious instance of like horrific racism, horrific Islamophobia was launched against Rashida Tlaib. I mean, she's been a victim of this shit since October 7 and far before October 7, but especially so since October 7, when a prominent Jewish activist was stabbed to death and killed. And the media literally fucking shamelessly went to incredible lengths to say Rashida Tlaib actually liked that this person was stabbed to death. Okay? It was her friend. This Jewish woman was a community leader, was a anti-Israel demonstrator, and also on top of that, a friend of Rashida Tlaib's. And they just fucking made it up and lied. Barstool's Dave Porkboy went so far as to double down on his speculations. It is ridiculous, dude. It is insane the shit you can get away with as long as you're saying that about an Arab woman, a Muslim woman. Okay? They wouldn't even let her grieve the death of her friend without making the story about her with false smears that she must have enjoyed the murder and was somehow responsible for it because she's Palestinian and the victim is Jewish. Here's Dana Nessel all the way back in November. Rashida Tlaib, I've supported you and defended you countless times, even when you have said the indefensible, because I believe you to be a good person whose heart was in the right place. But this is so hurtful to so many. Please retract this cruel and hateful remark. The cruel and hateful remark was, by the way, from the river to the sea is an aspirational call for freedom, human rights, and peaceful coexistence, not death, destruction, or hate. My work and advocacy is always centered in justice and dignity for all people, no matter faith or ethnicity. A statement she was censured for, by the way. Please retract this cruel and hateful remark. When we look at it with today's lens, it probably makes it a little bit funnier, don't you think? Because back in November, I'm sure that there were plenty of people who also personally agreed with this rhetoric. Tensions were high. You didn't understand the full depth of Israel's cruelty. You did not understand the humanity of the Palestinians due to all the social conditioning surrounding the subject matter. Now, almost a year after those remarks, you probably are way more understanding of Rashida Tlaib's position and probably laugh at Dana Nessel's position back then. This is why from the river to the sea was my red line in many instances. A red line that was a bridge too far for many. A bridge too far for many in this community and in edge communities as well. But the reason why I stood by Rashida Tlaib and was resilient in defending these statements is because I understand where they come from. I understand the historic context in which these statements began, and I understand what it looks like when you cave and capitulate to false framing that actually ascribes a falsehood to the statement. A call for emancipation is not a call for death and destruction, just because those who want to defend that death and destruction claim it's scary for them. Okay? Sometimes when I say something and you don't understand, sometimes when I say something and you don't personally understand why I'm saying those things, just give it some time. Okay? You'll be back. History will end up vindicating me, and hopefully you will also understand. What? Why would you have to kill people to be? Oh, yeah. In the 60s, if you said Black Power, this was the reaction. I know. I mean, look no further than a couple years prior. When people said Black Lives Matter, white supremacists got in their feelings about that too. They desperately tried to work and mar the reputation and tarnish it and claim that that meant that you want to kill white people. And they came up with their own slogan, All Lives Matter, as a counter to Black Lives Matter. But the ultimate goal there was to basically stop all protest. And the same principle holds for pro-Palestinian movements. The goal is to stop you from saying the truth. The goal is to stop you from saying that Palestinians are worthy of emancipation, that Palestinians are worthy of dignity. Palestinians should live free of the apartheid, free of the genocide. That's what they're angry about. They'll attack the optics, but at the heart of the matter is the problem. The problem that Palestinians should not be seen as worthy of dignity. Their humanity should never be recognized, because if you do, then all of a sudden, Israel's actions become quite unconscionable. And that's devastating to the Zionist, ethno-nationalist, supremacist project. Major media outlets and the head of the ADL amplified a fabricated and dangerous lie about Rashida Tlaib. Not only that, they did it after another outlet targeted her with a racist caricature. Anti-Palestinian bias is real. This is case in point. No one should be treated this way.
She thinks I can't be fair. She also mischaracterized the charges, and I think quite intentionally. I mean, she talked about this being peaceful protesters. No peaceful protesters were charged in this event. And Rashida's a lawyer. She had every opportunity to call me to ask to see the evidence in this case, but she didn't do that. I have to rely on the facts, the law, and the evidence when I go into a court of law. And that's what we evaluated in this case. And that's the only thing that we evaluated in terms of making a determination as to these charges.
I should note that I misspoke yesterday when asking a follow-up of Governor Whitmer, who I asked about this. I was trying to characterize your views of Tlaib's comments. What do you make of those today, noting that Congresswoman Tlaib never explicitly said that your bias was because of your religion, and so it's unfair for you to make that allegation?
Well, a couple things. First of all, in 2022, when my opponent accused me of being a groomer and a pedophile, everyone understood that those were homophobic remarks because I happen to be gay, right? I didn't have to explain it to people. Rashida Tlaib is an individual who's well known for making inflammatory and incendiary remarks that are anti-Semitic in nature. So this isn't the first time that we would have heard these words out of her mouth. I think it's very clear to everybody exactly what she was saying. But I have to say this, it is my job to keep communities and campuses around the state of Michigan safe. And that is exactly what we're doing. Understand that the Congresswoman has very strong feelings about what's happening in the Middle East. So many people do here in the state of Michigan. But, that doesn't excuse criminal behavior. And the answer to what's happening in the Middle East clearly is not to have chaos and anarchy and lawlessness on our college campuses in a way that jeopardizes the safety of students.
It's my understanding that the University of Michigan is not displeased with charges being brought against people who were not peaceful protesters.
The university has not commented to me anyway, one way or another. These cases were submitted to my office, and we did a fair and impartial and extensive review. And again, this evidence will be presented in a court of law. But I don't think it's helpful to anyone to have the Congresswoman commenting on the merit of these cases when she's not familiar with the facts or the evidence.
As a black guy, I can't help but be cynical over how much airtime mainstream media has been so eager to spend for centering white victims in their coverage of anti-Semitism. Like, the most ethnic Jewish person I've seen saying they were a victim on TV has been light-skinned Italian. I mean, a lot of the pro-Israeli sentiment does come from people in positions of privilege. Like, let's be real, that's where it comes from. No, I mean that is what it is. It's like, that's why it is packaged in an identical capacity to It is packaged in an identical capacity to all this commotion that the media absolutely elevated in the campus free speech protests, which were oftentimes conducted by straight up neo-Nazis. Same as a black person, I don't understand it. I mean, you should understand it as a black person. It's because the calls of bigotry are being conducted by those with privilege. And that's the only reason why I get so much goddamn airtime. That's what it is. Like, the positions that these people have, are literally a point of privilege. Like, they're claiming that a reiteration of the American State Department's position on Israel is actually somehow a brave one, is actually somehow putting them in harm's way. It's like saying, oh, they're attacking me because I'm pro-cop. Like, that's not a real thing, man. What the fuck are you talking about? Suck my dick. What are you saying? What the fuck are you saying? Oh man, they're attacking me because I said the American military is good. Do you see what I'm saying? It is no different. It does not matter. It does not matter whether you are Jewish or not Jewish. If your position is pro-Israel, okay? If you are repeating pro-Israel perspectives and pro-Israel positions, and you try to claim that you are being attacked for said positions, and that there is some victimhood to be extracted out of you being pro-Israel, you are a delusional fucking loser. It is a laughable notion that you would incur any penalties whatsoever for fucking being pro-Israel. It is ridiculous. The inverse of that, however, is very true. It is the most normal thing to incur penalties for being anti-Israel. You are branded as an anti-Semite instantly. Hasan looking slick today. Gucci's commie cousin. What does that even mean? Yeah, I mean, I liked this tweet when I saw it. Yeah. The fact that Tapper, Greenblatt, and others can engage in a multi-day defamation campaign against Rashida Tlaib by blatantly misquoting her and face zero repercussions for it is a great example of the institutional anti-Palestinian bias she called out in the first place, which is correct. Do you think CNN will ever apologize for this coverage? Yeah, dude, when pigs fly, okay? When pigs catch flight, CNN will apologize for fucking smearing a Palestinian woman. Like, that's funny. That's awesome. It's like demanding CNN apologize for, I don't know, defending the police or something. Like, what? They're never going to do that. Did you ever talk about Marcellus Williams? No. Never. Definitely not. Anyway, I hate this dipshit. I hate this story. I hate everything about it.
Election day.
Chatters. Oh, it's already on some of my latest videos. God damn. pro-Israel means Zionist in this case? What do you think Zionism is? Yes. Zionism, okay, in its modern practical application of the term, means that you want Israel to be a demographic Jewish ethno-state. Okay? Some people might, on the aesthetic ground, some people might actually have an issue with like the apartheid. More people will have an issue with the designation of apartheid, but some people might actually think that the settler colonial aspect of it, at least in terms of the West Bank, is unconscionable, yada, yada, yada. But ultimately, you believe that Israel must remain a Jewish majority ethno-state. Now, there is no peaceful way of remaining a Jewish majority ethno-state, considering that said Jewish majority ethno-state is sitting on top of Palestinian land, historic Palestinian land that Palestinians by the millions were forcibly evicted from. So yes, Zionism, regardless of which level of Zionism you're on, all the way from liberal Zionism or even like a standing together Omdim Be'echad supporter, all the way to Itamar Ben-Gvir, all the way to Meir Kahan and a Kahanist ultra-Zionist, still is varying degrees of fascist ethno-nationalism. Okay? That's it. This, of course, is purposefully muddied in mainstream media and even in academia in certain instances. And there is a very nefarious but very strategic reason for it. If Zionism has a million different definitions, you can get away with being like, well, all Jews believe in Zionism, and therefore you must hate Jews if you are an anti-Zionist. Aren't ethno-states supposed to be like really bad and not allowed by American allies? Neek Skid is bad. He's back. Like, surely Israel's only maintaining its demographic by coincidence and not actual policy. Yeah. It was a pure coincidence to fucking purge 750,000 Palestinians from their ancestral homelands in 1948, which struck the inception of the nation state of Israel. And a pure coincidence that they wrote it into the law that Israel is a Jewish state for Jews. And surely a coincidence that Israel actually has deliberate ethnic displacement policies in place, like in places that they want to completely settle, like East Jerusalem, where they have a direct goal in writing that 60% at the minimum of East Jerusalem has to be Jewish. No, man, it's not a joke, dog. This person literally is not joking. This person has never joked. He is a Mormon JROTC person who wants to go and be in the officers program, okay? Neek Skid is not a jokester. He is a child, and he is on a journey of learning the truth about the world, but he certainly is not a jokester. Yair Lapid, centrist opposition to Netanyahu, on banning Palestinian spouses. There's no need to shirk from the essence of this law. It is one of the tools to ensure a Jewish majority in Israel, which is the nation state of the Jewish people. Our goal is for there to be a Jewish majority. But he's woke. And also, let's remember labor Zionism. Labor Zionism's last remaining alive proponent, Mr. What was it? Isaac Herzog, the president of Israel. Okay? He is openly anti-miscegenation, more openly than Yair Lapid even. He has openly communicated that miscegenation should be illegal, that Jews in America, as a matter of fact, are unfortunately marrying non-Jews at an alarming rate. Yes, the current president of Israel has said that, okay? Is all that stuff still current? Because obviously the history seems horrible. Yes, dude. Who the fuck do you think the current president of Israel is? Who do you think Yair Lapid is? These are active members in the Israeli Knesset and in Israeli government right now. These are in the books as laws currently. It is legal for a Jewish community to evict a Palestinian inside of Israel proper, by the way. We're not even talking about, we're talking about 67 boundaries Israel proper, okay? Right now, inside of Israel proper, if you are a non-Jew Israeli citizen, a Palestinian citizen of Israel, okay, and you want to move into a Jewish neighborhood, they can deny you a place to live. To preserve the ethnic character and the demographic concerns. Our representative surely condemned what he said, because he said that though, right? Even if they didn't condemn him, because that is crazy. No, of course our representatives have never fucking condemned anyone who has said these things. This kind of shit that happens in Israel. Okay. Neek Skit, you're in here every day. I know for a fucking fact that you have seen me cover the pro-rape protest that took place. Israel had its own January 6th style protests after the Israeli government wanted to prosecute nine concentration camp guards from Sde Teiman for raping Palestinian prisoners to death. Okay? Now, the major rapist in that story became a television personality in Israel, and he literally is on TV now in Israel. They made him a celebrity for defending raping a Palestinian to death. Did the American media cover this story at all? Outside of someone like myself, or maybe Democracy Now!, or a few other places, did the American media cover that story at all? No. Just like they didn't cover any of the other things that I just told you that have happened far before October 7. Why don't they cover it? Because if they did, if they honestly covered what Israel is fucking up to on a daily basis, you would have to be insane to defend it. Okay? And the only reason why there are so many motherfucking Americans out there who are still under the firm suspicion that, like, oh, maybe this guy's a little anti-Semitic for criticizing Israel a little bit too much, huh? Is because they don't know anything about Israel. Because the media purposely does not cover all the insane shit that they get away with over there. That's it. Because if they did, you would go crazy. You'd be like, what the fuck are we doing? Why are we aligned with these guys? These guys are insane. This is some Nazi shit. I explained the pro-rape protest to my mom, including links, and she demanded me answer why mainstream wouldn't cover it. Because if they did, your mom would have a very different opinion of Israel and probably would be a little bit more upset when she heard the next story, which is $18 additional billion have been given to Israel so that they can keep doing rape camps. Obviously, that's the reason why mainstream media in the West doesn't cover that shit. The funniest part of this is that, like, it's not like Israel is hiding that they do this shit. I mean, depending on which person's TikTok you're looking at, sometimes they're celebrating it, you know? So it's not like this is a hidden truths that we have uncovered here. Speaking of hidden truths, this is the last part of the process that I wanted to get to, U.S. aid, CIA, and the State Department, also CIA, the Refugee Bureau said Israel blocked aid to Gaza. But Blinken told Congress the opposite, so they wouldn't have to heed U.S. law that had forced cutting off weapons to Israel. As in, the Biden-Harris administration is complicit in war crimes. These are leaked documents that ProPublica found, investigated, and reported on. This is a news story. I'm not holding my breath that the New York Times will be writing about it anytime soon. This is ProPublica. It is the most reputable outlet in investigative reporting in the Western world, okay? Just understand that this is it. ProPublica is the tippy top of reputable investigative reporting. And yes, I say ProPublica, but Amy Goodman says ProPublica, and that's why I also say ProPublica. Shut the fuck up. I will never outflank Amy Goodman. She knows better. Okay? I can't tell if you're being sarcastic. No. What? Every time you say Knesset, it sounds like you're saying Kaisenes super quickly. Just fucking take the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour, chatters. Just put the ad break in the bag, okay? I don't even know what to say to that. Anyway, Blinken told Congress, we do not currently assess that the Israeli government is prohibiting or otherwise restricting aid, even though the U.S. Agency for International Development and others had determined that Israel had broken the law. The U.S. Agency for International Development delivered its assessments to the Secretary of State Anthony Blinken, and the State Department's Refugees Bureau made its stance known to top diplomats in late April. Their conclusion was explosive because U.S. law requires the government to cut off weapon shipments to countries that prevent the delivery of U.S.-backed humanitarian aid. Israel has been largely dependent on American bombs and other weapons in Gaza since Hamas's October 7 attacks. But Blinken and the administration of President Joe Biden did not accept either finding. Days later, on May 10th, Blinken delivered a carefully worded statement to Congress that said, we do not currently assess that the Israeli government is prohibiting or otherwise restricting the transport or delivery of U.S. humanitarian assistance, which is, by the way, a lie. It was a lie. We always knew it was a lie. Every fucking person that had actually had any kind of dealings, like fucking John McCain's wife was saying that this is a lie, okay? It's not like she's a goddamn peaceful dove, okay? On the issue of Palestine, she's very cool, but that's besides the point. Prior to his report, U.S. aid had sent Blinken a detailed 17-page memo on Israel's conduct. The memo described instances of Israeli interference with aid efforts, including killing aid workers, razing agricultural structures, bombing ambulances and hospitals, sitting on supply depots, and routinely turning away trucks full of food and medicine. Things that we all knew about. Okay? Life-saving food was stockpiled less than 30 miles across the border in an Israeli port, including enough flour to feed about 1.5 million Palestinians for 5 months, according to the memo. But in February, the Israeli government had prohibited the transfer of flour, saying its recipient was the United Nations Palestinian branch that had been accused of having ties with Hamas. UNRWA. Theoretically, how would you respond to someone who says about this article, both entities are polluted with anti-Zionists and can't be trusted at all? What, ProPublica? And also U.S. aid? Like the U.S. Agency for International Development and the State Department is anti-Zionist? No, the U.S. aid and State Department? U.S. aid and the State Department are polluted with anti-Zionists? Yeah, good luck. I mean, I don't know how you deal with a person like that. Has it been proven that the UNRWA slander was false? Yes, dude. What are you talking about? Since like the second day that the statement came out. Anytime Israel says something, they immediately walk it back like a couple hours later. The original number was 13. They immediately walked it back because they were like, okay, maybe it was actually 7. And then the number like reduced down to, I think, 2 or something. And the allegiances were so fucking weak. Okay? I was double checking, I'm sure it was. Yeah, it's just completely fucking made up. Also, UNRWA has 13,000 people working for it. 13,000. Yeah. This is Felix's take, but even in a partially legitimate country, Blinken would be facing a criminal trial. It's like saying we have to abolish public education because one teacher murdered someone. Okay? That, in any circumstance, would be ridiculous. Okay? Like, you'd be like, what are you saying? No, sorry, we have to homeschool everybody because a teacher actually killed a person. Like, what do you mean? 13,000 people work for UNRWA. Every single employee is directly, like, every single employee's background is checked, and also the employee names go through the Israeli Palestinian health registry, like their actual the Palestinian civil registry that Israel has. Okay? You cannot go into Gaza without Israel knowing, okay? You cannot work inside of Gaza without Israel giving you the final go-ahead. Every single Palestinian human rights organization that currently actively works inside of Gaza are given the go-ahead by Kojat. Yeah, the unreliable was made the day after the ICJ ruled Palestinians have a plausible right not to be genocided. Yeah, U.S. aid, by the way. The U.S. Agency for International Development is engaged in many conflict zones around the world. I want to begin with some news today, specifically out of a ProPublica report today. Samantha Power.
The U.S. Agency for International Development is engaged in humanitarian work across many of the conflict zones.
They're literally the fucking... This is the CIA. I need you to understand something. This is the CIA.
Zones around the world,
okay?
From Gaza to Ukraine, Sudan, and beyond. Nearly 300 million people in the world are in need of humanitarian assistance. The agency's work is crucial in getting that help to the most...
Like, PBS covering U.S. aid with these conditions, with these terms, is also a part of manufacturing consent. Okay?
Vulnerable, despite challenges of access and violence. Amna Nawaz sat down earlier this afternoon with the administrator of USAID, Samantha Power, in New York, where world leaders have gathered for the UN General Assembly.
Administrator Power, welcome back to the News Hour. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
I want to begin with some news today, and that is specifically out of a ProPublica report just today that they're saying that in the spring of this year, USAID submitted a report to the State Department that included an assessment that said Israel was blocking aid into Gaza, specifically medical and food aid. You know that would trigger the U.S. stopping weapons supply to Israel. Can you confirm that you sent that report, and if so, what happened to it?
Well, I think we have made very plain our desire to see as much aid as possible flow into Gaza, our concerns about a lot of the roadblocks that have been put in the way. I'm not going to comment on any report from today, from a long time ago, beyond to say that our focus is as laser sharp on that set of issues around access as the number of trucks flowing in today is not sufficient.
I want to repeat something again. Cuban Twitter and other times USAID pretended to be an intelligence agency. Foreign governments have long accused the U.S. Agency for International Development of being a front for the CIA or other groups dedicated to their collapse. In the case of Cuba, they appear to have been right. In an eye-opening display of incompetence, the United States covertly launched a social media platform in Cuba in 2010. And it's not just the Cuban internet, okay? U.S. aid is supposed to come across like they are not in the pocket of the State Department, like they're not operating in unison with the CIA, okay? But they are. But the moment that you marry the two, like in this case, this is, by the way, this is foreignpolicy.com, okay? This is not like Democracy Now. This is not Counterpunch Magazine. This is not Current Affairs. This is fucking foreignpolicy.com. When foreignpolicy.com is writing an article like this, that means the New York Times has written an article like this. That means the Associated Press has also openly written articles about how the U.S. aid is literally operating in unison with the CIA. It means it's significantly worse than this article actually is allowed to talk about. Okay? I'm sure you know this, but Samantha Power is literally insane and is obsessed with the Holocaust and how the U.S. never preemptively invaded to stop it. She views every country in conflict this way and believes the U.S. should be deployed everywhere to stop Holocaust. Yeah. She's awesome. Anyway, the reason why I'm telling you all this is because even she is like, yo, what the fuck, Israel? Okay? I covered all of this stuff with U.S. aid specifically so you understand that, like, even certain aspects of the CIA are like, hey, man, what the fuck are we doing here? Can we just, like, dial it back a little bit? Okay? Partially because they also understand that America is losing its soft power capabilities. And if America can't do soft power shit, then it's only hard power. And it will fuck up the bag on their hard power initiatives as well. Because we do not have the capabilities, no matter how awesome our military is, no matter how much money we dump into it. Without soft power, America cannot maintain 800 military bases if every single fucking country now views those military bases as invaders, as a military occupation. Overnight, without American soft power, overnight, American military might is crippled. Okay? You need to understand that. I also obviously consider the 800 military bases to be military occupation, but, you know, that's my assessment. You don't want my opinion to become the, you know, broad majority opinion of not only the civilian populations of each individual state where American military bases exist, but also the opinion of the governments. Because at that point, all of a sudden, that's a military occupation. That's what happens when America loses its soft power capabilities, which is ironically something that a lot of the ultra-Zionists in the State Department are not considering. They're not considering this at all. They're like, nah. They'll shut the fuck up. They don't have anything better.
If I may, because the report is not just alleging that there are roadblocks, as you have lamented before, it's difficult to get aid in. They are alleging that Israel was deliberately blocking aid. In your assessment, have they been, at any point in this war, deliberately blocking aid?
Again, there needs to be improvement, and particularly in advance of winter. There also needs to be improvement, needless to say, in terms of civilian protection. Almost every day it feels like we wake up to...
Just say it, bro. What the fuck? I mean, you don't have a problem saying it in memos.
A report of an internally displaced person camp or a school or a medical facility being subjected to fire. It's extremely challenging to fight in an environment where Hamas is deliberately using civilians as effectively human shields.
Yeah. Show this to your mom, Megaphonics. That's your anti-Zionist at the U.S. aid. That's why it's so fucking laughable when people are like, man, the American State Department sure is a little too anti-Israel for my liking, you know?
But
she's like, bro, that was supposed to be inside conversations. Why did you guys go ahead and leak that memo? Okay. Yeah, when I'm having an inside conversation with Anthony Blinken, I'm going to be like, hey, what the fuck are you doing? But now if I have to defend that on the outside to the public, I have to fucking defend Israel. Duh. Because the analysis that I just brought forward in terms of America's soft power capabilities diminishing is something that the State Department absolutely is worried about. Okay? There are obviously reasonable people there who want to maintain America's hegemonic superpower status, who recognize that they can't really do that if everyone fucking hates America, because America is like letting Israel run loose all around the fucking globe. Okay? This is precisely the reason why I've been saying, like, there are naysayers in the State Department. They are not anti-Zionist, okay? They're not. They simply understand if Israel is let loose, then everyone's going to be like, what the fuck are you guys doing? What do you mean you want to be the world police? Look at what the fuck you're doing in Gaza.
the responsibility.
It's also additionally funny in a not so funny way, but like it's ironic, I guess, if you could find humor in this. When this conversation is happening so close to like America's moral posture against Russia, okay? Uniting the entire globe against Russia. If you are wondering why so many global South nations are pro-Russia and don't give a fuck about Ukraine, this is the reason. Because America's fucked those countries up. So they see Russia as the only fucking power that is actually trying to say fuck you to America through military means. They're wrong, and what Russia is doing is wrong. But if you want to understand why, like, there's random fucking countries of the global South that are like kind of pro-Russia, that's where this anger and resentment and animosity comes from. Okay? What do you think?
Again, on every professional military is to fight in a manner that minimizes the harm to civilians.
As we speak here today, of course, the conflict seems to be expanding as well. There have been some leaders who are expressing concern about the way in which Israel is...
It literally is the enemy of my enemy is my friend as a principle. Like, if you look at Russia's actions without thinking of the human toll, and you don't think about the human toll at all in Ukraine if you're a nation that has been absolutely gutted by America, because you're like, why the fuck do I care about Ukraine? I got my own problems to worry about. And if you look at it from that perspective, you're like, oh, finally someone is like sticking it to the man a little bit after years and years of us getting stuck. And that is the reason why there's so many countries of the global South that are finding themselves in allegiance with Russia, despite its obvious unjustifiable actions in Ukraine.
Now waging war in Lebanon. The UNICEF chief said yesterday that reports of 24 children in Lebanon among the hundreds dead, and she urged people to adhere to international humanitarian law. Can you offer your assessment of the way in which Israel is waging this war? Are they adhering to international law?
Watching the risk of escalation and expansion of a conflict that has already displaced tens of thousands of people on the Israeli side, on the Lebanese side, on top of the crisis we were just talking about in Gaza with all of the human...
Of course it should be identical. Hasan isn't saying that Russia shouldn't be scrutinized for their actions in Ukraine. He's saying that the U.S. State Department should have the same smoke for Israel and their genocide. Yes.
Consequences of that, it would be catastrophic. And so all of our diplomacy, again, is invested in trying to contain this conflict. That is what this week at the UN is about, is pressing the parties.
I always mean to ask where you get the 800 military bases number. I agree with you. I think the official number is like, what, 740 or something? Like, it's an exaggeration. It's definitely not 200, unless you're like straight up. It depends on how you calculate a military base. Yeah, it's 750 in at least 80 countries. There's also obviously like you know, we're not even talking about the covert bases. There are around 750 U.S. military bases in at least 80 countries, though Al Jazeera says the number may be even higher, as not all data is published by the Pentagon. Many U.S. military bases were built after World War II when the U.S. took positions of the global leader and peacekeeper in and around Japan and Germany. I mean, that number is not including black sites. $800 is official. The actual number is close to 1,000 if you count gray bases. Those are that are seemingly civilian but have military properties. Covert bases are another factor. I don't know where you got the 200 number from. Yeah, the rest of the world has 30 bases put together. Yeah, China has 2 military bases, overseas military bases. 2. From this, large bases are bases defined as military installations larger than 4 hectares or worth more than $10 million. These typically have an excess of 200 U.S. military personnel. There are 439, or 60% of the U.S. foreign bases fall under this category. The secret ones are in Albania. No, there's a shit ton of black sites in Egypt and Romania and other parts of Eastern Europe. Those are places where you get, I mean, those are like a house though. Those are just like, those are like one house or 2 houses. And you go there and you fly someone there to torture them. Terror houses, literally. Yeah, it can even be like a safe house. We hide missiles in them. I don't know why America would feel the need to hide missiles in Eastern Europe when they openly have military bases and also missile silos in general in every NATO country. Guys, in my country of origin, Turkey, we have nuclear missiles, American nuclear missiles in American military bases. Do you understand? That's why I always laugh when Erdogan is like, you know, Erdogan is all the fucking smoke. When Erdogan's like, 1 minute, fuck Israel. Israel is Adolf Hitler. When he says shit like that, it's like, come on, dog. You got American nukes.
To make sure that cooler heads prevail, because if you need a reminder of what conflict looks like.
It's to make the world safe. Yeah, dude, I feel so much safer. I feel infinitely safer when I think of all the nukes that the only country that has ever deployed nukes on foreign civilian territory has all the nukes all around the world ready to be deployed from a safe distance, mind you. That gives me safety and security. That makes me think it's so safe.
Look at the human consequences in Gaza. You know, the fate of the hostages still hanging in the balance, the fate of Palestinian civilians. Look at the displacement that has already occurred in Lebanon, even with this lower grade conflict. So if this were to spiral further out of control, it will only be civilians who pay the price.
You have faced criticism, I think it's fair to say, from even within your own agency, staffers on your team who express a frustration with what they see as a hypocrisy of U.S. foreign policy, that the U.S. continues to supply humanitarian aid on a large scale to try to get that into the people of Gaza at the same time that it's...
Well, no NATO country has been attacked by another nation, so that's pretty safe. Excuse me. Hello. Turkey literally has engaged in battles with Greece. Both are NATO nations, so you're fucking wrong, okay? Turkey, who happens to have the second largest military force in NATO, gets to do those sorts of things. Okay?
Supplying Israel with weapons to continue to wage that war. And I know some of your staffers, it's been publicly reported, have asked you about what they see as the Biden administration's being complicit in what they see as genocide being waged by Israel in Gaza. And one of the things they point out is the fact that you wrote a book on genocide. They've called on you to speak out or to resign. How do you handle that kind of frustration within your own agency, and what are you telling your staffers?
Well, USAID is an incredibly mission-driven agency where people come to work every day to save lives, to improve lives. It's honestly inspiring to work, including among those people who criticize me. They're incredibly talented people. They could be working in the private sector. Instead, they come to work every day to help people like the people who are suffering in Gaza. More than 40,000 civilians have been killed in Gaza, more than 13,000 children, more than 300 aid workers. I would honestly be disappointed if my staff were not in churn.
Listen, sometimes we sneak in weapons to rebel groups under the guise of humanitarian aid, but that comes with the territory, okay? That's also humanitarian weapons when you think about it.
And pressing for more. And I just feel lucky that I'm in the government, in the room, engaging.
Shots fired in Kamala Harris' Arizona campaign. Wait, what? I feel like you're lying. No way. Yep, they lit up one of her offices. Oh, that was hours ago? Oh, shots fired on a Kamala Harris Arizona campaign office. No one was present or injured at the office. A state Democratic Party spokesperson says Tempe police said they're investigating it as property crime. Dude. Guys, that's just kind of a thing that happens. It's America. That's just part of the equation, you know?
The Israelis working with the team that's pushing for a ceasefire, because fundamentally that's what's needed most of all, because clearly none of us can be satisfied with where things are now in Gaza.
Do you share any part of their concern that there's a hypocrisy to the U.S. policy there?
I share their focus on the human consequences of everything we do, and that's why we have live debates inside the administration. It's also why President Biden in the General Assembly today just talked about the importance of a ceasefire.
We heard the president also today speak about Sudan and what is now the largest humanitarian crisis on the planet. He recently said that now famine has taken hold in the Darfur region. I know that aid trucks have not been able to reach one of the largest camps for displaced people there, and access there has been blocked by some of the militia forces. What more can the U.S. do? I know you're already providing record levels of aid, but should we be considering airdrops, some other means of getting aid in?
All of the above, but it is really important to say that we cannot humanitarian aid our way out of the kind of widespread famine that is at risk of breaking out across Sudan. You're right, USAID is investing hundreds of millions of dollars in commodities, but many of those trucks are just sitting at checkpoints. And that's just a matter of political will. It's a matter of, do these self-interested generals who clearly care more about themselves than their country, are they willing to put their own interests above even letting trucks get through that could avert famine? And so there are plenty of countries who are providing weapons to those actors who could be exercising their leverage, and that is what the diplomacy is about this week.
We heard the president call for people to stop that supply of weapons into that conflict. Is the U.S. doing enough, in your opinion, to leverage those relationships to stop that flow of weapons in?
Well, every channel that we have to those major players in this conflict, we are using, including this week, in very high-level engagements, including some that I've had myself, certainly those the president, the most important.
And do you feel there's been progress in those talks this week?
We'll see. I mean, there's certainly verbal progress, and we have heard a lot of commitments to peace that are not then followed through with actual termination of weapons supply. But we also...
What happened to that dock we spent millions on in Israel? That was literally a way to, that was a mechanism in which we could claim that Israel was allowing humanitarian aid in so they could continue the bombing. That's literally what that was for. Okay? And yes, it sunk. It never also got any fucking humanitarian aid into Gaza. The goal was not to actually deliver humanitarian aid. The goal always was to simply say, look, we're trying to deliver humanitarian aid. See, Israel is letting us deliver humanitarian aid. It was a multi-million-dollar PR effort that failed. The $230 million U.S. Gaza aid pier, May 17 opens, May 25th, damaged. June 7, reconnected. UN pauses distribution on June 9th. After Israeli forces killed 274 Palestinians. June 14th, removed. June 19th, reconnected. June 28th, removed. June 9th, announced to be briefly reinstalled but failed. And on July 17th, it officially closed. Bye-bye, dock. It was never actually intended to do the purpose. It was simply a PR move. It is kind of similar to when Israel says, we are going to prosecute 9 of the concentration camp guards at Sde Taman. Why are they doing that? Because there is an ongoing ICC arrest warrant application in play. And if the ICC actually secures those arrest warrants, then they will investigate all of the war crimes that Israel refuses to investigate. In an effort to get away with doing war crimes, they have to be very careful and make it seem as though there is like a normal process of law and order inside of Israel. Okay? It's called complementarity, which is a shield that Western adjacent and Western forces use to make it seem as though they are abiding by international standards. But given the way that, given the incompetence and the corner cutting and the cost cutting measures that we implement even in our military, we can't even do the PR thing right. It's just a song and dance to continue the genocide. It's no different than saying Joe Biden and I are working tirelessly around the clock to find an end to this ceasefire thing, to make a ceasefire thing happen. Okay? It was simply a talking point. And I told you at the time that it was simply a talking point. What? November 11, 2024. What is your reaction? It's my wishes have come true. Stream has become more depressing than usual. Yeah, I know. It's because the news stories are depressing, unusually depressing. We didn't even get to like the normal political stuff, nor did I get the Trump versus Harris middle ground, nor did I get to the one woke teen, nor did I get to streaming is changing politics. Is that a good thing? But I will be covering this one now as we move on to less depressing stories. I'm not going to do the Jubilee tonight. I'll do it tomorrow. This is a fun story. This apparently
Israel's war in Gaza is one of the most significant geopolitical events of the 21st century. So why is this guy one of the internet's leading commentators on the issue.
Oh, that's an argument for incest I never considered.
For those of you who missed it, Destiny, who is a streamer, debated political scientist and Israel-Palestine scholar Norman Finkelstein. And in doing so, he presented himself as an expert on genocide.
Those kids were literally coming out of a previously identified Hamas compound that they had operated from. They literally did. You could Google it. You could Google it.
With all due respect, you're such a fantastic moron. It's terrifying.
You know, later he went on and talked about how he absolutely dominated that debate.
If the other side doesn't bring up a single coherent point from the entire conversation, which they didn't, and they're like being unhinged the entire time, I feel like hopefully it plays better to me. I definitely could have gone harder though, given how unhinged Norm was.
And in the most important,
Mr. Portobello, you are such a fantastical moron. It's still funny. Oh, Jesus Christ. That was so great, dude. The fucking gall, dude. Thinking that you could go up against the dude who wrote the goddamn books because you fucking tried to quickly summarize a couple Wikipedia articles that correspond to your argument. The arrogance, dude. That arrogance and that blind confidence is exactly how he motivates some of the most like ill-equipped people online. Some of the most like awful individuals online into believing that he has ideas worth a damn.
Election of our lifetime. Why is Donald Trump doing a live stream with Aiden Ross? And for that matter, why is one of the most incisive voices on the left not a host at MSNBC or CNN, but a Twitch streamer? You know, Hassan Piker's critiques of liberal policies from within his streaming suite at the DNC apparently got him kicked out.
I doubt that, you know, NBC would be getting kicked out randomly.
Which is cool. I'll be honest, guys. In general, it's cool to get kicked out of places. It's a cool badge of honor, unless you get kicked out for like a not good reason. Live streamers have become important enough in the political space that they can seemingly change minds, influence elections, and maybe even threaten major political parties. So how did folks like this go from streaming Grand Theft Auto 5 all day to reshaping our political discourse? And are they making a meaningful difference, or just enabling a sort of digital cosplay that lets us feel like we're activists when we're just sort of fueling Jeff Bezos' empire? Jeff Bezos, worst bald man alive. Change my mind in the comments if you think there's a worse bald guy. To understand political streaming, we got to start by contextualizing the seemingly unpolitical world of video game streaming. Because before these guys were interviewing world leaders, most of them were just streaming games from their bedrooms. And they all started over on Twitch, which is an Amazon-owned platform catering to gamers and their fans. And since Twitch took off, you know, some streamers have
It almost sounds like he did nothing but play games and all of a sudden we're politics, man. Yeah, I mean, I don't really care. It's not exactly correct, but who cares?
Moved over to competitors like Kick, and pathetic, gross, lame boomers continue to stream here on YouTube. I'm Michael Burns. I'm here with producer Henry. Now, one distinguishing aspect of streaming relative to other types of media is its shocking sense of immediacy. Now, streamers are playing and reacting in real time, and simultaneously their viewers are commenting and maybe even critiquing them in the chat.
Go to your Twitch dashboard and check out the new charity function. It makes easier for your chat to donate to charity and doesn't cost you anything. Okay, I'm not doing that right now because we're in the middle of something right now. I don't know if you can tell, but what I'll do, thank you for letting me know, but all right.
It's a format that leads to heightened reactions and lots of hot takes.
This might be the most transphobic thing that I've ever said in my life. So here we go. I don't think I really believe in non-binary.
And unlike traditional media, YouTube videos or podcasts, when users react to or, yell at streamers, well, streamers can yell back.
It's like, how the fuck do you arrive at that position while playing one of the most like pro-trans video games too? like what is wrong with this man, dude? His mind is just constantly churning out as much hatred as he possibly can come up with. Like, how the fuck?
Back, which offers a thrill and attention that's only available in such an immediate format. I mean, imagine if you could yell at Rachel Maddow and she could yell back and call you a dirty little incel. I bet you'd like that, wouldn't you? But this sense of immediacy isn't just fun or kind of thrilling. It actually has the potential to shift how we relate to each other on a societal level. Scholar Yochai Benkler argues that social media democratizes communication by providing direct and unmediated access to information and discourse. As he sees it, digital networks allow for a genuine reorganization of the public sphere by weakening the power of commercial mass media and its owners and providing an avenue for diverse and politically mobilized communication that's less corruptible by money than traditional mass media. Now, in fairness, that was written in 2006, before a world where a bunch of cool, countercultural, free-thinking streamers like Tim Pool got paid hundreds of thousands of dollars by Russians to say stuff on their streams. Not very cool and countercultural, is it, Timothy? But I would say that if any of the Russians are watching this, seriously, you know what I'm saying? Let's get involved. Let's do it. Let's do the thing. I would do it for so much less, like a disgusting amount less. I saw how much you paid Tim Pool. 1/1000th of that, and I'll be here praising Putin. I'll get a Putin neck tattoo. Oh, I'll get a Putin lower back tattoo that says "Tootin' for Putin." That will maybe jiggle when I fart. But shadowy sponsors aside, for Benkler, the decentralization and democratization of information flow makes the public sphere more inclusive and participatory, providing a platform for non-market, peer-produced sources of filtration and accreditation. And this really helps alleviate information overload while also serving as a counterbalance to the concentrated power of traditional media. You can think about it this way, like the best things you've probably watched on the internet are because your friends were sharing them over and over, or a Reddit community you're a part of told you to watch it, right? It's not because some, traditional media source was like, please watch the new Connor O'Malley video. It's called Corey's, and it's a weird exploration of the way our identity split under late cap.
That video is a banger, by the way. God damn, Connor O'Malley's so good.
Capitalism and the way that social media exacerbates those tensions, right? It was just your friend was like, check out the new O'Malley video. It's fucking crazy. Now, this all empowers viewers to contribute to public debate and hold those in power accountable. And in the context of political streaming, viewers are able to form communities with other audience members that can exist in the chat, on Discord servers, and social media, or hey, even real life. And please let us know if you ever met a stream friend in real life. Also, if you met a stream friend in real life and you're currently, handcuffed to a radiator in their basement, but you can kind of reach the keyboard, I guess type help and we'll try to find you. But it's not just immediacy and community that make political streaming so unique. Christopher J. Hopwood suggests that the ability of platforms like Twitch to enable the sharing of unfiltered thoughts and experiences in real time helps facilitate the expression of realness. This is
something I think about quite a bit, which is like the democratization of media has led to people like myself existing in this space, but it also has very obvious downsides to it as well. I guess like if misinformation is going to occur, it's better if it's democratized, but also it does kind of feel as though with less and less confidence in mainstream media, there are definitely instances where like misinfo presented by grifters can cause can push for societal collapse, like especially when paired up with a lack of education, lack of critical thinking skills, lack of media literacy. So it's something that I think about quite a bit, because if the media is not, if there is no independent media, if there is no democratization of the dissemination of information, you don't get to have a different point of view on Israel, right? If you look at CNN, if you look at New York Times, and you get all your news from there, you are going to have a very different point of view on what is occurring in Gaza and why it's happening, right? So someone like myself will never be able to exist in that space. There will never be the gratuitous nature of like corporate overlords that say, you know what, we want this kind of information to be out there as well. That's not going to happen, right? They're always going to limit that to the neat little confines of whatever neoliberal hegemony allows you to say. Now, there is no extent to the right wing. There's no limitation to like how far right you can go, unless you are also anti-Zionist. You can be anti-Semitic, but you can't be anti-Zionist and anti-Semitic, right? You can be anti-Semitic and get a prominent role in a media institution. You can't be anti-Semitic and also anti-Zionist at the same time, however. And on the other hand, there's a lot of people like there's a lot of people due to the fact that legacy papers have kind of dropped the ball time and time again in a very public fashion, where mainstream media is like, whenever mainstream media is needed, like during COVID, right? When there needs to be like an organized way to disseminate information from an institute of authority, like during COVID, when there is a serious pandemic occurring, right? Because there are less and less people trusting mainstream resources, a lot of people can take advantage of that lack of trust and, grift, make shit up, especially in times of commotion. It's a weird predicament that I find myself both benefiting from, but also thinking is maybe sometimes consequential in a negative way. Like, COVID probably caused a lot more people to distrust mainstream institutions, which is ironic because they didn't really fuck up that badly during COVID. Like, they were doing best practices on the issue of COVID and their coverage over COVID and trying to stop misinformation from spreading during COVID. But also, you look at Israel and the way that they're dealing with American foreign policy. They always cover American foreign policy in the exact way that you expect them to cover, which is a crumb of truthfulness in an effort to maintain the veneer of impartiality so that you can be a legitimate institution that is trusted, okay, while simultaneously packing it to the fucking gills with a tremendous amount of misinformation, lying by omission, genuinely using passive voice whenever you describe Israel's atrocities, things of that nature. All of Israel's enemies are terrorists that deserve it. That kind of stuff also, in my opinion, that kind of framing, in my opinion, also caused a lot of people, especially in the younger generations, to mistrust mainstream media, mainstream institutions. And I think we need to rebuild trust in mainstream institutions. Because I believe that there still should be real journalism happening. Mainstream media spreads plenty of disinformation on its own, but I feel as though mainstream media has pushback from independent media. Independent media gets less pushback from other independent media because its reach is simply smaller. Rebuild trust in U.S. mainstream institutions, lol. Yes. Yes. There should be. In a perfect world, independent institutions would exist, but you would also have like legitimate national institutions that are trustworthy resources for objective, or at least as close to objective news as you can get. But the unfortunate reality is that America, due to the interest of capital accumulators, is never going to do that, I think. While we're at it, rebuild trust in government. I agree with that too. I literally agree with that as well. Yes.
The idea that, streamers seem to have an authenticity that we don't normally see in popular media figures. Hopwood and his co-authors argue that realness may be a particularly important individual difference variable within certain domains of social behavior. For instance, being real may be both harmful and beneficial for politicians, but for citizens, it is a key characteristic of trust. It's basically like when streamers seem like a cool person to hang out with, like how I'm a cool person to hang out with, I trust him more intuitively than I would some good-looking guy on TV with a slick haircut and a nice suit and he always says the right thing, Screw that guy. Now, some of this is simply a function of streamers broadcasting for huge amounts of time. Seriously, if you're not familiar with
I mean, it's virtually impossible for me to be fake. No one is that good at presenting a fake version of themselves for 8 to 10 hours every single day.
This sort of thing. You know, Piker will stream for 12 hours a day. Destiny might stream for 7 hours a day. People like Vosh might go 5, 6 hours a day. And when you're streaming for, you know, most of your waking life, you're gonna have to talk about more than just politics and theory.
Graveler is a rock with 4 arms, and pass. I'm not putting my anywhere near gravel.
Now it seems like the relatability and realness is paying off. Piker alone has over 2,500,000 followers and 140 million views, with an average of 157,000 active viewers. I know for a fact that's over twice the population of Duluth, Minnesota. So at any point he's streaming, there are 2 Duluths watching him. Now during the 2020 elections, his was the
Duluth Dyson times 2 when you think about that. When you think about that, that means there's not one but 2 Larry Sinclairs sucking 2 different Obamas after doing crack sideways, sucking their shit off.
The 6th most watched election coverage stream. He averaged a similar audience size to CBS and Fox News. And this seems to indicate that at least amongst a younger demographic, folks prefer more interactive and authentic content. And this has not escaped the attention of mainstream media.
You get more people watching you of an evening than I do.
But all of this doesn't answer the question of why we, you know, you, me, all our friends, are so engrossed by political streaming, and why millions of folks spend just hours and hours of their lives enmeshed in these digital worlds. Now, it might have less to do with how it changes our opinions and more to do with how it actually changes our experience of time. Yes, friends, that's a real thing I'm about to argue, so don't tune out now. Before we keep going, I want...
Not gonna lie, bro, I'm gonna start hating harder. You've been getting way too many glaze pieces lately. Dude, let me have a fucking moment to breathe, okay? Don't worry. If you think I need to be fucking hated on, trust me, anytime there's a new glaze piece, all of my fucking insane haters get like MK Ultra style activated to be like, I'll have you know, he's actually a bad guy. Please don't say he's a good guy. He's a bad guy. I promise you he's a bad guy. They go crazy over it. Trust. Okay? I also get fucking shitted on by my long-term subs anyway. They lose their goddamn
I wanted
minds.
to give a shout out to our friends over at Yes Please Coffee. They're special because this is a company that I actually reached out to because I liked their coffee so much. I asked if they wanted to work with us, and thank God they did. They're based right here in Los Angeles. They're an independent company. Their beans are awesome. I've been drinking Yes Please for a few months now, and it's some of the best coffee I've ever had. My good friend producer Olivia said it changed her relationship to coffee. A lot of people from our stream community have tried it and loved it. Go to their website and then use the code Wisecrack for 20% off. There's a link down in the description as well. Truly top-notch beans. It's a great way to support the channel and help support a really cool independent company. So check out Yes Please Coffee because, you know, I think you deserve it. Now let's get back to the show. It's clear that authenticity is critical to the success of political streaming, but of course it's not just about being cool and relatable, because some of these guys aren't cool or relatable. They're kind of weird and unrelatable. It's that the very structure of the medium creates moments of truthfulness in both the streamer and their audience that are almost impossible to achieve.
This guy started talking to said you were obnoxious and a bad person, but when I asked him to cite a reason for his opinion, he couldn't give one. Yeah, because he fucking saw like 3 Twitter power farmers. Yeah, they're eating your ass up on Twitter right now, Lamafeao. Dog, this is from September 15th, 2021. And it has 2.9K likes. And it's literally a fucking barb, dude. What the fuck are you talking about? What are we doing right now? We're just like relitigating old drama that I was objectively correct on. Your article is full of weirdos. No, it's not. Not really familiar with Hasan. He seems pretty cool, though. We'll check him out in the future. Why are you guys doing this? We're watching we're straight up watching like a puff piece, and you guys immediately like are sending me a million different hater takes. That's crazy.
And other forms of digital media. Now we can better understand this via the work of French philosopher Henri Bergson and his concept of pure duration. Now, for Bergson, duration is a way of thinking about time, or a type of time which operates in distinction from clock time. You know, it's not mathematical or mechanical. Like I have a little watch right now, and the second thing it's going 50, 51, 52, 53, right? Sequential, linear, mathematical, things of that nature. But duration is more to do with our experience of time. Imagine what it feels like to wait for 45 minutes in the waiting room of your dentist. Feels like an eternity. Now imagine what it feels like to spend 45 minutes catching up with your best friend that you haven't seen in a while. Probably flies by, and before you know it, they're on their way and you wish that you could hang out for longer. Same amount of, linear time, but we experience it way differently. And we see this at play in the unique temporal experience of watching a live stream. Now, unlike watching a cable news show, which is broken up into distinct segments and commercial breaks equaling precisely 1 hour, streams can often go on for hours without any segment breaks or time constraints.
Unless there's a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour, of course. Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break.
To be clear, some streamers do have sponsors or take little breaks to talk about that, but it's not quite the same as
which of course, Lamau, this video is going to make me stop watching streaming entirely. Yeah, why are what is the fucking reason for why chatters immediately try to grief me when there's any kind of like positive movement? What is that about? Like, and I know chatters aren't doing that because they like hate me or anything, but it is a very weird attitude that a lot of fucking chat has, where they're like, it's weird. It's a weird tendency that y'all have. What is that? They're like, damn, man, people are saying nice things about you. Fuck, dude. Well, watch this guy lie about you. You know what I mean? Hey, look at this fucking random tweet that like implies you like raping or something. Like, okay, well, that person is schizophrenic. What do you want me to do about it? And yes, I have a lot of fucking haters due to all of the positions that I advocate for, which unfortunately are not all that common, even though it is born out of common sense and empathy, which again, seemingly less common by the moment. So yeah, there's plenty of these fucking people who are delusional and insane. Don't know why you have to give them more air and I don't know, make it seem like it's a valid fucking point of critique.
Cutting away to, I don't know, some commercial about mesothelioma.
How will this affect my loved ones?
But all of this creates a sense of flow that affects both the streamer and the audience. And in doing so, it can collapse the way that we think about and experience time. Now think about it this way, okay? You're pretty unlikely to get home from work and just say, now I'm gonna sit in front of a screen for 5 hours, watching a guy talk about politics, play some games, hey, maybe do some research. Instead, you probably just tune into your favorite streamer, and then before you know it, you're caught up in the discussion, you're jumping in the chat, you're participating in an active way, and then 5 hours have passed, and holy crap, you have to be up for work soon. Now, for Bergson, this disillusion of clock time creates the space for pure duration, where we're purely in the moment, fully experiencing our own internal lives. Now, Bergson unfortunately died way before you could watch H Bomber Guy streamed Donkey Kong 64 for 57 hours straight, but, he'd maybe consider it in terms of music.
Chunky Kong is my favorite.
Now, music does follow a specific temporal structure, right? It conforms to a certain clock time. Maybe a song is in 4/4 at 110 beats per minute. But when you're caught up in a song that you love, your experience is one of pure duration. You're not thinking about measures and time signatures. You're just fully in it. This is why deadheads can vibe out to a song for like 45 minutes and then want more as soon as it ends. Because when that music never stops, you sort of feel free from everything else. This feeling of temporal freedom is the exception to the rule of our normal lives, which, let's be honest, are mostly governed by clock time, and more specifically, work time or work clock time. Now, as Bergson writes, we spend the majority of our lives outside ourselves, hardly perceiving anything of ourselves but our own ghost. He goes on to write that we live for the external world rather than for ourselves. We speak rather than we think. We are acted rather than act ourselves. This means that our identities and our internal states of consciousness are shaped by rigid clock time. It's like, maybe I'm this person when I'm at home.
Yep.
When I'm this person when I'm at work.
My pity does not extend so far as to her putting a man's life at stake.
And I'm this person with my old-timey street gang.
Everybody dress up sweet and sharp.
We can sing vicious 4-part harmonies and then just cut you into pieces. But considered from a perspective of duration, I'm all of these things at once. And my identity and consciousness are constantly unfolding. And streamers are able to tap into this, creating an experience of duration in which different elements of their consciousness or perspective emerge over time. Think about the stream marathons of someone like Ludwig, where dramatic variations in his behavior can create a palpable sense of authenticity. Sometimes even a streamer's mistakes or lapses in judgment or random asides, make them feel most real to us.
Hawk Tua on that fovea.
Take this time that Hasan Piker, seemingly forgetting that he was streaming, got a little bit distracted.
That was my inside voice that came out. I was trying to fucking stop myself.
But the sort of realness that emerges via duration doesn't just lead to personal details or accidental bro behavior. It also creates a particular experience for us, the audience. One in which I am actively listening and engaging and experiencing myself thinking in real time. When this is happening, it can feel like my identity is unfolding in dialogue with both the streamer I'm watching and the community that I'm engaging with. This can all create the conditions for the political streamer to truly guide the audience when dealing with tricky or contentious issues and policies. And when they do this, they might help the audience see past rhetorical traps and empty platitudes, ideally creating the feeling that you're learning alongside your favorite streamer. And the authenticity of the medium, mixed with the freedom of duration, can then lower our guards. And that makes us maybe more likely to reconsider our opinions or remain open to ideas we don't immediately agree with. That might sound like I'm being too gracious, but I've seen this a little bit on our tiny little YouTube streams where people in the chat kind of open their minds, debate with each other, change their minds on stuff. It's a very beautiful thing to see. Other times.
Look, yep, he has a psychiatry degree. None of what he's saying holds on facts. YouTube guy thinks he's a psychiatrist now. The only thing I will say is that there is obviously a lot of back and forth in the community building, and it can be used for good or it can be used for evil. Okay, if you are using the community that you've cultivated over the course of many years to like harm others, to go after others that you feel have wronged you, and slowly but surely cutting out like anyone that is a naysayer, then you are operating a fucking cult in the most toxic ways possible. If you're using that to defend genocide, you're just an objectively bad person, right? This is precisely the reason why I try to put my best foot forward all the time. Okay? Like I know the amount of, I don't want to say power, but the amount of influence I have. And I try to use that for good. I try to use that to motivate you to go out and work out, motivate you to go out and better yourselves, motivate you to go out and do things and become a positive influence in your community. Like I recognize the influence that I hold and the place I have in your lives, and I try to use that to max out on all the good shit that I want you to do.
Sometimes they just say, this channel fell off. Why is he here? Now, we can see some of this in Piker's analysis of a debate between Ben Shapiro and Malcolm Nance, in which, the audience gets all the benefits of having a political commentator who can translate, add context, and fact check in real time. This enhances the audience's understanding and equips them to critically engage for themselves.
Okay, it's actually pretty simple.
And it's not just that political streamers are able to offer us more honest and authentic analysis than traditional news media. They also have a pretty dialectical relationship with their audiences, participating in an open back and forth that can shift the conversation or lead to digressions and insights that a streamer maybe wouldn't arrive at on their own. The duration of these streams and the communities they engender really do open up new types of interaction between host and audience. One where, unlike most experiences of our media consumption, you feel like
relational aggression as a result of you creating a tightly bonded community can cause a lot of chatters to feel as though their parasocial bond is threatened when your image of being a hated for saying the truth is threatened by showing you may not have as many haters. It causes a sort of dissonance where your chatters support you, but feel your changing image can threaten who you are. TLDR, they're toxic. Yeah, I mean, I think it's in the simplest, not nerdy words, just gatekeeping. A lot of people forget that, like, I have an overarching ideological goal with my commentary, with my Twitch stream, and that goal is to get broad acceptance for the ideas that I hold, the ideas that many of you also now believe as well, or maybe believed even long before me. And that is precisely the reason why I always want to expand. I always want to grow this community. Okay? Every single thing that I do is in the direction of growing this community so that there are more like-minded people that will be more charitable to my worldview, because I think that my worldview would genuinely improve people's material conditions. So a lot of people fail to remember that and sometimes maybe think, oh, I want to gatekeep this stuff. I don't like it. Like, you're getting looks by NBC. You got prominently displayed on CNN. That's not a good thing. That's a bad thing. It's only a bad thing. Wait, what? So your voice does matter, but you won't endorse Kamala? Wow, that's so funny. If Kamala wants my endorsement, she can have it. She just needs to say the magic words, okay? No more weapons to Israel. Also, none of this right-wing immigration stuff. But, those are things you, aside from the Kamala quip here, I think a lot of people don't understand. That like there is a goal beyond just like me. That's why I do these collaborations too, and also because I like to have fun and be normal in the wild as well. It's like when my dog sees other dogs come up to me and she gets super jelly. Yeah.
Being in the audience actually matters. We see this in an instance like Piker responding to his audience when they had concerns about the rise of anti-woke rhetoric.
It's no longer going to be irrelevant when that's all you talk about in the next 4 years. I'm just telling you what's going to happen. Dude, that was such a good lock, man. That guy is fucking... Damn, what was the date on that when he said that, like, we're going back to Gamergate style politics? Oh my God. Seems like I fucking locked that shit down on December 22nd, 2020. Wow. Pre-watch of the future. Once again, pre-watch Piker. At it again, dude. That's crazy. How does he do it? How did he do it? How did he fucking figure that shit out, dude? God damn, dude. I clocked that shit from a fucking mile away. in the next 4 years. I'm just telling you what's going to happen.
The unique temporal nature of political streaming might then be one of the reasons that it creates such impassioned communities, which is all well and good. But if you're like me, you might still be a little skeptical of the actual political efficacy of any of this, because sure, political streamers draw audiences as large as traditional news outlets, but are they as politically influential? Now, this question feels especially relevant when we know that networks like Fox News and CNN or podcasts like Pod Save America have exhibited the power to influence voters. Here's the thing that makes streaming so interesting on a theoretical level, that the temporality that comes through an experience of duration might actually be the problem. By keeping folks locked into a consumptive trance, it's arguably doing the opposite of facilitating offline political activism. Which raises the question, are we too busy watching political streams to actually participate in politics? Well, maybe not, because recently we have seen more and more streamers step out of their bedrooms and engage in on-the-ground reporting that connects their streaming work to political action, while also offering more immediate and authentic coverage than what we might find on the evening news. And all of this is, of course, made easier by the relative accessibility and affordability of streaming technology. Now, we see this whether it's Hassan Piker visiting a campus protest at UCLA or Destiny visiting Israel. These on-the-ground reactions to
whether it be the anti-genocide guy going to an anti-genocide protest or the pro-genocide guy going to the genocide country. Yeah. Checking my notes. Seems like this guy is pro-genocide at the genocide country, doing more pro-genocide propaganda.
Current political events, highlighted especially in the coverage, ongoing campus protests against Israel's war in Gaza, are especially impactful during a time when it really does feel like there's a growing information vacuum. Whether it's, the defunding of newsrooms.
But also, that's the other thing, is like, what market void are you filling? You know what I mean? It's like, hey guys, there wasn't enough mainstream outlets that were unconditionally defending Israel from Israel. So we got another guy to go and defend Israel from Israel, who was also pro-Israel. There was a real shortage in mainstream media for people who would do the brave task of defending Israel's genocide. But this time, they also say slurs, okay? Real market void for Jake Tapper not defending the right to say the N-word as a white guy. So now we got Jake Tapper, but he also defends saying the N-word as a white guy. Oh, my Lord. Real untapped market for a liberal who is basically a 4chan vacuum
across America, or the seeming
You're upset he's in the same vid as you? I mean, yeah, for sure. I think that what I do is good, and I think what he does is objectively a stain on mankind. I don't know why this is like an own in your mind. Yeah. Yes, I think like a guy who is a serial mass harasser of anyone who he sicks his rabid fan base on is not a good guy, especially when he's defending genocide. A scourge, if you will.
Tameability of fake news. It's all led to an overall decline in the quality of and our trust in traditional news sources. As Palmer, Toff, and Nielsen argue, when the public view the media as less trustworthy than politicians, it becomes easier for populist figures to lump the news media into a group with political and economic elites and claim for themselves the role of public defender. And for younger folks who have come of age in this era of distrust, streaming seems like a viable alternative for a number of reasons, especially as it continues to enter the real world. Now, one of them is that its unfiltered and instantaneous nature allows viewers to witness events as they unfold in real time, which facilitates trust while also minimizing the potential manipulation we might associate with edited news broadcasts. Another is that when streamers are reporting from the field, they're normally going to center the perspectives of regular people actively participating in the event rather than highly paid experts or pundits typically featured on mainstream news shows. You know, as someone who was personally watching both streams from the UCLA protest earlier this year and then also watching local LA news, I'll simply say that we saw two pretty different perspectives on what was happening.
I think this, alongside with like what Brett did, like all the other content creators that were there, like I think this was I think one of my most consequential things that I've done. What? You're blinded by your hate of the gnome and are not being truthful. Both of you are misrepresenting each other. Maybe this is by design and I'm a naive viewer. Yes, you're a 24-month subscriber that is a naive viewer. I'm always in awe of how people can maintain this, like both sides are the same principle. Yeah. Yes, you are. I am not misrepresenting Destiny's pro-Israel, pro-genocide position. He has personally said it himself. You're talking about a dude who has openly, actively mentioned like masturbating to my podcast co-host's AI porn as an own, okay? Who has very publicly put his name out there to be like, yeah, I will do that. And his community that still also repeats those words. I don't think there's any both sides. There's nothing that you can equate in this circumstance that I've done. I care about the issues. I care about, policies. I care about offering context to real-time news coverage. He cares about drama. Anyway, why was this your most consequential stream? Because I think there's no better demonstration of mainstream media openly and actively framing an issue in a nefarious way than basically fucking pointing to what the actual encampments look like from the inside versus how the media covered it. Like, it was such a glaringly obvious piece of original reporting that went against what the media's overarching narrative was about these encampments being like aggressive in nature. I'm still waiting to see what this person is saying. This is the most active defense that you can engage with without coming across as like a pure partisan in this situation. Oh, well, both of you guys do stuff. And it's always funny when they say that, because there was a fucking Discord. There was literally like Discord screenshots of them mentioning me like 90,000 times versus my Discord. We looked at it and the name Destiny was mentioned 9,000 total times. And the overwhelming majority of that was coming from the gaming discussion part of my Discord because they were talking about the video game. So it's almost always like 90-10. But people still maintain this position as though there's like both sides are doing this shit. For the past 6 years at this point, I've rarely ever mentioned this person. He has never stopped mentioning me. Yeah. Oh, here, this is the one. This was the link. It was crazy. Saying that a Nazi is better than a terrorist, which is better than a registered sex offender, which is better than a Hasan Piker fan. You know, just normal, not unhinged statements. The only time he mentioned he didn't want you talking about him was when he was getting destroyed by Finkelstein. Yeah. That was a wonderful moment online. Why can't we chat his name though? I know you don't care about him enough to ban his name in chat. For obvious reasons, because I don't want him to I don't want him to like, I don't want mentions of Boner Chelly to be gumming up the works. Okay. Like right now, this is a great example. We've taken a sidestep from this. We stopped the coverage of whatever the fuck we were looking at, and now his insane fan base is just going crazy over it. But what did that guy say? I'm pro-Palestine all the way. Actually went away from your stream in 2021 since you were not bringing up Palestine. You're the best on Palestine, and that's what matters the most to me. But both of you are bad faith. Maybe there's way too much bad blood between the two of you. Dude, why is it that whenever I ask for a direct fucking question, these guys never actually bring anything up? You know? It just doesn't make any sense. It just doesn't. I always ask, I'm like, what do you mean by this? Like, what have I done that is like bad faith? And there's no good answer. It's always just like some weird, vague generalization.
Pro-Palestinian activists in this barricaded encampment refuse.
Can you guys talk one time? You guys are top political live streamers. First of all, come on. It's like fucking Albania saying between us and the United States, you know, we are what comprise of NATO, you know? Just like back in the day when Albania was saying between us and China, we comprise of 1 billion. Yeah. You're being a little nice, I think. Is this group cyberstalking? Yes. You know what you've done. Yeah. I'm as pro-Palestine as it gets, which is why you were just as bad as the pro-genocide sponsored by Israel N-word use defending white guy. Hey man, why don't you talk to the guy who's like objectively pro-genocide, who has actively cyber-stalked you with his community for the past 6 years, who has taken every opportunity to lie about you to as many people that will listen. Why don't you just like be charitable to that guy who you disagree with on virtually every issue? Just talk to him after he got banned for literally mass harassment over and over again for any person, including myself, but I'm at least like large enough to withstand these kinds of attacks. But like any creator, my size, all the way down to like tiny creators with like 30 fucking concurrent viewers. Good faith, bro. That's the difference. I want nothing to do with this person. Did you just leak why he got banned? No, there are a million reasons. This is my suspicion. Why don't you just block him? I have. What are you talking about? I have. There's not a moment in my day where I think about this person or his community It's only when I'm live when his fans come in here with like their 11th sock account, or sometimes dual fans, which is even weirder, that have been around for a very long time, where they come in and they're like, well, you know, both of you guys have done stuff. I have my reasons. I have. Will you condemn Twitch for unbanning Sneeko and not unbanning Boner Chelly? Yeah, I think it's fucking ridiculous that Twitch unbanned Sneeko. I think both Sneeko and Boner Chelly should continue being banned. If it were up to me, I would never fucking unban Sneeko. Are you insane? Are you out of your fucking mind? Do you think I have like, you think I have a positive association with like Twitch turning around and unbanning some random fucking freaks, dude? Are you crazy? I'd much rather unban iShowSpeed before unbanning someone like fucking Sneeko. And for the record, I am pro rehabilitation. It's just someone needs to be rehabilitated first. Okay. All right.
Using in order to disperse.
Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest! And the efficacy of these sorts of streams has definitely caught the attention of politicians who want to...
Mods got to him before me. The anti-natalist weirdo.
Speak directly to younger voters. You know, at the end of the 2020 election season, Congresswomen Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Ilhan Omar jumped on Twitch to organize a Get Out the Vote stream with a variety of popular streamers, politically minded and otherwise. They played the then popular multiplayer game Among Us, and they had over 500,000 people, most of whom were of early voting age, who were there to watch and ask questions about the candidates and policies in a way that felt a lot more authentic and casual than a press conference or even a real town hall.
Imagine showing up to the doctor and just saying you need help and getting it.
You know, more recently at the 2024 DNC, Hasan Piker was on location streaming until he maybe got kicked out. And of course, politicians on the right have also been attempting to use streaming as a way to get out their messages, as in Trump's aforementioned appearance on Aiden Ross's stream, in which Ross, I guess, gifted Trump a Rolex and a Cybertruck. I can't imagine Donald Trump driving a car. Can he drive a car? Is there video of him driving? I've seen him on a golf cart, not a car. If you have video of him driving a car, send it to us. I don't think he can drive a car. And in 2022, GOP rep Matt Gaetz live streamed on Twitch. And hey, if you didn't see it, it did not go super well. You know, while my streaming numbers are not amazing, I consistently dominate Matt Gaetz, which is something. So if the revolution won't be televised, will it at least be streamed? Friends, it's hard to say. But it is worth noting that it's not all good vibes and egalitarian spirit in the world of political streaming. There's a bunch of stuff we didn't include in this video, to be very honest with you, because a lot of the right-wing streaming folks that are popular very much are little Nazis, and we didn't want to put little Nazis in the video. Now, plenty of folks who are out there use their platforms to just reinforce the status quo while cultivating audiences that are more sycophantic than curious. But on a personal level, during my experience streaming here on YouTube, I've really gotten to see how quickly communities of open-minded and empathetic and weird people can form, and in how these communities can be used to facilitate spaces of critical thinking about what's going on in the world. Special shout out to all the Wisecrack Live heads out there. I really like you all very much. Thanks for hanging out with me every week. I also do want to give a shout out to Garrett Kruper. Now, he helped us with this video, and he recently finished a whole PhD project on political streaming. He shared some of that research with us. He helped out with this. And if you want to learn more about Garrett and his work, tune in to our stream on Wednesday, and we're going to have him on to talk about his project and more about streaming. And in general, if you've ever wanted to check out one of our streams, we stream every Monday and every Wednesday at 10 a.m. Pacific right here.
Oh my God, bro. Y'all are so fucking desperate for any crumb of interaction. Please stop, dude. Jesus fucking Christ.
On YouTube. I would love to see you there. In the meantime, let us know what you think, and especially let us know if there's political streamers that you like a lot, especially if they're maybe less well known. It would be great to give those people some shine. But most important,
coming out of the motherfucking gutter, dude, the moment that like even this shit is like briefly mentioned, his fucking weirdo fan base and like adjacent orbiters immediately they're like, it's just like that fucking one guy that came up to me at TwitchCon, bro. He's like, come on, why don't you debate Destiny? It's like, bro, why do you even remotely think this would be productive in any capacity? Jesus fucking Christ. I thought by this point we might have banned every single person, and I'm constantly in awe that there are still always new sock accounts. Like, it is wild, especially because like, I don't think there's another fucking community that is this resilient with the limited amount of size that they have, but like the amount of impact that they have that is so fucking outsized because they're just constantly, permanently fucking online. Holy shit. One of your security guards love that you shit on that kid, by the way. It's just like, dedicate your life to anything else. Please, man. Please. I promise you, you will be much happier. I promise. And it's like my fucking idiotic community members too. Can you comment on this asshole saying you're endorsing raping women is actually so gross? No, dude, because that is an insane thing. And you bringing that up literally is just giving it legitimacy. How do you not understand that? Why the fuck would I ever in a million years respond to something so fucking stupid, so obviously out of context? Are you fucking, are you actually brain dead? It doesn't make any sense to me. Like, sometimes I can't tell if like this is a person who thinks they're doing the right thing. Yeah. That tweet had 6K likes before Hasan put it on screen. Now it has 19K likes. You're all fucking drama addicted idiots. Oh, 100%. I genuinely want to get it. I genuinely want to dive into the minds of people like this that are just like, no, dude, I don't understand. Like, the reason why I have so many fucking active haters is because I already gave them a crumb by consistently, repeatedly trying to answer misinformation about me. Okay. People would make shit up and I'd be like, oh, wait, hold on. That's completely made up. Let me actually explain the truth to you. And over the course of like 5-6 years, I came to the conclusion that, oh, nobody actually gives a shit about the truth. When I turn around and address it, it just gives it more fucking breathing room. It gives it more legitimacy. And it is a signal for all the people that are waiting in the sidelines to be like, yeah, fuck this guy. That's it. It's all fucking bad faith. Here.
Say, for the sake of argument, you're the kind of progressive lefty with a platform who gets a share of harassment, seasonal or perennial, from reactionaries. In this situation, you will inevitably hear one who positions themselves as a reasonable moderate ask, why don't you respond to criticism?
What a perfect video from the alt-right playbook. Why don't you respond to criticism? Innuendo Studios has an incredible library of content on this shit. And they are so incredibly prescient. Okay?
Say,
Always
for the sake
and
of
forever.
argument, you're the kind of seasonally here. Why don't you respond to criticism? There's a lot going on in that question, more than is immediately obvious, and it's worth understanding. First, is that the question is not only directed at you, it exists as a marker, showing up in your Q&As, your comment sections, your Twitter threads.
Lolcow Hasan becoming self-aware. Yes, dude, you are right. And you are not fantasizing inside of your echo chamber. I am a lolcow. Yes, that is what's going on. That's why, you know, NBC and CNN are writing articles, positive articles, about the impact that I've had, or congresspersons that I talk to at the DNC are talking about the positive impact that I've had in their community organizing efforts. And the opinion that you maintain that I am a lolcow is shared by 3,000 other sycophants trapped in their fucking mother's basement that spend their entire daily existence on Discord, Reddit, and Twitter. You got it. You are definitely not hallucinating this position as a 35-year-old who feels like they haven't actually been able to reach the levels of success that they thought they would get to by this point in their lives. I'm delusional, Giga Chad. I know. I wish you, I do wish you well. And I do think that you can get better. It's just the first step is to unironically separate yourself from the communities that you find yourself in. Straight up. Let's continue.
To imply to anyone paying attention to you that there is some wealth of legitimate criticism that you have long ignored. There may well be a specific point this person is referring to, but it's often left unspecified or generalized, so that the content and the quantity of the criticism is left to audience imagination. It is meant to publicly undermine your legitimacy. Second, it's meant to make you question whether there is some legitimate criticism out there in the din of people screaming at you. You're not perfect, and a knock-on effect of being harassed is you get numbed out, unable to discern good faith from bad, often removing yourself from the very streams through which your peers used to correct you because of the endless flow of garbage coming through those channels now. But the only way to verify the ambiguous claim that there is some criticism worth responding to is to once again strap on waders and climb back in, which is often what your critic really wants. Third, well, the question isn't really, why don't you respond to criticism? Odds are you do respond to some criticism. People in your position are often addressing or preempting criticism all the time, arguably too much. No, what this non-specific question is really asking is, why don't you respond to my criticism? They'll let it sound like you've been ignoring everyone, but they mean, why are you ignoring me? They're going to insist you owe them a response, that their critique, regardless of your opinion of it, is valid and demanding of immediate attention. Odds are there are dozens of people saying the same thing, all at the same time. Fourth, odds are good that you have in fact addressed their specific complaint, but not in a manner they will accept.
You can tell they're a Destiny fan by their past logs asking if it's okay in certain circumstances for a white person to say the N-word. Donald Trump AI, you don't want to know what Hasan's doing inside my echo chamber. He's a previous sub, dude. Chill. Is it wrong for a teacher to say the N-word in a lecture about Jim Crow? Is there ever a case where it's okay for a white person to use the N-word? Why are y'all like this, bro? Why? Why are y'all here? Take a week off, okay? Just take a fucking week off, please. Please, dude. Please. Why is this such an important motivating factor for you? Oh my God.
This one person's criticism is likely not unique. You may have covered it somewhere in your output purely because you know what kinds of arguments are getting thrown at you.
Isn't this just about you and the house stuff, Lamau? Like, they now feel they have something real to critique, but they don't? Yes. This is something that happens to many leftist content creators who are placed into a situation where they have to abide by standards that they themselves didn't even set for themselves, that have nothing to do with their worldview at all. Being like an online leftist is constantly being held up to a higher standard than everybody else, but also beyond being held up to a higher standard than everybody else, a standard that they claim you actually created for yourself when it has nothing to do with your worldview whatsoever. That's usually where this comes from.
You, and you're just covering your bases. There's a decent chance your critic doesn't actually consume enough of your work to have seen it, but it's maybe even more likely that they are fully aware of your counter-argument. You know, maybe one of your fans directed them to it, but they don't consider a response legitimate unless it is directed at the critic. Covering it in a different context or on a different platform doesn't count. They are owed a...
Dude, this is literally like that one guy the other day who came in and was like, Hasan is secretly an ultra-nationalist, pro-Turkish, like, ultra-nationalist guy. He never talks about the Kurds. And then I literally was like, you're wrong. I have actually talked about the Kurds. And I gave him examples in, like, videos that I have actually covered about the issue, okay? And then he turned around and said, no, it only got 100,000 views, so it doesn't count. I need you to do a video where you just direct the camera, say you hate the Grey Wolves, and you talk about the Turkish ultranationalist movement, and then that video has to get more than 100,000 views. And it's ridiculous. Like, there is no... like, that person is not a serious person. You know what I mean? He literally was like, I didn't see it, so it didn't happen. And okay, even if it did happen, now I'm adding additional prerequisites. If your actual issue with me is a genuine disagreement that you have with one of my positions, we can have a conversation about that. But if your goal is to simply go, nope, I'm right and you're wrong, then yeah, we can't have a normal conversation at all.
Statement they can respond to directly because they want the argument to continue. So really the question is, why don't you respond to my criticism on my terms?
Yes.
Finally, even if you did respond to them by name, it's likely your response would still be disqualified. If you were to summarize their argument in any way, they would claim you are building a straw man. If you isolated any specific critique or pointed to the cruelty that accompanied it, they would claim you're cherry-picking. You must, it seems, first present the criticism full and unabridged before you may respond to it, which is to say, the only correct way to respond to criticism is to platform the critic. And there are dozens.
But even if you platform the critic and then you destroy them, quote unquote, in the marketplace of ideas, then all of the other people with that same interest in gaining notoriety by behaving like this will now feel more galvanized. This is why back in the day, I used to fucking do Discord debates, hop in the Discord, right? Okay? And I would do it all the fucking time. But the only thing that I realized that cultivated was a community that was inherently hostile and very toxic and only cared about the blood sport of it all. They only cared about the debate. They only cared about who was rhetorically more gifted in that situation. They were not interested in learning new things, unless they were kind of learning new things in the format of a debate. And every single time I brought these people forward, obviously they did not know how to handle themselves on camera with the new amount of attention that they were reaching. And for that reason, and also because they were just bad at arguing their positions and their positions were bad, they would look like fucking dumbasses. Now that made me look good in the eyes of all those people that wanted more debate, more blood sport, right? But there were so many people that also had those exact same positions that would then go, hold on, that guy was a dumbass. Pick me. Talk to me. I'm actually a smart guy. You're too afraid to talk to me. And then I would pull them up. I would do the exact same thing, and they would look silly. And then there would be 10 other guys in the chat going, hold on, that guy was a dumbass. Pick me instead. I will actually do a better job. This yielded 0 positive interactions. Okay? That's it. That's it.
Thousands who expect this of you, who will tear into you for not addressing in meticulous detail every single critique they have ever tossed your way, and in the same breath make fun of you for talking too much. Because they don't want to move on from why don't you respond to criticism. As a rhetorical tactic, it's pretty ace. To announce before the argument is even stated that it is thus far undefeated? Mwah! Because any response you make is going to keep the focus on you and not their argument. It's not worth responding to? Well, why should the accused get to decide what is and isn't worth responding to? I have responded repeatedly, well, why didn't you respond in this particular way? None of this looks at whether the criticism had any credibility to begin with, only at whether your response is following procedure. So now, there are criticisms that have been leveled against me that I have never engaged with. Say, for instance, that you shouldn't listen to me because I'm just 4 eels in a trench coat. How would I respond to that? What could I say that isn't exactly what 4 eels in a trench coat would say? I mean, I'm not wearing a trench coat, but obviously the first thing 4 eels...
I have a friend who's like this with you, and I've spent quite a bit of time showing him clips where he addresses gripes. Eventually, he just came out and said, well, I just don't like him. That's perfectly fine. Okay? And there's a prescription for that, too. He probably likes something that I like that I defend pretty fucking vociferously, and that's all it would take for him to change his mind. Stop trying to address the actual fucking fake, false criticisms that these people have towards me. Okay? Identify what they actually care about, and then show a video on that thing that I've definitely talked about and debated. That's it. That's it. Because I talk about a litany of issues. Okay? There are plenty of people who were like, Hasan is a fucking white supremacist, or Hasan is a libtard, or whatever the fuck. And then they saw my commentary on Palestine. Maybe they didn't know what my opinion on Palestine was before, but then they saw it after October 7 and were like, oh my God, I was really wrong about him. Okay? Because that was an issue that they cared about. The same goes for abortion, or the same goes for Black Lives Matter, police brutality, criminal justice reform. Okay? There's always something that your friends, if they're your friends, they probably have like-minded opinions to you. Okay? There's a reason why the most common thing that a lot of people say whenever I do a collaboration with like another content creator, one of the most common things that you hear in the comments section is, I had no idea this was a normal dude. I had no idea that he was actually kind of fucking chill. The reason why they say that is because they've never actually seen me outside of a circumstance where a hater is like greatly shaping the narrative of how bad of a person I am. That's it. That's why I also always say, the greatest, the greatest fucking thing that you can do in this circumstance, is just get someone to have an ounce of charitability and watch for an extended period of time. Okay? Because if someone is in here for an extended period of time, they are going to inevitably realize that perhaps they were deluded and wrong about the opinions that they had. Okay?
eels would do when people start to catch on is switch to hoodies. I could show you my birth certificate that proves I was born of a human woman at a birth weight that 4 eels would not add up to, but did that work for Obama? Or did the guy who said the birth certificate was fake get elected president? And obviously, all of my exhaustively researched and carefully argued points about how fascism has evolved on the social internet are suspect if I can't even prove I'm human. We stayed at war with Iraq for 7 years after the government announced that the weapons of mass destruction we were looking for never existed. And there are people to this day who still believe we found them? So what hope do I, a mammal who would make mediocre sushi, stand in the face of that? So, if you ever see this claim out in the wild, why haven't you responded to blank? Ask yourself, do you know what blank is? Do you yourself agree it's a valid question? And are you sure it hasn't already been answered? And don't repeat the question unless you've got 3 yeses.
Great video overall. Anyway, a major reason why I don't fucking address like the drama baiters, even though it sometimes can yield good content, is that it ultimately destroys the stream, like the flow of the stream. It turns it into just like a me operation where other people take notice of me reacting to them and then start behaving in troll-like ways. And then all I would be doing if I were to address all of these things would just be to address all these things. It'd be like when people say, why don't you call out everyone that subscribes? The entire stream would be me calling out everyone that subscribes. That's all I'd be doing. I remember earlier this year I told a friend that they didn't like your content since it appeared more driven for engagement than educational and informative. However, over the last couple of months, I watched a lot of your content and developed a lot of respect for what you do. Thank you for using this platform to educate and spread critical thinking around some of the most important and relevant topics today. I really appreciate it. Thanks, One Up Dog. Here it is.
I don't know about you, but I'm walking away from the blue party and closer to Jesus.
I'm seeing the land of the free.
That's what I'm talking about, baby.
Where's Jesus? They took him out of the school. We started twisting the rules. I swear as long as I'm breathing, I'll praise his name in all that I say. Put the devil back in his place. I'm seeing red. From the hills to the woods to the hood. I'm seeing red. Taking back what they took. There's no compromising, there's no backing down till the nation's got no hope left. I'm seeing red.
Hallelujah.
I'm seeing.
I don't know about you, but I'm walking away from the blue party and closer to Jesus.
I love this shit, dude. That's what I'm talking about, dude. This converted me. I am delivered. I ain't gay no more. Hogariah Carey. From the woods to the hood. Yeah, I mean, she's rhyming. The fuck? Call 4G auto blow. Excuse me. 4G self suck. 4G auto suck. Let me tell you something, okay? He's a married man. He already got one thick lady locked down. He's not looking for another, okay? Calm down. All right, let's look at some fun shit, okay? I'm done. I'm done with all this nonsense. This was, people are saying this is a crime, but fuck you is what I say.
It just went down $100. We'll do that for you from the White House, all right?
Thank you.
All right, bye. Nice seeing you.
My man is the GOAT, okay? He's the fucking GOAT. He's the GOAT for that. Ghost of Yote. This is Ghost of Sushi Part 2. Yeah, I saw that China's making a AAA Call of Duty type game for Sino-Japanese War. I can't wait for it. Does anyone have the trailer for that one? Because I want to see it too.
We are beyond the edge of Japan. People come north to disappear.
Have I played the first one? Yes, it was incredible.
But you are hunting. And now, every Ronin here is after you.
My controversial opinion is I actually don't like the era of like Japanese historical works that feature guns. I just don't like it. Something about like guns and gunpowder in general, it just like ruins it for me.
Still think you're the hunter?
Like that was my least favorite part of Yakuza. The guns. Guns equals no honor? Yeah. What the fuck is this Red Dead shit, bro? What is this Red Dead Ronin? What the hell? What's up, big dog? Wait! It's a woman! It's a woman! No! It's fucking woke! It's no longer cinema! Get your fucking woke out of my game! Get your fucking gender pronouns! It's going on the woke tracker? Oh, 100%. Of course it is. Here. I don't know. A little bit. All right, Chinese Call of Duty time. Finally, can you open the door for her to go pee-pee? Let her make pee-pees, please. Who's Big Dog? Big Dog is... Don't worry about Big Dog. Worry about the top of the hour ad break first, okay? Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, well, you're going to have to fucking subscribe, okay? For $4.20 in the month of September, or for free with a Twitch Prime. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Big dog is Marat. Okay, instantly, this is reminding me of Call of Duty 1, which objectively is the greatest in the franchise, okay? Call of Duty 1 was... Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Chat, you guys don't understand. You guys don't fucking understand. Like, you were not there when the genre was being invented. We had Medal of Honor... Okay, we had Medal of Honor, and then out of nowhere, this thing came, and you watched, like when you were playing the fucking Russian side, when you were playing the fucking USSR, and if you walked away from the fucking battle line, they just shot and killed you. They gave you literally potatoes. You had to run up. You had to run up in the fucking field of like automatic machine gun fire from the Germans. You had to run directly towards that with a gun, but no bullets because the USSR did not have enough. Okay. Like, oh my God, the USSR campaigns were so good. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit. That is not historically accurate. Man, shut up. It was still sick. The USSR campaign in COD 2 is legit the best set of levels in all of COD, hands down. Yeah. Wait, the COD 2 is the one where you plant the flag, right? Oh yeah, the game starts out with bullets but no gun, then the dude in front of you dies. Fuck, man, that shit was so good. Anyway, this kind of reminded me, even like the opening sequence kind of reminded me of how I felt. Dude, you're crazy. Is Modern Warfare 2? Everyone knows that. No, I'm not talking about multiplayer, man. Shut up. Yes, I love Modern Warfare 2 as well. Okay? Yes, duh, no shit. I'm simply talking about like what the impact of and not even, wait, Modern Warfare 2, was that the one? Was Modern Warfare 2 multiplayer the one where you could do run and gun with like the shotgun and it was like so OP? And also knife kill people like crazy? Because that, and the one with no Russian in it, yeah, that shit was, okay, that was the goated. That was the peak. I think that was the peak of Call of Duty as a franchise. But that one was the most complete because the multiplayer was excellent. And also, not only was the multiplayer excellent, but the single player story was excellent too. But the USSR campaigns, holy fuck, dude. Oh my God, the impact that shit had on my mindset, dude. Dude, murking Japanese fascists as like a Chinese ops guy. Oh my God. Oh my God, this game is going to be so good. what Chinese soft power looks like, and I'm fucking here for it, dude. Oh my God, I'm here for it. Complete cultural victory. Complete cultural victory. No blood because of censorship? No, there was blood. There was literally blood. What are you talking about? I mean, it might not have blood in the Chinese game because I do think that the Chinese game doesn't have blood. Like, I know Chinese censorship doesn't have blood in it, but... Wait, maybe they don't have blood. Did I imagine them having blood? Like, when he was shooting the fucking... When they're coming in and you can get a clear picture. Oh my God, you're right. There is no blood. You're right. Yes. For the record, Chinese games don't have blood in them. Yes, that is correct. Like, or nothing. I don't even think like you can't have. I thought it's only skulls and anything that represents death or underworld. Or bones. Did Wukong not have fucking blood in it? Bro, you literally fight the tiger and Black Myth Wukong in a pool of blood? That's true. Wukong has skeletons too. Is that fucking, is that like... Wukong literally had a suicide wolf hanging. If it's a human, no blood allowed. Chapel Roan responded to the criticism. Is this a fucking poop sock? If it is, I'm leaving. I'm leaving.
I have encouraged people to use critical thinking skills, learn about what they're voting for, learn about who they're voting for, and ask questions. And it's being completely taken out of context, per usual. There is nuance to what I say.
I'm following Chapel Roan. Fuck it.
And I think it's important that people use critical thinking. I think it's important for me to question authority and question world leaders and question myself, question my algorithm, question if some person that tweeted something about someone else is even true. It's important to question because that's how I think we move forward. This is my third election in voting, and the world is changing so rapidly, and I want to be part of the generation that changes things for good because we need it.
Who is this? This is Chapel Roan.
If you read my full interviews, if you literally know anything about me and for what I stand for, you know that this is not lip service, this is not virtue signaling, that my actions have always paved the way for my project and the people who really know me. Actions speak louder than words, and actions speak louder than an endorsement. Here's the full quote that a lot of people are just not reading. I have so many issues with our government in every way, she says. There are so many things that I would want to change, so I don't feel pressured to endorse someone. There's problems on both sides, and I encourage people to use your critical thinking skills. Use your vote. Vote small. Vote for what's going on in your city. The change she wants to see in the U.S. is this election year, she says, instantly is trans rights. They cannot have cis people making decisions for trans people, period. So, hear it from my mouth, if you're still wondering. No, I'm not voting for Trump. And yes, I will always question those in power and those making decisions over other people. And I will stand up for what's right and what I believe in. And like, it's always at the forefront of my
Oh my God. She's PSL, dude. She's PSL. She's PSL all the way. HOTTOGO.
My project, and I'm sorry that you fell for
She's
the
going
clickbait.
PSL. She's going PSL. She's going PSL. She's doing it. HOTTOGO. PSL can win if you go and vote. She def watches you? I don't think so. Because I think if she did, she'd follow me. Like there's a lot of people that there's like famous people that watch me. They follow me. The fuck is PLO? Oh, she's a PLO voter. She's not even a PSL voter. Chaperone posed with a copy of United Win, the workplace organizer's handbook, and a new Instagram story. That's pretty sick. She's cool, man. I heard from NBC that you were interviewing Chaperone next. Oh, I forgot I mentioned that in the NBC interview. I wrote that last night. They were asking me questions. Where's the NBC interview? My NBC piece came with an NBC interview. That's fake. I mean, I don't really give a shit about that. I don't give a shit about her holding up a copy of Organizer, whatever. I don't care about that being real or fake. I don't really give a shit about her holding that up. This does not change the thing that I said last night. Online influencer, key to younger audiences. The key to engaging with this younger audience about politics is not just about embracing memes like the now notorious Brat Summer, which was popularized after the release of British pop star Charlie XCX. Communicate to them that they are worthy of attention, that their desires are valid, and that you are actually going to do something. Piker, known online by his username Hasan Abi, said in a recent interview with NBC News. Authenticity is not a novel approach when it comes to content creation, but it's something politicians have struggled with achieving on their own, particularly amid an election cycle in which many young voters find themselves jaded with politics as a whole. They Tuesday with the 5 gifted subs because I said Chaperone is a PSL voter. Classic. Overall, young voters are not very optimistic right now, according to NBC News. Stay tuned. Gen Z poll over 2,600 voters under 30 in September. Most young people now gravitate towards social media platforms to get information. Piker, 33, launched internet fame on the young progressive show Young Turks, created run by his uncle Cenk Uygar. After branching out on his own, he became a prominent voice online, garnering a slew of fans and critics alike. With such exposure came some controversy as well. In 2021, Piker said he was temporarily kicked off Twitch for using a derogatory term for white people. I can't believe they put that in the article. Still, Piker's success as a streamer has been admired by fellow political creators, especially those who are chasing similar progressive audiences. He kind of pioneered the space of that style of coverage, said Gremlow. He's not the first person to do politics on Twitch, but he's certainly made a space where instead of just doing debates or screaming at people on a Discord call, you could actually grapple with these subjects and really break them down and build a community around that. Sean the Black also credits Piker for being a major influence on his stream. I've been in the Hasan community for like 45 months at this point. He was the first person who got me introduced to leftist politics in a meaningful way. He's one of the only black creators on the platform doing political commentary. Hasan inspired me even just to be political outside of being a creator, to be political and fight for people that I believe should be fought for. The Republican and Democratic parties have also noticed the influence that creators can hold with their audiences, and in the last year have upped their efforts to court creators in hopes of engaging with more young voters. In the recent years, Piker said he's noticed the online political landscape change. In 2020, he said political discourse was way more liberal or even left-leaning under Trump due to its counterculture status. Under President Joe Biden, Piker said the Gamergate culture war narratives, referring to the increasing number of misogynistic game-centered communities, have become the forefront of political commentary. With the rise of Andrew Tate clones, crypto bros, and reactionary shock factor streamers, false masculinity peddlers have captured a lot of territory, which is the low propensity voters that have notoriously swung for Trump, Piker said. This presents a unique problem for the Democratic Party. Damn, that Piker spit, dude. Last month's DNC was the first to opening its doors to social media content creators. For Piker, attending DNC was a unique opportunity to provide behind-the-scenes access to his audience. He describes himself as an entertainer with the goal of helping young people make more informed decisions. I have more access to politicians than I did in 2020, so I'm going to try and use that, he said, adding that he also hopes to motivate Democrats towards issues I believe are important to address that will be electorally beneficial. Piker said he would like to see Democrats realistically tackle the high cost of living for young people, call for a ceasefire in Gaza and a weapons transfer from Israeli forces, and fight for social justice. Nearly 100 conservative influencers also attended the RNC in Milwaukee. Donald Trump has collaborated with major influencers who are popular with young men, including Geek streamer Aiden Ross and YouTuber Logan Paul. Some creators have said they've been offered payment to endorse political candidates. Tana Mongo, host of popular podcast Canceled, recently made headlines after claiming in a recent episode that she was offered millions to endorse a political candidate of a party she said she doesn't identify with. She later wrote in the comment section of the video that she is 100% Democrat and voting for Kamala Harris. Piker, who said he would endorse Harris and Tim Walz, he would endorse Harris and Tim Walz, said he's been approached by, wait, what? Did I say that? The fuck? I don't think I said that. Has been approached by political groups, but not a candidate directly. I think they know better, he said. I welcome the access every time. However, will change my opinion. Will never change my opinion for money. Not so sure if others who aren't political commentators would also hold similar standards. He's appeared in streams on his channel with politicians, including, wait, I also made a fucking pot shot. I think I said I would endorse them if they change their stances on issues. Not that I would endorse them. But anyway, he's appeared in streams of the AOC. I also took shots at fucking Tim Pool here. I said, but they didn't put that in there. With the upcoming election, Piker feels slightly optimistic. I think that Kamala Harris is significantly more responsive to the calls from the base than anyone else that I've seen thus far in the last 2 cycles. Okay, this is old stuff. This is pre-DNC stuff. Some of these quotes are post-DNC from last night when they asked for quotes. But I would say that this is not a position that I maintain currently. Come November 5th, Piker will be ready for another busy day of streaming. I'll be strapped into my chair, ready to offer real-time commentary as always, he said. Maybe more guests. I'm hoping Chapel Roan. No, this was immediately after they chose Tim Walz, and I even then told them at the time in the interview, I was like, I don't know if they will be consistently responsive. You should request the correction. Nah, I don't give a shit. Fuck it. Let NBC watchers think that I'm pro endorsing Kamala Harris. Who cares? It's good. Yeah. Maybe we'll funnel some libs in here. Chapel Roan follows you on IG? No, she doesn't. I can't even get mad at this because honestly, it's so cute. I fucking love Moodang. I think you yourself are probably proving exactly why I don't really hang around those sorts of communities, because unfortunately his fan base is incredibly fucking annoying. You know. Okay, well, the way you're behaving is still fucking annoying, even if you're not a part of his fan base. So. You said the security guy loved it? Oh, yeah. Security guy liked that one where, this guy, he was laughing. Okay, well, the way you're behaving is. Yeah. Security guy's a drama girly. Will you condemn Will for saying he thinks Mudang is overrated? Yes. How the fuck do you hate Mudang, bro? She is so fucking cute. New Mudang? Oh my god. When she's sleepy and her head is way too fucking heavy for her body and it just like slowly drops down. Alex said bad things about Mudang too. Okay, well, those people have no joy in their lives, okay? He said Mudang is the Hawktua of the animal world. I mean, he's not wrong. He's not wrong about that. It's correct. And I don't care. I am like the Hawktua enjoyer in this situation. Okay? I don't like her zookeeper. He's always spanking her. They have to, bro. What are you talking about? Pygmy hippos that are growing up in captivity have to fucking learn how to be around humans. Like, what are you talking about? They're still a goddamn hippo. They have to learn how to like be comfortable around human beings, like making noises and shit. You don't want them like accidentally killing a child. But yeah, I am basic for loving Mudang. I am basic for loving Mudang, but honestly, it doesn't even matter. Like yeah, I'm basic. Dude, oh my God. I need like my dream in life. First of all, she's not in China, she's in Thailand. But my dream in life is to straight up be able to do this at one point, okay? That is all I care about. I care about being able to just smush the little face of a baby pygmy hippo so badly. So fucking badly. I need it. I need it. I need it for my soul. Okay? And the other one is capybaras. I need to also pet capybaras. I need that as well. Once I get a baby hippo, all this socialism shit is over. The other animals are coming after her. After seeing this assault, I'm convinced that Mudang deserves her own secret service. Ugh, oh no. Fucking power farmers like Greg are posting Mudang. Have I ever interacted with a kangaroo? Yes, I have. I have interacted with a kangaroo. No one can prepare you for how coarse cappies are. Yeah, I've heard. Also, Mudang isn't the only baby pygmy hippo out there. There's others. Good. That's the mother's revenge. What else came out of the fucking state of play from PlayStation? Like nothing, huh? Nothing. Concord 2, good one. Until Dawn remastered, ugh. They will never remaster Bloodborne, okay? It's because Sony hates money and also its fans. Please understand, they will never ever in a million fucking years remaster Bloodborne because they hate you, okay? I need you to understand this very important fact. They hate money and they hate their fucking fans. Me, on the other hand, I love money and I love my fans. That's why I'm playing the woke game Dustborn. Okay, we're going to give Dustborn another shot. We're going to give it another fucking shot. It was kind of ass.
I know that tree. I've seen it before in the stillness. And now I'm dreaming about it, which makes sense, I guess.
Elden Ring copy. They trying to be Elden Ring. Watchy, thank you for the 10 gifted subs.
What's it saying?
I gotta pee. But we're playing the woke game. It's
closer.
The fucking wokest game of all time.
And she's wrong. There's something wrong. Scientists lie to us. They don't tell us the truth because they want to enslave us by putting transmitters in vaccines.
And all they want us to do is fear them so that they can control us, and it's all coming from Canada and Mexico and
I see them at night
Europe and
lighting their candles and performing their satanic rituals. And their children look scared. And what are they doing to the children?
They're trying to warp our minds. I've done the research and I know it.
They're out to get us. They're out
Not
to
like
get us.
us.
They're
They're
coming.
not like us. They're evil. They're trying to
They work
replace
with
us.
demons and they hurt children. And oh my
Foreigners
God, they live in our neighborhood.
trying to steal our children and poison our minds with their religion and customs.
Heard on the
and
radio that
food.
they hate us and want us destroyed because they're jealous of our prosperity.
And they don't understand our culture. And there's this woman I see every day on the street, and she's wrong. There's something
Doctors
wrong.
and scientists lie to us. They don't tell us the truth because they want to enslave us by putting transmitters in vaccines.
And all they want us to do is fear them so that they can control us, and it's all coming from Canada and Mexico and
I see them at night
Europe
across
and
the street lighting their candles and performing their satanic rituals. And their children look scared. And what are they doing to the children?
They're trying to warp our minds. I've done the research and I know the truth.
They're out to get us. They're out
Not
to
like
get
us.
us. They're
They're
coming.
not like us. They're evil. They're trying to
They work
replace
with
us.
demons and they hurt children. And oh my God,
Foreigners
they live in our neighborhood.
Time and steal our children and poison our minds with their religion and customs.
Heard on the
and
radio
food.
that they hate us and want us destroyed because they're jealous of our
Godless,
prosperity.
and they don't understand our culture. And there's this woman I see every day on the street, and she's wrong. There's something
Doctors
wrong.
and scientists lie to us.
Guys,
they don't tell us the truth because
I have an announcement. This is a big fucking deal. Okay? I just found the Oreo Coke Zero. No, not that I took the belt off. I found Oreo Coke Zero and I ordered it. And I will be trying it tomorrow. FDA approved, baby. Don't do it. It's awful. I've heard conflicting reviews. I've heard that it's actually pretty fire.
And all they want us to do is fear them so that they can control us, and it's all coming from Canada and Mexico. And
I see them at night across the street lighting their candles and performing their satanic rituals. And their children look scared. And what are they doing to the children? They're watching us from inside our own bodies.
God. Give me.
Okay, it's that sort of dream.
Okay, I guess we have to beat ass. how my haters are. This bricked my game last time. If it happens again, I'm never playing this again. Okay, finally. Is this a Souls-like? No, dude. There's like no combat, no nothing. It's just hot ass. Pacifica border,
Attention
2 miles
everyone.
from the American Republic. It's the
We're
greatest
approaching
game
the
of all
Pacific
time.
Republic border control.
Hax, you awake?
My character's only skill is just like making people feel bad by being woke.
You'll soon find out.
And it's a superpower. Unironically.
If they thought we had anything to do with that cop getting... They would have caught up to us already, Sai.
Passing through the Pacifica border check.
It's a game about that one
Hey,
friend who's too woke.
Why did we stop?
Automated border control. Normal procedure.
Guys? Guys!
Is that? Oh, fuck, oh, fuck,
Driver.
oh, fuck!
You might want to, drive.
We're still being scanned.
Fuck that, let's just go!
Gate won't open until the scan's complete. But as long as the vehicle ID isn't flagged in the system, it should let us through.
Won't they catch up with us? They have flying ships.
The Puritans can't follow us into the DMZ. It'd be an act of war against the Republic.
We've received the all clear by the Pacific Authority.
Seriously? Oh, alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah.
Does
Wait,
this
what?
mean we're home free?
Not.
Wait. Is she Muslim? Bruh. I thought that one chatter was joking when he said my fiance voiced the fucking character. She's Muslim. Like I was like, yeah, okay, sure.
Yet. We have to actually pass through the DMZ and across the Republic border.
And the Puritans can't follow?
They're banned from the Republic. Like I said, it'd be an act of war to even enter no man's land. Justice has no love for the Puritans. Feelings mutual.
But won't the Republic border guards wonder why a punk rock band on a tour bus is being pursued by Puritans?
Might just count in our favor. But we'll soon find out.
As far as they're concerned, we're just a band touring the Republic.
And not a crew of dangerous criminals making their daring escape from Pacifica.
Nice scenery.
It's no man's land. Trespassers are shot.
What? Are they gonna shoot at us?
We're not trespassing.
As long as we stay on the bus, we're safe. I think.
We're entering the American Republic.
Welcome to Mordor, fellow hobbits.
I've been hailed by Justice Border Patrol. I'm required to stop the vehicle.
Oh, fuck.
Normal procedure. Let's not give them a reason to detain us. Remember our cover. We're a punk rock band touring the provinces.
Oh, we're so fucked.
Is this set in the wide person's universe? What does that even mean?
License to operate this vehicle?
Founded by John F. Kennedy in 1964 after an assassination attempt killed his wife Jackie, Justice, a powerful military force. In the aftermath of the broadcast, Justice declared martial law in the American Republic, and this order is still in place 30 years later.
I'm transmitting the requested information now, sir.
I need to speak with a human, not a machine.
Good afternoon, officer. 4 humans, 1 robot.
Papers, please. Passports, visas, invitation letter. What's up with the corporate motorcade back there? Are you associated with the Puritans?
No. No, sir. I think there was some sort of border inspection. Nothing at all to do with us.
Your purpose for entering the Republic?
We're a band.
A band?
Music. Punk, rock music. We're touring the provinces. You'll find
Damn,
that it's all been
Theo.
approved.
One
by-
moment, sir. Everybody off the bus.
What's the problem?
Now.
Uh-oh. I don't see you on the top
I suggest
40.
we treat this as a warm-up gig. At least no one's paying to hear us. Huh? How bad can it be?
Oh no, I gotta fail. I can't fail the QTE.
What do we even play? We haven't practiced.
I scribbled down some lyrics for that tune we jammed on last week.
Oh no.
What the fuck does that even mean?
Oh no, it's that fucking woke song.
Just follow my lead, guys.
Oh my god. Oh my lord. Oh my Lanta. Oh my non-denominational god. Oh buddy. Oh boy. Oh, this game could not get any worse. Wait, was I playing this with like fucking...
We're the freaks, we're the outcasts. We look just like you, we're nothing like you. Your past we will eclipse you.
Oh god, this is so bad. Only made worse by the fact that I like am
We're the
ass.
aliens, we're the refugees. We walk among you, we're right behind you. The time is past. Your kind won't last. We're the dustborn, this bug is airborne. We're the newborn, our kind is newborn. We're the dustborn, this bug is airborne. We're the newborn, our kind is newborn. We're the dustborn.
Wait, what? They're
That
like,
wasn't
yo.
Terrible, I guess.
We usually warm up before each gig. You caught us by surprise.
Well, whatever. You may want to pick a different song next time. Folks in the Republic don't much like politics with their entertainment.
Oh, everyone's a fucking critic.
What's the name of your band?
Everyone's a critic.
We're the Dustborn.
Oh my god. Title card. Title card. Title card.
Your travel permit's only valid in the provinces for no more than 30 days. Overstay your permit, or try crossing the Rockies into the heartlands. You'll be arrested. You're in the American Republic now. Pacifica laws don't apply. Mind how you go, and who you associate with. There are deviants everywhere.
Did you even listen to the song? The American Republic. We're in
That
Oregano.
wasn't exactly good, was it?
For a band that hasn't practiced in weeks, I'd say we did okay.
We got through it, but we need to do better. But those lyrics, Pax, a bit risque for the Republic, aren't they?
Who listens to the lyrics?
You sure the Puritans
Not
can't get to
her.
us?
We know her ass don't listen to the fucking lyrics because guess what? If she did, she'd be like, this is hot ass. This is hot fucking ass, baby.
Very sure. The Republic may not be safe. We're in Justice territory, but we've seen the last of the Puritans. Pacifica would never allow them to cross. They'd end up in a shooting war with the Republic.
Okay, well, here.
That was not great.
Good enough, those twits. At least we made it into the Republic.
Yes?
Oh. I gotta do dookie time. Wait, I can change? Nah, I like this one. Okay, bam. That's good. How much do they pay you to use your likeness? Damn, women always be doing the dishes, am I right? It's fucked up, but... Another gender-neutral bathroom, by the way. Classic.
Hey, do you want to talk about the detour?
No, not now. We can discuss
Okay, Hasan,
things
chill.
once we've made camp.
You can't be out here fucking wearing fingerless gloves and act like
Hey.
you're cool, okay?
Sup?
Let's
You
talk
can
about my
breathe again.
Muslim friend
Girl.
here.
That was intense. We got through it, but fuck me, that was a close call. Look, my hands are still shaking. It's a fucking miracle I didn't turn into a statue out there.
But you didn't, and we made it. We're in the Republic.
The Republic! Wait, why are we happy about that?
All right.
What are you reading?
The Marilyn Monroe story.
Who's that?
Who's... Seriously? Seriously? Jesus, Pax. Movie star. JFK's second wife? America's first lady, Madam Justice.
I try to avoid justice history.
I don't even know what to say. She's only one of the most important figures of the 20th century.
She dead?
Is she? No! And that's not the point. She's actually still alive, 104 and ticking. And she looks fabulous.
Cool. Enjoy your book about an old lady who got famous for being married to an old dead dude. I hate you.
Yeah, I hate her.
Here we go, kid. Our route. So, we're going from Pacifica through Oregon and Nevada, where we have our first booked gig, to New Jerusalem, Utah, and one of the Weave's secret libraries. After that, we play another gig before crossing into the Rockies to Boulder, Colorado, and our second library. Then north through South Dakota, Minnesota, to Chicago, and a meeting with Theo's contact, and from there into Canada and Acadia to Nova Scotia. Nearly 4,000 miles on roads less traveled to a place we've never heard of in service of a shadowy.
Someone in the chat said, in my head canon, this is a continuation of The Walking Dead, but instead of zombies, Clementine became bisexual.
Lawyer. I'm not sure this was a great idea, kid, but you can't argue with a paycheck or the chance for a new start far away from this wretched place.
Rock Rabbit Campground, baby, let's go.
Hello, ma'am. According to the signs, there's a campsite coming up.
Is there a coffee
Well,
shop?
oh yeah, Clementine is bisexual.
Not the Embarcadero.
As soon as we've parked, I'll start preparing dinner.
I'll take care of the fire.
And I'll, watch?
Hey, that's my job.
I'll give it to you, Theo. This is,
Sorry, but you can't evoke JFK on a good faith entertainment platform and not be the scummiest sort of grifter. What the fuck does that? We need to explore the mindset of that chatter a little bit further. I don't know what the fuck you just said, but I love that.
what's the word I'm looking for?
Primitive.
Rustic.
Cozy. Cozy's the word. This is cozy.
Isn't rustic the same as primitive?
Rustic is romance. Primitive is an insult.
Primitive is sexy. Rustic is your dad's man cave.
I'm telling you, the word's cozy. Cozy is like comfortable socks.
What's a man cave?
Oh, Theo. The things I can teach you.
Based on our
I need to
performance
understand what's
earlier
going on in
today,
that
I
chatter's
suggest
mind.
we run through a couple.
Chatter found a way to be triggered by literally the game that is the woke game. And for me, I like, for me, that's peak, okay? That's peak cinema. Like, that is better than anything this game. Females always want to run away at your lowest point. God damn, dude. That's fucked up. Fans are saying you never played video games. Thank you. I was paid by Hasan to link this. It's correct, though. Like, I do play fucking video games. Did that guy say anything else? Did that guy just stop at the fucking JFK thing? Like, they got mad at JFK in peace?
Dinner. Remember, we're booked to play at Pete's Pool Hall day after tomorrow.
Huh. I think Pax is writing some new material. Maybe we can try that out. Oh, that smells so good. I don't know about you guys, but I'm starving.
Sai, we're gonna get you some fucking halal food on God.
How do I tell when my sausage is done?
The locals call it a dog, Sai.
I prefer sausage.
Oh, we know.
What's that? Oh, funny.
I don't get it.
Oh, you sweet, innocent man.
Lizzie.
The best way to tell if a sausage is done is to use your mouth.
Was that a dirty joke, Theo? Did you just tell a dirty joke?
OMG.
Oh, God, gross.
I have no idea what you two are talking about.
Yo, robot, is this sausage halal?
I made notes of all dietary restrictions. Those dogs are made with turkey meat.
Well, as long as it's not pork.
And to think I had a reservation at the best sushi restaurant in San Francisco tonight.
You had a reservation at a restaurant? You knew we'd be on the run, right?
I like to keep my options open.
Your options? A dinner reservation? Tonight?
At the finest sushi place in town. Yes, Theo.
Unbelievable.
Thank you.
The grilled mushrooms and barbecue pork are ready anytime.
You know what? Maybe I'll stick with the sausages.
That'd be a damn shame.
Shut up.
Kaya, chill. Shay, I ordered a Diet Coke. I ordered Coke Zero Oreo.
Wait, where do we sleep? Under the open sky? I don't want to wake up at 4 in the morning with a squirrel on my face.
We sleep on the bus.
Is it safe?
Yeah. What about motorcycle gang?
How are you doing?
Good question. I've had more time for self-reflection than I've had in years. It's almost decadent. Truth is, I haven't left Pacifica in a decade. And I haven't been home in almost 2. I mean, I don't know if I can call Hong Kong home anymore. But there's really nowhere else. Maybe it's time to go back. I mean, after we complete the mission and get paid, of course.
Thank you. One second. Murat! Get the door again, please. Outside door. It's not opening. Quick! Oh, perfect. Thank you. Yeah, it worked, but he might need a signature. Sorry, chat. Got back to back. Plenty of cash. We've never had any money, and the idea of having loss is incredibly powering. Partnership. We're doing this as a team, you and me, kid, but also them. Not interested in discussing this, kid, so let's move on.
This is good for all of us, and we get to do it together.
That's the best part. I hope Sai feels the same way. She's stuck with us now.
You didn't forget to fucking turn off the compressor, did you?
Was that what she signed up for?
We'll take care of her.
I know you will. You always do. Me? Not much of a taking care of her. Sai's had a traumatic day. I feel bad about tag teaming her.
I also know how much...
Listen, dog. If you haven't never been woken up by the sound of a goddamn air compressor at 3 in the morning, you don't know what I'm talking about. Okay? Some of you do know that. Maybe you live on top of like a garage or something. I should invest in a low noise air compressor. Bitch, you're the one who bought it. It's crazy. Murat meet and greet? No. This motherfucker, bro. He forgets to unplug or turn off the air compressor, and then I get a fucking crazy wake up in the middle of the goddamn night at literally 3 a.m. when it's like brrr, and I'm like, oh, that's it. I'm being bombed. I'm being invaded. You know, some shit is afoot. It's really messed up.
Enjoy cleaning up after me.
Fair point. But the heist must have been a terrifying experience for her. And seeing the dearly departed officer get pulped, not fun for anyone. Whilst we're on the topic of trauma, this whole thing?
What about it?
Great shirt. Even better concert. Man, we really are in the middle of nowhere. I wonder what my business partners would think if they saw me now. They'd probably just think I'd gone completely bonkers and have me sectioned.
Is that regret I hear?
I'm right where I want to be. Where I chose to be. With you.
Damn, the Emperor putting in the fucking work.
You might like this.
What? Where did you get this? This is actually rare. I had a copy of this. My father bought it shortly before he left for England. This was basically how my collection started. I'd scour the shops in Hong Kong for new comics and spend all of my allowance. Mother hated it. I kept my collection a secret from her. I had to sell this particular issue recently, together with my entire collection, to cover some financial losses. I never thought I'd see another copy of Justice for All #1. Probably the most unintentionally homoerotic comic ever made. It opened the doors to a whole new universe for me. This is amazing. Thank you.
Wow. I love this game. So much good personal lore. Wait, what?
What are you doing?
Just relaxing.
Oh my god. Oh my god, we're doing gay sex. Okay, I'm gonna give them another gift.
This has you written all over it.
Lady Justice. Be still my beating heart.
I figured you'd like it.
Like it?
Oh my god, I'm doing a Sekka Soul
Darling, I
speedrun.
adore it. Perfect timing, too. I just realized I left my e-cigs in the apartment. I just need some real cancerous cigarettes to light up.
You know, there's a reason real tobacco's illegal in Pacifica.
And that reason is the nanny state. If I want to slowly kill myself, that's my problem, not theirs.
Thanks again for coming along.
I was done with Pacifica. Pacifica was done with me. And
what?
Nothing. It's just money. I honestly don't care. but losing you would be intolerable.
Damn, yo, that pussy got me acting
what would I do on my own in Pacifica?
dude.
This way,
That pussy
I get
got
to
me
go out in
acting
style with my
strange,
crew.
yo.
Yeah.
Once I get a piece of that they them pussy, it's
Yeah,
over.
what?
Okay.
I don't want to lose you either. But that doesn't mean.
Sure, I know that. That's not why I'm here.
I don't know how to make a graceful exit.
Pretend you're going to the toilet, then slink away into the night. Works like a charm, every time.
They them
Do we
pussy
have
got me
s'mores?
acting unwise.
What?
I hate to say it, but...
Good job with the grub. Wasn't bad.
I'm glad it wasn't bad. I did use fresh ingredients. Since we're giving feedback. Your performance earlier was acceptable, but you missed a lot of notes and didn't always stay on beat.
Noted.
Anytime, Pax. Ma'am, if I may ask, why are you antagonistic towards robots? Of course, if you'd rather not say, I completely understand.
It's not personal.
If one of my kind hurt you or someone you care about...
No, not that old chestnut. Where I grew up, technology was frowned on. And robots were taboo.
You were a narco-primitivist.
And deeply religious.
What?
The problem isn't...
No! This game is not real, bro. This game is not real, bro. Are you fucking joking? No. 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 I refuse. Robot said, oh, you were a narco-primitivist. And she said, yes, dude. That's a... Come on, man.
You specifically... Problem is, you're a robot. Like I said, it's nothing personal.
It's also because, yeah, she can't manipulate the robots, you know?
And program?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. So...
This is nice.
It is nice. Sorry for being so selfish earlier. I'm happy you get to see your family. Even if I can't. I guess I was still feeling shitty after the whole cop thing. And the bathroom thing. All the things, Pax.
Why can't you go back?
Long story. My dad thinks I'm a monster. My mom's... She never stands up to him.
Wait, what?
And my fucking siblings...
Wait, is this game no longer woke? Is it like the dad has multiple moms, or does she have like lesbian moms? Because at first I thought she had lesbian moms, but now it's like, is it actually the like? Is it actually that like her dad has two wives or something? Is there some like weird? Is this some like weird situation where like the guys they've never encountered like a Muslim person, and then so they chose to be like, oh yeah, you know, we're being culturally sensitive. Like, obviously all Muslims have multiple wives, like duh. Just like all Hasan Abi chatters, subscribe at the top of the hour to avoid the 3-minute ad break. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Dude, it's just too much. I don't want to think about my justice-worshipping family right now. Hey, we're in the Republic. Can you believe it? Our cover story held up. Speaking of earlier, not the cop thing. Although, seeing him get squashed by that fucking truck is gonna haunt me. No, the bathroom thing. It won't take long. I need to talk about it. With someone.
What's up?
My meltdown.
Oh my
it made
God.
Me think
this game is like, no wonder fucking people didn't want to play this game, bro. It's literally, bro, who the fuck wants to be around these people? It's like, this is literally a video game where they put like the most unbearable, when your friend who's that one friend who's too woke people, like 4 of them together, they're all fucking insanely narcissistic. They're all trauma dumping. They're all also incredibly woke in their trauma dumping. So then they'll say stuff like, permission to demand emotional labor before I start trauma dumping. Like, yeah, nobody wanted to fucking play this game, bro. This is so bad. This is pre-Elon Musk Twitter, okay? This is literally set in like a Minecraft Discord, okay? What the fuck is going on? It's like looking into a Minecraft Discord and like turning it into a fucking video game conversation simulator. But like in, 2018. Like, Life is Strange is packed to the fucking gills with some lib shit, okay? But this is literally, why did you decide to play it? Because it's the game of the goddamn year, okay? I decided to play it. Hasan, you are not the target audience. Also, this game came out this year. Yeah, I know. Ain't nobody is the target audience, though. That's the problem. This game reached its peak concurrent viewership when I played it. At 24,000, like, total. Did you know that? I feel bad. It's like, I'm sure the devs appreciate you. Yeah. I feel bad. I don't want to like shit on it too much because I'm sure they're like very nice people that made it. The number 2 streamer on this game has 20 viewers. Yeah. This game is for a very specific elder, millennial, queer person who spend a little too much time online. Yeah. They're Norwegian. You can talk your shit, bro. I feel bad, especially because like I believe state funds went into making this game. Like the Norwegian Public Arts Program also funded the making of this game. I've actually loved these devs for a long time, and this game ain't for me. What other games have they made? Yeah, this game got over 1 million in public funds from Norway/EU. They keep excluding me. I can't even take part in the communal dinner due to autism, food sensitivity, and they refuse to make one of my safe foods. Might just go join up the fascist militias in the Republic. There are actually reviews that liked it. One said that the politics content was good. There were like video game reviewers that reviewed this game and they were like, this is fire. After the trilogy for that they made Dragon. It was a short walking sim, but it was fine. Wait, this is from the people that made Detroit Become Human? No, it's not, dude. No way. No, you're talking about the publishers. In August 2024, the developer released a statement condemning the tidal wave of hate and abuse aimed towards them. Bro, this one fucking account is so goddamn annoying. I'm banning them. Big shout out to my favorite stream. They just keep like literally spamming that. And it doesn't even show up in the goddamn fucking chat. Like it literally doesn't show up in the chat. It only shows up in my Twitch chat. And all it does is just like cause me to not be able to pull up any quotes on my Twitch chat. The last guy I banned, I don't know if it's like an issue with young BLD1. I don't know if it's an issue with my Twitch chat or what. But it was just like mass spamming. Big shout out to my favorite streamer over and over again. Let's see how it looks like. Wait, what the fuck? He only said it once. Wait, what? He never even said it. He just said big shout out to my favorite streamer Zon one time. What the fuck? Why was it like constantly showing up on my Twitch chat? I'm unbanning them. That's weird. That's a Twitch bug right now when you scroll too high. Oh. Okay. It's a bug. Okay, dude, I'm not playing this game. I'm sorry. I can't finish this game. I'm spending way too much time literally talking to chatters and shit instead of playing this goddamn game. I can't. I unbanned the chatter. Calm down, okay? Listen, tomorrow we will go on a separate journey, this time on a non-woke game to see what it's actually like. Even though, from what I understand, even though as far as I understand, the wokeness radar has actually caught Warhammer 40K as well. Apparently Warhammer 40K is also not fucking is also not unwoke. It's actually woke because there's black people in it. I'm not even kidding. They literally said that.
All the shadows trickling in has how people hate.
Anyway, love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow. All right, peace.
Hasan Abi.